This is Audible.
Oh My Audiobooks presents Asher, Book 1 of Inked Brotherhood, written by Joe Raven, performed by Samantha Cook and C.J. Mission. Part 1. Audrey. In my memory, we must be 10 years old or so, because Ash is my height. I can look directly into his pale blue eyes. His dark brows dip low as he crouches by my side to examine my skinned knee. "You'll survive," he gives his verdict. His tanned face splits into a grin. "You'll have a cool scar." "Scars are ugly," I say, staring at my knee doubtfully. Blood trickles down my leg, a red line, seeping into my white socks. "Aren't they?" His gaze is guarded. He stands up and gives me his grubby hand. "I don't know. You get used to them, I guess." I take his hand. He's so strong, so warm and kind. "Used to seeing them?" He nods. "And having them. They become part of you. Scars aren't ugly, Odds." He's the only one who calls me that. The nickname started as a tease, then it stuck. "It hurts." He glances down at my knee. "I have Band-Aids in my room. Come on, I'll clean this up for you." "Thanks." "What are best friends for?" His eyes warm up and he tugs me along. He always makes me feel safe, protected, taken care of. Best friends forever. Or so I thought back then. It only took one kiss to ruin it all. Chapter 1. Audrey. As soon as the door opens, a smiling, short-haired girl gestures with her beer bottle for us to enter. Music blares, a popular dance song. Behind her, I can see the apartment, spacious and airy, the living room visible through a glass door, the walls hung with drawings and posters. Tessa tugs on my arm, her blonde ponytail bouncing. Her large blue eyes shine with excitement. "Come on, Audrey." The short-haired girl leaves us and wanders toward the heart of the party, obviously in full swing. Laughter echoes in the hall, and I'm still trying to decide whether coming was a mistake. I have a headache from the move, and my muscles ache from carrying my boxes. "You'll see, Audrey." Tessa manages to drag me further into the apartment. "It's gonna be great." "Where's Dylan?" He was the one who invited me, even though this isn't his apartment or his party. I don't even know who owns the place, much less anyone in this crowd. "You're still crushing on Dylan," she says smugly. "Of course not," I snap. God, it's like being back in high school all over again. "Just because I once said he looked good, you said he looked hot. It was a hot day. He was sweating. Besides, that was like 5 years ago." Tessa giggles, making me wonder if she started drinking earlier in the day, and waves a hand back and forth. "Sure, hon, whatever you say. Wait till you see him, though. Dylan isn't why I'm here, though he's probably the reason Tessa is. No, I'm not here for anyone in particular." "We need to meet new people," Tessa gushes. "You need to meet new people. This is what college life is all about." God, she's said that like 10 times already. I wish I could be as excited as she is about the whole thing. I let her drag me into the living room where loud rock music is now blaring, and people mill about talking and drinking and smoking. Tessa's right, and I look forward to studying, having friends, finding my way. My life went sideways less than 3 years ago, and it still feels as if it's off the rails. Which is why I came back to Madison, Wisconsin, hoping to hit the reset button. Only, this town holds lots of memories, both good and bad. It's where I spent a magical childhood, where I fell in love for the first time and had my heart broken, where the accident took place, turning my world upside down. Finally, I spot Dylan at a table stacked with bottles, talking with a pretty dark-haired woman. He has his back to me, but his broad shoulders are hard to miss. I hesitate, watching the girl's animated face. Should I interrupt? Then Tessa squeals and throws herself at Dylan, hugging him from behind, leaving me no option but to follow her. Dylan and Tessa. At school, they were like a commercial for toothpaste, both blonde and blue-eyed with perfect white smiles. They looked like twins and behaved that way too. They've been friends since forever, and lusted after each other for just as long. They did go out for a while, a couple of months when we were 14. But then something happened, though neither of them will talk to me about it. Dylan's eyes turned haunted, and Tessa seems to have demons of her own to fight. What I do know is they'd be perfect together. Not because they look alike, because they hurt alike. "Audrey is here," Tessa says in Dylan's ear. "Audrey!" Dylan twists around, a grin from ear to ear, his arms open wide. "Come here." I almost fall over. I can feel my eyes going round. God, how he's changed. His black t-shirt has a silver skull design, and his hair is longer in the front, purple bangs brushing his jaw. A silver ring glints on his lip. I'm so shocked it takes me a moment to realize he's still holding his arms open. He lifts a brow, beckoning with his hands, and I have no choice but to walk over and be hugged. "Hi, Dylan." I draw back and try not to gape openly at him. Since when has he turned into a sexy bad boy? "The prodigal daughter returns." He pats my back and pulls away, his eyes sparkling. "How does it feel to be back home?" "She hates it," Tessa says and sticks her tongue out at me. "Actually, being back is perfect," I lie, a momentary twinge of unease in my chest. Because it's perfect, and hard, and sad, and horrible, all of it at once. "Good to see you. How's everything?" "Great. Did you start classes? Haven't seen you on campus." "Only got here yesterday. I'll go on Monday. I need to get permission to enroll in the astronomy class." Dylan nods, grinning. "Astronomy? Hadn't pegged you for a stargazer." "I'm not. Which is why I want it. Something new. Something different." "Hey, I'll leave you two to get reacquainted. Gonna grab a beer." Tessa wanders away, inserting herself into a group of unfamiliar people. I stare at her slender back, left bare by her black halter top and low-slung jeans. She used to wear ripped jeans and dye her hair black back in school, but I guess her oppressive family finally got to her, forcing a more conservative style on her. She hasn't told me much about them lately. No matter, though. Whatever she wears, Tess is beautiful. Right now, she rocks the classy, laid-back style and attitude, and I wish I was like her. Dylan, on the other hand, rocks the somber punk style, with his black skull-themed t-shirt, tight pants, and combat boots. Jesus, talk about a makeover. He was always so clean and proper, a good boy from a good family, the stellar student and athlete. "Decided on a major?" he asks, his eyes fixed on Tessa. "Not yet. I have no clue yet what I want, from my studies, from my life, and sometimes it feels like I'm standing on the edge of a precipice. Seeing Dylan brings back so many memories. Tess is right. Ages ago, back when we went to high school together here in Madison, I had a fangirl crush on him. Then again, who hadn't? It's easy to fall for Dylan with his killer body and that handsome, square-jawed face, the bright blue eyes and big smile. He was a quarterback, and it shows. Half the female population of the school had pined for him, and the other half had tried to get him. Unsuccessfully. Dylan hasn't been involved with anyone since he was 14, and I should know. Tessa wept on my shoulder when he broke up with her. I don't really know why he changed, but hopefully after all these years he's found happiness. Well, I'm not sure if the new style is a sign he's happy, or that he's still searching, come to think of it. Maybe I'll get a chance to talk to him one of these days. Earth to Audrey. Dylan waves his drink in front of my face. Let's get you a drink. What's your poison? Oh, my cheeks warm. Just beer. Not stock okay? I nod. I love the local brew with its faint peppery taste. He grabs a bottle from the cooler, opens it, and passes it to me. Have you seen anyone else you know? I bet you'll see lots of familiar faces from school. I turn the cool bottle in my hands. Any moment now I'll start peeling the yellow label, and I force my hands to still. No, actually, I haven't. I just arrived. The guys are here. In fact, he glances around and hollers. Zane! Rafe! Over here! Oh, God. Automatically, I put a hand over the scar on my cheek and turn away. Heat licks up my neck. Are you okay? Dylan mutters. I nod. I know the scar isn't very visible anymore. All that remains is a fine white line. But I'm suddenly transported back to the days when it was red and horrible, and I hid it from everyone. Someone claps me on the back, and I'm forced to turn around and face them all. Rafe, his dirty blonde hair long to his shoulders, his tawny eyes merry. Silver hoops glint on his ears, and his arms bulge with muscles. And Zane, with his dark, almond-shaped eyes and a faint smirk. He wears his dark hair in a tall green mohawk, the sides shaved, and has 3 silver rings through one eyebrow. Tats swirl down his arms all the way to his wrists, full of colors. He looks like a wicked Yakuza boy. I must be staring at the rings in his eyebrow, because he chuckles and sticks out his tongue where a barbell glints. Like my medal? Whoa. Of course she does, Dylan says and winks. She likes bad boys. That's the truth. What can I say? Yeah, I prefer bad boys. Ever since... Hey, Ash! Someone calls from behind me. Have you seen my car keys? I spin around, searching the sea of faces, my heart pounding and sweat springing on my face. Excitement and dread mingle in an indefinable, dizzying cocktail. Is he here? He might be. After all, as Dylan said, this is my high school class, and Ash was in it. But I didn't think of it, and now... Do you like my place? Zane says, gesturing around. I struggle to gather my thoughts. I tug my sweater lower over my black leggings and shift on my high-heeled boots. This your apartment? Looks great. He grins. Like me. Knock it off, Dylan growls. That's kinda funny. I shoot Dylan a half-annoyed look. What, is he my big brother now? I realize I'm not used to having anyone filling that role anymore. Not that I ever had a brother, but I had Ash, and then I had Dylan. And then I was alone and hiding from the world. Well, the apartment is mine and Erin's. She's out of town today. Zane sips his drink, eyeing me over the rim of his glass. Erin Wilson. I vaguely recall the girl from school. She's a couple of years older than me. Girlfriend? Just a friend. He tips his head to the side. Are you staying at your old house? We sold the house after the accident. Mom said she couldn't stand living there without Dad. Truth is, I'm not sure I could either. I'm renting an apartment. Well, technically, Mom is. Not far from here, in fact. Real close to Tessa's.
"How have you been, Audrey?"
Rafe says, leaning closer. He's always been cat-like, but now he's like a lion, golden and tall, his shoulders broad, stretching his gray t-shirt. Dark ink lines travel from his shoulder down his arm. Zane's work. He's inked his closest friends.
"It's been so long. What is it, 3 years?"
I bite my lip, trying to calm down. 2.5. I left mid-year.
To Chicago, right? The big city. Did you like it?
He grins and his cheeks dimple. Christ, when did all the boys I knew turn into heartthrobs? It was okay. Brilliant conversational skills, Audrey. Well done. I clear my throat. It was tough at first. I didn't know anyone there and Mom worked all the time. Now I sound whiny. Jesus. She had to, of course, and after a while it was fine. Okay, that's a big fat lie. It was never fine, and I ran away as soon as I could, which is now. Mom turned into a workaholic and I've been lonely and kinda lost.
"You vanished,"
Rafe says.
"I looked for you online, but I only found your old Twitter and LiveJournal accounts. Are you hiding under a fake name or something?"
He winks. I shrug. No.
"Well, you look good,"
Zane says, swirling the ice cubes in his whiskey. His dark eyes narrow to slits.
"With the accident, I thought you'd be different."
Silence greets his words, and a flash of panic goes through me. Like what?
"Z-Man, shut your mouth,"
Dylan says. His fists clench and he seems about to pound Zane into the wall. Zane lifts his hands.
"Hey, fucker, cool your engines. I only meant... Hell, I don't know what I meant. You said she was scarred, Dylan. I don't see any scars, that's all. That's a good thing, man."
My breath catches. Dylan is already moving toward Zane, and I insert myself between them. It's okay, Dill. Dylan looks uncertain.
"I'll bust his balls."
Zane gives him the finger, his eyes hooded.
"Fuck you, man. Sorry if my social skills need polishing. I didn't mean anything by it." "It's called being civil," Dylan grounds out. "Maybe nobody cared to teach me how to open doors and pull back chairs for the chicks, but I honestly didn't mean anything," Zane mutters. I said it's okay. I suck in a deep breath. I'm over my initial reaction, brought on by the memories of the town and its people. I can do this. I saw a therapist in Chicago, and I've learned to be in control of myself. I have some scars, but they're old now and don't show much. This, I touch the one on my cheek, turning so Zane can see it, is the only one on my face. He nods stiffly, his gaze flicking away. "I'm sorry, Audrey. Honest." My chest expands again. No problem. Dylan throws an arm over my shoulders and tugs me away from his friends. "Let's leave these idiots and go get some air, huh?" "Hey, what did I do?" Rafe mutters behind us. They're okay, I say, feeling bad for the argument. "Yeah, they're okay," Dylan concedes as he pulls me through the open door at the other end of the room and out into the cool night air. "Hearts of gold. Just acting like morons most of the time." I didn't mind, I say, freeing myself and walking to the rail of the balcony. I can take it. "You shouldn't have to," Dylan says quietly. I just stare out into the night. The sky's clear and the moon bright. You can smell the lake on the air. I like your new look. He's my best friend, along with Tessa.
and I've only seen him a couple of times since we moved to Chicago after the accident.
It's not new. I've had it for more than a year now. You'd have seen it on Facebook if you had a look.
After the accident, I avoided social media, social events, social everything. For a while, I hadn't been sure I was even alive anymore. Dylan nudges me with his elbow.
Didn't mean to upset you.
I'm not upset. I've missed you, I say. A lot.
I thought you'd never come back.
Time to acknowledge the truth. I never wanted to leave.
Even though the place reminds you of your dad?
Because of that, I smile. And because I was happy here. I realized that running away wouldn't make me happy.
I'm glad you're back,
Dylan says.
I hope you'll find here what you need.
Finding what I need means deciding what that is. And I have no clue what I need. Not yet. Meanwhile, I drink my beer and move around, talking to people. Dylan's right. I see familiar faces from my class, and I can scarcely admit it to myself, or Tessa, but I'm having a good time. Alcohol helps me open up, and soon enough I'm laughing and even dancing with Tessa in the living room. I can't remember the last time I had so much fun. For a moment, I forget the past, my mom, the stress of moving here and enrolling in classes. I have a feeling everything will turn out all right. Tessa twists against me, throwing her long blonde ponytail in my face. I shove her off, laughing and flinging my loose red curls at her. "Come on, girl, shake those hips," she shouts over the music, making me wonder just how drunk she is. "It's hip-hop, not salsa." I do shake my body, though, and we bump hips. It's good to have Tessa back in my life. It feels great to know our friendship withstood the time and distance. I can put the past behind me. I'll stop having nightmares. I'll be happy. Hey, it's a new beginning, right? That's when I see him. Asher. At first, I think I'm mistaken. I've gone back to the cooler by the table for another beer, and see a guy leaning by the door, a booted foot propped on the wall, a beer in one hand. Messy black hair, Arctic blue eyes, a dark tattoo winding up the side of his neck. No, it can't be. The guy looks up and his eyes widen. The color drains from his face and his mouth opens as if he's about to speak. Yeah, it's Asher. There's no mistaking him. My breath freezes in my lungs. I can't help staring, my face heating. Like always, I instinctively lean toward him, drawn like a moth to the flame. He seems taller, more muscular, his biceps bulging through his thin t-shirt. But it's the same handsome face, the same beautiful full lips. The lips that gave me my first kiss. He turned my world upside down. I was so in love with him. He was my neighbor, my best friend, my buddy. He also was my partner in chemistry and math, and he was brilliant, kind, funny, hot as hell. Then he kissed me, and ignored me ever after. Granted, he was absent from school a lot by then, for reasons nobody seemed to know. One thing I knew was that he started getting into fights and getting expelled. It was strange and annoying, but worst of all, he stopped talking to me. I'd often catch his cool gaze on me, but he'd turn away as soon as he caught me looking. It broke my young heart. I swore to forget all about him. Weird, though, how every single guy I dated ever since has looked like him. Tats, blue eyes, dark hair, heaps of bad attitude, lots of anger and violence. Damn. I turn around, shoving through the crowd. I'm over him. Definitely and irrevocably. The night his dad got drunk and crashed into our car, killing my dad and scarring me for life. I fight my way through the crowd. My goal is to get away, as far away from Asher as possible. That means leaving the party, and although it sucks because it's still early, and I've already decided to fit in, blend in, make new friends and a new life, there's no way I'm staying with him around. Only Tess is my ride back, and she's nowhere to be seen. Panic tightens my throat. I kept glancing back over my shoulder. No idea why I think Asher might follow me. Why should he? I'm getting out of here, ride or not. I might even walk back. I head toward the exit. Leaving already? Zane is wrapped around a beautiful girl with skin like coffee and cream, and his exotic eyes have that glazed look of the happily inebriated. Yeah. I glance around but still can't see Tessa. But it's early. We're having a good time, Zane whines. Aren't we, Meg? The girl he's hugging pats him on the arm and laughs. Yes, Zane, we are. See? Zane brightens. Come on, don't go. Why's Asher here? The words come out of my mouth before I realize. Crap. Asher? Ash Devlin? God, why am I even talking about this? I need to get going. I'll walk, it's not far. Wait, Audrey. Zane lets go of the pretty girl. Meg, is it? And runs a hand over the shaved side of his head. Look, I didn't expect Ash to be here tonight. Normally he works evenings, but he came over yesterday and he's crashing on the couch for a few days. I didn't think you'd mind. It's been some time since you left town, since the accident, and I thought... It's fine. But it isn't. I should have expected it, I realize in retrospect. He and Zane have been friends from way back. Zane, who started as an apprentice in a tattoo parlor since age 13, inked Asher's tat, and they did everything together, especially since Ash stopped being best buddies with me. He's changed, Zane says quietly. He won't bother you. He doesn't drink or get into fights anymore. He's not a bad guy, Audrey. You have nothing to worry about. Leave it be, okay? God, Zane's seeing right through me, and it hurts. Asher is volatile, unpredictable, and a heartbreaker. I've learned that lesson in high school, and I just want out of here. I can't breathe. Tell Tessa. Tell me what? She comes toward me, a glass in her hand. Audrey? I'm leaving. She opens her mouth, closes it, opens it again. Now? Yes, now. Zane is gesturing and mouthing something to her over my head. Enough. I turn and head toward the door. Audrey, wait. Tessa runs after me, her high heels clacking on the floor, glass still in hand. So what if Ash is here? I stop. How can you ask me that? I didn't know you'd be so upset. Suddenly, all my warm, fuzzy thoughts about our friendship go cold. Nobody seems to understand. It's too much, I say. I need to get out. Okay. Tessa leaves the glass on a table and grabs her purse from the hanger. Come on. Grabbing my arm, she marches me outside. We go down the stairs and head toward her Jeep. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. I nod, trying to focus. I'm driving. You've had too much to drink. Are you sure? Yeah. I'll walk home from your place. It's only a couple of blocks. She sighs and throws me the car keys. Okay, just don't tell my parents I let you drive, or that I got drunk, okay? We walk to the Jeep in silence, shivering in the cool evening breeze. I unlock the car and we quickly slip inside. I start the engine. Must be hard, Tessa says, not looking at me, rubbing her hands over her legs. This mess? It is. For both of you, she deadpans. Whatever. I don't know what she's talking about, and quite frankly, I'm not in the mood to try and find out.
Chapter 2. Asher. Audrey is here. Right here. In front of me. More gorgeous than ever. Curvier. Her red hair loose, her green eyes bright. Seeing her is a punch to my gut, like every single time, an ache sharper than that of any physical wound. But there's pain in her gaze, and fear, and anger. She's changed in many subtle ways, like the scar on her cheek. I notice because I expect it, and it only makes her more beautiful in my eyes. Truth be told, I expected more damage. In my nightmares, she's bloody and crippled, blaming me for her pain. She has every right. My dad destroyed her family and her life, and then she was gone, leaving me to dread the moment I saw her again as much as I longed for it. How ironic that she's here now and I'm frozen to the spot, unable to move or speak. Her pale lashes lower for a second, and I shift, breaking through my self-hate, finally freed from her angry stare. I have to say something. Anything. But what can I tell her? Sorry my dad did this? Sorry he's still alive, making so many lives miserable while yours is dead? Sorry he drinks because he hates me because he says I'm a fuck-up? Sorry I screwed up with you even though you're the only one I ever wanted? Before I've even spoken her name, she flees through the crowd as if she can't put distance between us fast enough. Of course. What the hell did I expect? She doesn't want to talk to me or look at me. I've known for a long time I don't deserve to be her friend, much less anything more. Dad made sure of that. With every stinging lash of his belt on my back, he told me I don't deserve her, or anyone else for that matter. That if he saw me with her, he'd tell her what a loser I was. The thought of him anywhere near her is terrifying. And after the accident, I knew I'd never get a chance to explain anyway. But now she's back. Shit, I need air. I push off the wall, the still fresh welts and bruises in my back smarting. The balcony door beckons and I shove my way out. The nights are still relatively warm. I stand at the rail looking out into the dark, fighting the crushing weight on my chest. Anger, disappointment, bitter disillusionment. I shouldn't feel this way. Seeing Audrey fucked with my head reminded me of everything that's wrong with my life, everything I'm trying to escape from. And that pisses me off even more. Because I came here to Zane's place to catch my breath, gather my wits until Dad sobers up again. I'm safe here, away from home for a few days. Damn it. I'll find a way to fix my life. I've been telling myself that for years, though, and I still haven't made it out. On days like this, the dream seems as distant as the fucking stars. Ash. A guy steps out to stand beside me. Dylan. My least favorite of the inked Brotherhood. Zane insisted on including him, so I know he also sports a dragon tat on his arm and a dark stain on his past. I never bothered to find out what it is, since he seems to carry a chip on his shoulder bigger than the state of Wisconsin. We used to be best friends, once upon a time. But not anymore. Not since I kissed Audrey back in high school, and then did my best to keep away from her. Warm night, he says, his jaw clenched. I nod and take a fortifying sip from my lukewarm beer. Dylan rarely talks to me, and never alone. This can't be a good sign. What's up? You talked to Audrey? I shake my head, not in the mood. But Dylan obviously is. She just came back after all this time. I can hardly believe it. I frown. He makes it sound as if... She moved back here? Yeah. She's starting school this semester. A jab? I wouldn't put it past Dylan. I never even finished high school. I wince both for that and the fact Audrey will be in the same town as me once more. Good for her. Yes, it is. If Dylan's trying to make a point, I'm totally missing it. I turn my back to him and take a long draught of my beer, trying not to think, not to imagine. How my life would be if the circumstances were different. How I could be attending college with Audrey, going to parties with her, sharing courses. Not kissing her or hugging her, though that's the best memory I have, the one burning in my brain, the one getting me through the really tough times. Her kiss, her smell, her arms around me. She's the only girl who can make me hard just by looking at me. Damn. I can never have her that way, but that's okay. I'd settle for being her friend, a person she can look at without flinching, without turning around and leaving. Even that seems impossible. Dylan steps closer to me, right into my personal space. He's a big guy, wider than me in the shoulders, though I'm taller. He's intense, but he's always been a quiet, calm kind of person. So when he grabs the front of my t-shirt, I'm so startled I let my bottle fall. It crashes to the floor. Stay away from her, he says. Do you hear me? Steer as far away from her as you can. You're not good for her, Ash. My t-shirt is still bunched up in his fist, and I'm too shocked to speak. I pull away and the cotton fabric tightens around my damaged back and bruised ribs, making me hiss in pain. Damn it. I'm safe here. Safe. I repeat the word to myself and try to calm the hell down. Dylan is staring at me, his eyes fierce. He means what he said. He really believes I'd hurt Audrey. I didn't talk to her. I manage my jaw tight. Take your hands off me, fucker. And when he does, it's all I can do not to punch him. I was caught by surprise, but I'm stronger than him, trained in ways he can't even begin to guess. I've been fighting all my life. Violent, my school record says. Angry. A kid with issues. Yeah, that's me. Nobody ever asked why. Not that I'd tell them. Maybe I should just grab my bag and go. But where? Going back right now might kill me, and staying is killing my pride. Yet here I am, trapped in Zane's apartment, trapped in my shitty life, with no damn way out. Someone is shaking me. I roll over, burying my face in the crook of my arm. I don't want to wake up. I'm dreaming, and it's a good dream. My mom is smiling at me. She looks like she did before she got sick, back when I was a kid. Her hair is long and curling, dark like mine. Do what you do best, she says, still smiling. Do your best. You're the best. And her face somehow morphs into Audrey's, smaller and freckled, with those huge green eyes that burn all the way to my soul. Her words make my chest tight, so tight I think my fucking heart might burst. Ash, wake up. Another shake and the dream shatters. Sunlight hits my eyes like a laser beam, forcing me to squint. I'm not hungover, but I feel like it. I only had one beer at the party because I never let myself get drunk. But my back aches so badly I wish I was left to mope in bed all day. Zane has other ideas, though. Come on, fucker. Get your ass out of bed. Sofa, I mutter, uncurling carefully. Not even Zane knows how bad the bruising is, how deep the welts. Off the sofa. Technicalities. Zane waves a hand back and forth. Up. I sit up, keeping a groan between my teeth. Painkillers. I need to get some more. I'm up. A glance at the ugly golden clock Zane must have filched from someone's grandma. It's barely 7 in the morning, and I've slept 4 hours max. What's the hurry? Are you throwing me out? Zane blinks, then rubs a hand over his mouth. What are you talking about, Ash? Forget it. I swing my legs off the sofa and debate waiting for Zane to go away so I can get up like a 100-year-old, groaning and moaning. or suck it up and grit my teeth, hiding the pain. He saves me from making the decision by sitting down next to me. Why the fuck would you say something like that? Have I ever thrown you out? Damn, now I feel like a bastard. No, sorry. He doesn't deserve that. Without Zane, I don't even want to think where I'd be now. He's been my anchor all these years. He's made me part of his group, marked me as his brother with the dragon tattoo on my shoulder, like the one on his chest and the ones he inked on Rafe and Dylan. Did someone get in your face last night? Because of Audrey? I don't want to tell him, but if I don't, he'll really think I'm an ungrateful bastard despite all his help. Dylan. He warned me to stay away from her. Well, that's doable, right? Zane reaches out to clap me on the shoulder, and I twist away, lifting my hand before that can happen. Yes, it's doable, I say, swallowing bitterness. So why did you feel the urge to wake me up so early if you're not throwing me out? I'm driving to my sister's today. I told you, right? It's a long drive, so I'm getting an early start. Make yourself at home, use anything you need. There's food in the fridge. I nod. Great. Thanks, Z-Man. No problem. He mock punches me in the shoulder, and this time I let him, so he won't suspect how much my body hurts right now. Then I yawn and stretch my arms over my head, not returning the gesture. I never do. I don't hit people for fun. I avoid violence of any form, trying to distance myself from everything my dad is. Violence can't control me. I am the one in control. Pain radiates up my back, and I stop mid-stretch. Damn. Bad idea. Zane frowns. You okay? You know you can talk to me, right? About anything? And what good can it do? He has his own problems, just like everyone around me. His sister, not a biological sister, since Zane doesn't know his real parents, but another member of his adopted family, has been sick and he's worried. And that's just one of his worries. Besides, I'm not a pussy. I can handle my own issues. I've done it before. I can do it again. Remember, Aaron's coming back on Monday. The surly girl he shares his apartment with. Sure. Today's Saturday, still have 2 days to recover. Just warning you so she won't catch you dancing naked in the living room. I laugh. As if. Relax, man. You worry like an old woman. I make light of it even though it's no secret Aaron dislikes me. Somebody's got to worry about you, fucker, Zane says quietly. Might as well be me. I swallow hard as I flip him off. Might as well be him because there isn't anyone else who gives a damn, is there? Have fun with your sis. He leaves the room and I watch him go, absently rubbing an old scar on my upper arm. Zane would never throw me out, but I can't stay and cause him trouble. It's about time I left and returned to hell. Despite my bold resolution, I stay until Monday. I borrow Zane's laptop. He gave me the green light some time ago, and I surf the net, looking for a job. My options are limited without a high school diploma. Waiting on tables, cleaning offices, the usual. I've done it plenty of times before. In fact, I've just lost one such job because I had to lie low and lick my wounds for a few days. I didn't come directly to Zane's, but after 2 days on the streets, I called him, and he immediately invited me over. Zane has saved my ass too many times to count. I've been on the streets before running away. Is that what I do best? Run? The dream returns to torture me. I rub my chest and call the numbers in the ads. Turns out the positions have already been filled. No big deal. At least that's what I tell myself. I'll try again tomorrow, and the day after, again and again until I find something. Another thing I'm good at, not giving up, no matter how lost the cause seems. Except for Audrey. I gave up on her, and now it's too late to get her back. Damn it. Erin is a diminutive brunette, a pixie with large dark eyes and many silver hoops on her ears. My older brother Tyler used to hang out with her before he left never to return. Back then I thought she liked me, or at least didn't mind me. These days, though, hatred for me emanates from every pore of her being. Maybe it's because she's friends with Audrey and Dylan. Dylan certainly isn't carrying a fucking banner for me. Well, it's that, or she's fed up with me hogging the sofa so often. I can understand that. I'm pretty much fed up with myself most of the time. For not fighting enough. For fighting too hard. For running away. For staying and taking it. For not seeing the way out. When she arrives and finds me in the apartment, she lifts her chin and frowns. "Hey, Ash," she says in her most bored voice as she lugs her duffel bag to her room. "Didn't know you'd still be here." "Right. I won't be after today. I'm leaving in about an hour, in fact." A light flickers in her dark eyes. She's pleased, is that it? That makes me angry, but what right do I have to be? It's her apartment. She pays for it. I'm a squatter, and she hasn't agreed to an impromptu sofa hugger. All of a sudden, feeling tired, I gather my few things. My change of clothes, my toothbrush and toothpaste, my socks, and stuff them in my beaten rucksack. I have to go back home. I don't have money to rent a place. My temporary gigs don't pay much, and all I earn goes into Dad's pockets for his drinking debts. I have to stick it out, get my shit together, find a better job. Maybe Zane can help me. I should talk to him. Open up, tell him the whole story, the whole problem, not just the bits and pieces he's gathered. Maybe he's got better ideas than I can come up with. But I'm not sure I want to open up, or that I can move out of Dad's house. Who will take care of him when he passes out drinking? He's the only family I have left. He's still my dad when he's sober. Meanwhile, I take my leave from Zane's apartment. I am, once more, on my own.
Chapter 3. Audrey. Time passes fast when you're busy, so I make sure I have no free time. Apart from the obligatory core courses, I've selected extra art and modern dance. My schedule complete, I throw myself into student life. It's terrifying and fun at the same time. So much to learn and so many new people to meet. In English class, I make a new friend, a girl named Dakota. She's wild, a cool punk girl, the lead singer of a band, and a tattoo addict. Her upper back is covered in beautiful ink, a butterfly of death with a central skull, and she rocks colorful armbands. Yeah, I have a weakness for tats, even though I sport none. Plus, she keeps stealing my chocolate. A girl after my own heart. We often go for coffee after English class to gossip about our hot, young professor. He isn't my style, too clean and proper, but I go along for the laughs. Living on my own is another huge challenge. I have a small apartment all to myself, 1 bedroom and a living room with a kitchenette. But its best feature is a bay window facing toward Lake Monona. The lake's too far to see, but the moist breeze comes in the mornings, and it feels good on my face as I prepare for classes. I've set up my study there, my piles of books and papers and my laptop. That's also where I sit talking to my mom on the phone in the evenings, telling her about my new life, and listening while she rambles on about her friends and her gym classes. Mom worked her ass off after Dad died, partly because it was necessary, and partly to fill the void Dad's death had left. That meant I rarely got to see her, and my only solution was to follow her example. I threw myself into studying and also drawing. Not that I'm a particularly good artist, but it helped me get out my sadness and frustration and fear. The therapist suggested it, and I took to it with relief. Funny how often I end up drawing a boy with tousled dark hair and icy eyes, a tattoo crawling up his neck like a snake. I shred those drawings as soon as they are done, and ball up the paper in shaky hands. I'm not supposed to still want Ash, the one who kissed me and then ignored me for so long, who broke my heart long before the accident. My subconscious is playing dirty games, and I don't like it one bit. We were best friends once. We were neighbors, practically next door, only one house separating us. Asher's family moved in when I was 9. While I rarely saw Ash's big brother Tyler, for the next 5 years, Ash and I were inseparable. Ash stayed at my house more often than he did in his. We played and talked and shared secrets. At least, I did. Ash was always quiet. He listened a lot and smiled. He did tell me of his dreams for the future, whereas mine were wild, typical childhood dreams of becoming a famous singer and actress. His were modest, very grown up. He wanted to be a gymnast. He was good at sports, especially running. I used to like that. Until he ran away from me. Tessa comes to pick me up after classes a couple of weeks later. She waves from behind the wheel of her Jeep Cherokee and grins as I open the door and climb in beside her. "What's up, girl?" She high-fives me and hums a tune under her breath. "Why so hyper today?" "I met a real nice guy in math class." She pulls off the curb and executes a U-turn. I assume we're going to her favorite cafe, Indie Coffee, the place to get the best waffles in town. "He's so cute. He asked for my number." I don't know what's up with me today, but I blurt the first thing that comes to my mind. "And what about Dylan?" Her smile falls. "What about him?" It's as if nothing has changed since we were in high school. Tessa making out with every cute boy available to avoid facing the truth. "Tess, you've been in love with Dylan since you were 12. Yeah, my mouth is still on autopilot. I vow to keep it shut for the rest of the evening. "You're in a mood today." She makes a face at me. "I thought we agreed that Dylan and me, not gonna happen again, and—" "Oh, shit." "What?" "Forgot. We can't go to Indie Coffee. I told Zane and Dylan we'd meet them at the Sunroom Cafe." I frown. I was looking forward to having a quiet coffee with Tess, and although I like Zane, he reminds me too much of Ash, of seeing him at the party a few weeks ago. "So this boy," Tessa says, driving like a madwoman, as always. "His name's Andrew, and he's hot. Burn your sheets hot. And blonde, blue-eyed, and used to be a quarterback?" I wink at her. She scowls. "Audrey." It's funny. Her boyfriends, or rather her crushes, since she never seems to settle down with a boy for more than a few days, always look like Dylan. Then again, I can't talk. All of mine look like Ash. So yeah, in fact, it's not funny at all. "Hey, did you hear a word I said?" Tessa throws me a sidelong look full of suspicion. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing," I lie. "Do you mind meeting Zane?" "No, of course not. And I need my caffeine shot. I plan on working late on a French language project tonight." "He's a nice guy." "Yeah, he is. A loyal friend. And quite the looker." It's my turn to eye her suspiciously. "You're not trying to set me up with Zane, are you?" "He's a bad boy. He's just your type." "Hey, lots of guys are my type. It doesn't mean I'll date them all." "You've been single for ages. You need to get laid." "Oh, come on. I only broke up with Mitch a few months ago." "That ass? You should never have gone out with him in the first place." What can I say? She's right. The problem with dating bad boys is that they often are very bad. Mitch fit the bill. Handsome, full of tats and piercings, and unfaithful, crass, and violent. Did I mention unfaithful? Because that really hurt. "I don't need a boyfriend right now, thank you," I say, trying to hold on to my dignity. I have a lot on my hands with the move and classes. I need time to get my feet under me. Besides, Zane has a girl. I saw them together at his party. That wasn't his girl. It was Meg, just a chick he hangs out with. I shake my head and we drive in silence to the cafe. It isn't the first time Tessa tries to play matchmaker, but seriously, Zane? He isn't exactly like a brother to me. We aren't that close, but he's like a cousin of sorts. I don't even want to think about kissing him. Gross. And I doubt he wants me to either. The cafe is right on the edge of the campus. An icy drizzle has started. We jump out of the Jeep and run inside. The boys have chosen a table by the window. Zane's tall mohawk is visible from afar, and Dylan's purple bangs seem to glow. They have tall latte cups sitting in front of them, and they must be deep in a discussion, because when we settle down, they both look up as if surprised to see us.
I still can't get used to seeing you around, Audrey, Dylan says, grinning, and I find myself staring at the silver ring in his lip again.
Still can't get used to it either, I admit. It's like traveling back in time. Tessa sends me a concerned look. Traveling back in time equals remembering the accident, so I can't blame her for being worried. So, what's so special about this cafe? I ask to change the topic. Why here?
Zane's actually here for the waitress, Dylan mutters.
He nods at the other side of the cafe where a pretty dark-haired girl is taking orders. I recognize her from his party. Meg, right? I watch her saunter to the back of the cafe and disappear behind the bar. So much about her being just a chick Zane hangs out with. Tessa groans, surely because her matchmaking plans have been foiled by cruel fate. Zane's gaze follows Meg and he grins.
Actually, we're here for the lattes. Best in town. I recommend them.
Sounds good. With Meg gone, I look around for another waiter. I'll have one. Oh no. I can't be seeing clearly. That can't be. Audrey? Tessa waves a hand in front of my face. Talking of cruel fate. I blink, but I still see him. What's he doing here? Zane twists to see.
Ash? He works here too. Meg got him the job.
Dylan frowns.
Z-Man.
Looks like I'm not the only one who hasn't been told. He turns to me.
Audrey, I didn't know he works here. We can go if you like.
The hell you will, Zane mutters.
This is ridiculous.
I close my eyes for a second, trying to regain my composure. Then all conversation ceases as Ash approaches us, electronic notepad in hand, and I know the moment he spots me, because his eyes go wide. He looks good, even better than the last time I saw him. His messy hair is cut shorter, and it makes his pale blue eyes look bigger. He looks cute. Hot. The realization makes my chest tight, with panic, anger, and a strange longing that's there every time I lay eyes on him.
Hey, guys.
His voice, always a little raspy, sends a shiver over me. I haven't heard it in so long.
What can I get you?
I heard your lattes are good, Tessa says brightly. Audrey? I nod, robbed of speech. Maybe that's for the best. I don't know what might come out of my mouth.
Lattes it is.
He jots the order on the device, and the way he worries his lower lip between his teeth is distracting. Then he looks up, straight at me, and the heat in those cool eyes nails me. God. I'm still until he turns around and leaves. I watch him go, a breath caught in my throat. Christ, Audrey, Tessa huffs. I swear you were murdering him with your eyes. What are you talking about? I protest. I wasn't. Zane rubs a hand over his face.
In his shoes, I'd have run out of here and wouldn't stop until I reached Canada.
Really? I bet it's Dylan's expression that sent him running. Dylan's still scowling in the direction Ash went. You fuckers. Zane shakes his head. You don't get it. Nothing to get, Dylan says. Ash and Audrey in the same room? Not a good idea. She doesn't like it, man. Get over it. Meg brings our lattes, and I don't see Ash again the whole time we're there. Did I really look so pissed off? I didn't know my face has that power, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Because all I could think of when he looked at me was how soft his mouth looks, and how I want to kiss him again. You know, Audrey, I don't understand, Tessa says as she drives me back home later. Don't understand what, exactly? Why you're so pissed at Asher? Are you serious? Yeah, explain it to me. Ash is a good guy. His dad, I know who his dad is. We're talking about Ash, not his dad. I'm not mad at you for confusing the two, but hey, one is old and a drunkard, the other is a hot young stud. I bury my face in my hands. My heart pounds. Why don't you leave it be, Tess? Because. She parks in front of my building and sighs. I know the accident left its marks on you, but I don't believe for 1 second you're blaming Ash for something his dad did. It's an excuse for you to keep your distance, I get that. But maybe it's time you stopped looking for excuses not to talk to him. The thing is, Aud, I keep teasing you about Dylan and Zane, but I know Asher is the one you want. What? I put my hands down. That's bullshit. Be honest with yourself. I've known you since you were little, and you've been in love with Ash from the start. No, I haven't. There you go, denying it again. Because it isn't true. Is it? Ash isn't anything like his father, Tessa says. At all. And how would you know? Tessa shrugs. I've been here. Met him many times over the years. Dylan didn't seem so pleased to see him. Dylan can be an idiot sometimes. Tessa sighs again. He and Asher drifted apart over the years. Dylan always blamed Asher for turning so cold with you in high school. I blame Asher for that too. Maybe he's changed. Zane says he has. He vouches for Ash. Give him a chance. I so don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm going up. Good night, Tess. Audrey. I pause with my car door open. What? That boy is hot. And he wants you. No, he doesn't. He never has. And that's that as far as I'm concerned. I'm not falling into that trap again. Fall rolls into winter seamlessly, the sky growing darker, the nights longer. Thanksgiving break comes and everyone drives home to their families. My mom's busy working on one project or another, as usual. We never celebrated much after the accident. It's as if happiness left with my dad, and all that's left is work and emptiness. Everything comes and goes. Joy, love, life, in an endless tide, leaving dead things behind. I can't let myself get caught in the wave again. So I throw myself into my studies, avoiding parties and cafes a certain someone might frequent. Dylan calls quite a few times, and Tessa tries all her tricks to bring me out of my shell, as she puts it, including inviting me to a chocolate fondue evening at her favorite cafe. What can I say? I'm a sucker for chocolate in all forms. Chocolate and bad boys. But I love my shell, my cozy little world where I can forget the past and dream of a future without haunting memories and the pain they bring. I'm happy in my own way, a bit bored and lonely sometimes, but safe. It's not exactly what I hoped for when I came back to Madison. I wanted to meet new people and have fun. But the trade-off, boredom for a measure of calm, seems a fair one. So, okay, maybe my reaction is a bit extreme. Hiding from everyone, cowering. The thing is, I don't really hate Ash. He makes me feel too many conflicting things I'm not yet prepared to face. It never crosses my mind that I'll be wrenched out of my shell so violently. Today, it's Monday, and I should know on Mondays Murphy's Law is in full force. But I'm not thinking about that. I'm walking to the bus stop after a late biology class. I don't like walking alone through this part of the campus. It's dark and deserted, but I've successfully managed to push my old friends away with my voluntary solitary confinement, and my mind is on an essay I have to turn in tomorrow. I just need to catch the bus, get home, and bury myself in the paper I'm writing, curled up on my sofa with a hot cup of cocoa. I'll also call my mom. That's what my social life has been reduced to. God, that's so lame. I should apologize to Tessa for disappearing and ask her to go out for drinks on Saturday. I need to get my head straight, and running can't always protect me. I've been facing my memories for years now. Facing Ash shouldn't be this hard. The frigid wind whistles in my ears. I resettle the strap of my bag over my shoulder, rub my hands up and down my arms, and wish I'd worn a thicker sweater under my coat and gloves. I hear a sound over the wind and turn. 2 guys are walking toward me. The few lampposts along the path don't let me see them clearly. They wear hoodies and their faces are in shadow. Walking faster, the wind whipping my long hair across my face, I hurry toward the bus stop. I refuse to listen to the little panicky voice in my head telling me I'm alone out here with not even pepper spray or anyone in sight. The footsteps behind me turn quicker, and then even quicker. Crap. Lights beckon to my right, a cafe. I turn and bolt that way. It isn't far. I can make it. Only problem is, I'm not prepared for running. Not in the dark, and even less in high heels. A dip in the concrete is enough to bring me down. I fall like a stone. Throwing my hands forward, I manage to avoid face planting, but my palms and then my elbows take the brunt of the impact. Pain shoots up to my arm sockets. I lie there on my stomach, in a daze, propped on my stinging elbows, staring at the ground an inch from my nose. Fire spikes up from my ankle, the pain so sharp it brings tears to my eyes. Oh God, I must have sprained it. Fear rolls in a great dark wave. I twist my head, trying to see if the 2 guys have followed me, and I see them closing the distance. I push off the ground with a wince, but by then they're on top of me. A huge hand grabs my arm and lifts me to my feet. "What have we here?" a male voice says. He bends me awkwardly backward until I teeter on my heels. The pain in my ankle is excruciating. I keep the moan between my teeth as the other guy gets into my face and grins. His nose has been broken before. It's crooked, his eyes flat and dangerous. I open my mouth to scream for help, and he slaps a hand over it. It tastes vile. The other one paws me, his harsh breathing echoing. There's a buzzing in my ears. This can't be happening. You always think bad things happen to other people, but I should know better. If anything, the accident that took my father taught me that. And yet here I am. The hand over my mouth makes breathing hard. Passing out is in the cards, but the pain in my ankle keeps me alert. More alert than I want. The guy in front of me is unbuttoning my coat, his eyes glinting in the distant lights of the cafe. And then suddenly the hand leaves my mouth, and the guy behind me releases me. I wobble. My ankle refuses to carry my weight, sending me sprawling back down. I lie on my side, stunned for a second time, seeing what's happening in front of me but not comprehending. A third guy has arrived on the scene, and he's taken on the other two. The fight is short, though it seems as if ages pass. He pushes one of them away, kicks the feet out of the other, and punches him in the face. Then he stands and twists around when the second guy comes at him and sends him flying with a mean right hook to the jaw. Finally, he turns toward me, and I recognize his pale eyes, his wild, dark hair. The guy who saved me is no other than Asher Devlin.
"Let me help you," he says.
"You've done quite enough already," I snap, clutching my bag, well aware that isn't the way to talk to the guy who's saved me from a terrible fate this evening. Maybe it's the shock. "I can manage from here on. What were you doing out here anyway?" His jaw clenches and his beautiful eyes cloud over.
"I work at the Sunroom Cafe, remember?"
He gestures at the lights of the cafe I saw earlier.
"I just got out of work. I was heading home."
I limped down the path, trying in vain to avoid looking at him. "Go on then. I swear I'll be fine."
"Damn it, let me help you."
The frustration in his voice makes me stop.
"You've twisted your ankle and you're shaking, and we're heading in the same direction. I'm taking the bus too."
"You can't help me." It comes out bitter and much more loaded than I intend. He pales. I can see it even in the dim light.
Odds.
God, I'm being horrible, ungrateful, unforgiving. I'm a grown-up, not a little girl anymore. Sorry. God, I'm so sorry. Thank you for punching those guys out.
"I wish there was another way, but when I saw the way they held you..."
He shrugs.
"Couldn't help myself."
You seemed to know what you were doing." He shifts from foot to foot and runs his fingers through his hair. It's grown into dark, wild waves.
"My dad taught me."
I shiver. His dad. Of course. So much I don't know about Ash. I haven't cared beyond the fact his dad walked away from the accident with barely a scratch, free to live his life, while my dad died, and I was in the hospital for a long time. Had to have surgery for internal bleeding. I took quite a pummeling in the car as...
"You okay?"
Ash steps closer, lifting a hand to my face.
"Did they hurt you?"
I'm immobilized by the gesture, breathless. When his fingertips touch my cheek, warm and rough, I can't help but move toward him. And then the pain hits, my ankle gives out, and I'm falling, right into his arms. He catches me, swearing softly under his breath, and lifts me, gripping me under my knees and back, swinging me up. Whoa. He holds me to his chest, against the steady beat of his heart, the solid muscles of his arms tight around me. It feels so good, so safe and warm. God, he's so strong, and I can't believe how much that affects me. I want to fight the attraction, the need, wrap myself in my anger, demand an explanation for the cold shoulder he gave me back then. Keep away from him. But our faces are close, closer than they've been ever since that kiss lifetimes ago. I want him to catch me, I realize. Have wanted it since then. His gaze is intense. His breath feathers on my lips, smelling of mint. Before I know it, I have my hand on the back of his head, my fingers buried in the silky hair there. I tug lightly and he groans, clutching me harder, bending his head closer to mine. He wants to kiss me, I'm sure of it, and I'm dying for a taste of his lips. My mind is blank, no sound but the desire thrumming in my veins. I want him. I've fought it for so long, and now, with his citrusy scent around me, his arms, his gaze, I stopped denying it. Tess was right. It was him all along. But he doesn't kiss me. Instead, he turns his face away and whispers, "I'll take you home."
Chapter 4. Asher. I can't believe I'm holding Audrey in my arms. When I saw her being manhandled by those guys, fury consumed me like a white-hot flame. My heart is still racing. I want to run after those fuckers and punch them until my arm is sore. But holding Audrey close, making sure she's okay, is more important. I want to keep her safe forever. Then we reach the bus stop and she wiggles out of my arms. The dream shatters. Just as well. Stupid, impossible dream anyway. But I'm still floating on a damn cloud when the bus arrives. She let me carry her. Her body soft and warm against me. And the look on her face wasn't one of hatred and contempt. Those freckles on her nose that always drive me crazy. The pulse in her throat. The way she felt against me, her face so close to mine. I want her to the point of pain, but it's worth it. I can't help how happy I feel. It's been a good couple of weeks. I have a steady job. I'm taking evening classes to get my GED. And Dad's been trying to lay off the booze. He's kind to me when he's sober. More like the man he used to be. All in all, life's good right now, and I don't want to jinx it. Christmas is right around the corner, and it might be a good one for a change. Since Mom got sick and big bro Tyler ditched the family, then Mom passed away and left me alone to deal with Dad's violent moods, I learned to get any moment of peace I can and be grateful. I help Audrey into the bus, my arm around her slim waist, and inhale the apple scent of her wavy red hair. I'm getting so damn turned on just from touching her and being around her. Well, I'll be the one having trouble walking soon. We sit side by side, our thighs pressed together. She holds her bag in her lap and stares outside at the shifting lights of the streets we pass. I take the opportunity to study her pixie nose, her small mouth, the fine arc of her brows, and the swell of her breasts. She hasn't buttoned up her coat since the attack at the campus, and the thought of those guys touching her makes me see red again. I clench my fists against my legs, feeling a sting for the first time. The knuckles of my right hand are busted and bleeding. I must have hit the guy's teeth when I punched him. I've nothing to wrap my hand with, so I just go back to studying her, to take my mind off it. I find her gaze locked on my hand, wide and horrified. "You're hurt." I want to laugh at that, because to me that's nothing compared to what hurt really means. But I don't. She knows what pain feels like. I know she was badly hurt in the accident, that her clothes hide scars I've never seen. Scars I want to see and map with my hands and my mouth. Oh shit. I put both my hands, bleeding or not, over my crotch, hoping to hide evidence of the direction in which my thoughts are wandering. She doesn't seem to notice. She reaches out and takes my hand, lifting it. That's a deep cut. I'm okay, but I don't pull my hand away. It's nothing. She appears about to say something more, but then she glances outside and presses the button for her stop. I get up and help her hobble to the exit. "Come up," she says. "I'll bandage that cut for you." I open my mouth and close it. She's asking me up, to her apartment. I want to pinch myself. I must be dreaming. All right. All right. The two little words are too small for such an event. One I wouldn't have foreseen in 1,000 years, but I'll take it. God damn, I'll take it. She's finally talking to me. And maybe I'll have a chance to explain, to apologize, if only I can find the right words. She leans on me as we make our slow way to her building, and gasps but says nothing when I lift her to my chest once more and climb up the stairs. I love her weight in my arms, the way she curls her hand behind my neck. It's taking everything I have not to kiss her. She's letting me touch her, hold her, but all I can hope for right now is her friendship. She's already let me much closer than I ever hoped. I put her down so she can unlock her door and help her inside. She turns on a light and it floods her living room. Cozy. Soft colors. Not the pink flowery affair I expected. Audrey's is done in brown and gray, and her carpet is a lush red. I feel at ease here. Some drawings are spread over the dining table, but I barely glance at them as I lead her to the beige couch. She sinks down with a sigh of relief. I kneel at her feet and take off her boot to check her ankle. She makes a small noise that has me glancing up, afraid I've overstepped some boundary, but she says nothing. Her green eyes are unreadable. I clench my jaw and focus on the task at hand. Her ankle is a bit swollen, but not too bad. I have to ice it down. I'll be right back, I say, and hurry to her kitchenette. I get a bag of frozen peas from her freezer and wrap it up in a towel. When I return to the room, I find her studying her ankle, a crease between her brows. I see her every curve outlined under her sweater and pants, her pursed mouth, and desire hits me full force. I freeze, all my blood rushing south so fast I get lightheaded. Ash? Her voice breaks through the trance, and I make myself walk back to the couch. I go back down on my knees, where I want to be with her, and damn, that's a line of thinking I should stop right now, and lift her foot onto the couch, then place the wrapped bag on top of her ankle. Keep it there, I say, aware my voice is hoarse, as if I've smoked a pack of cigarettes. It should take down the swelling. It doesn't look like a bad sprain. She reaches for my hand again, and fuck. I've smeared blood on my clothes. Her clothes. Her towel and her couch. Shit, I'm sorry, I mutter. I'll go wash it. No, wait. She looks at my hand, her brows knitting. I'm starting to dig her focused expression. It's cute. There's a first aid kit under my sink in the bathroom. Would you get it? She's really going to patch me up? I get to my feet and go to find the kit before she changes her mind and realizes who she's been talking to. A good-for-nothing. A school dropout. Her father's killer's son. I get the kit, and when I return, she motions for me to sit beside her. I obey, a bit dazed, and she takes my hand again, examining my knuckles. I can't feel any pain. All I can feel is her small hand, the weight of her concerned gaze, her attention turned on me. Someone should take care of you, Zane had said, his words flashing in my mind and making my throat tight. She puts my hand down on her leg, and I stare at it, entranced. My hand. On her body. I have to be in shock, because I barely feel the antiseptic she dabs on the wound, cleaning it, and the gauze she uses to wipe the blood. She uses the small, colorful Band-Aids on the cut, red and yellow and blue. Her touch is gentle, but I can feel it all the way to my toes. Something is about to break inside my chest. I'm sure of it. It hurts. I hope I'm not having a heart attack. I'm too young. Then again, I'm too young to be my father's caretaker and punching bag, and that hasn't stopped it from happening. Her fingertips brush the top of my hand, where two faint scars crisscross. Her brows draw together, and I know she's about to ask me about them. Odds, I bend forward, trying desperately to think of something else to talk about, to somehow distract her, and she looks up, her green eyes clear. My mind goes blank. All I can see, all that registers, are her lips, her smooth cheeks, the elegant curve of her throat leading down to the swell of her breasts. My mouth goes dry, and my pulse pounds in my temples. I bend down, and our lips brush, an electric touch that zings through my body, like a lightning bolt to my balls. Unable to stop myself, unable to think why I should, I put my hands on her face and lean in. A sound breaks through my hazy senses. Audrey pulls back and I blink, dizzy. The doorbell. "You expecting someone?" I ask, breathless. Her cheeks are flushed, her eyes wide. It's only then I realized she has her hand on my chest, pressing me back. "No. Can you check who it is?" "Sure." I get up, telling my body to calm the hell down. I try to gauge Audrey's expression, but can't. Jesus, what the hell was I thinking? I wasn't. Or rather, I was thinking with my dick. Fuck, I want her so much it scares me. Since our first kiss those years back, I'm losing control. What if she doesn't tell me I should stop? What if I end up hurting her? Running my hands through my hair, I go to get the door. Through the peephole, I see Tessa. I unlock and open. She gapes at me. "You?" I rub the back of my neck. Yeah, Audrey is in. "Can I—" She waves a hand back and forth. "Is she—" I try to follow her line of thinking. She sprained her ankle. I put an ice pack on it. "Oh my God!" Tessa pushes past me and rushes inside. Don't let me stop you, I think, and shake my head, closing the door and following her inside. I hang back, though, because Tessa sits by Audrey's side and is whispering something to her, their foreheads almost touching. Maybe it's time to make myself scarce. I don't want to go, but life is like that, full of things you don't want. I turn to go and hear Tessa say, "But you hate the guy." Right. Of course. I wait for a moment, though, hoping Audrey will deny it. When she doesn't reply, I go ahead and let myself out. I wait for the bus in the cold night. I keep shoving my hands in my pockets, forgetting about the Band-Aids, so by the time the damn bus arrives, I've pulled half of them off. I can't find it in me to care. She hates me. For a while I thought she didn't anymore, but Tessa would know. She's Audrey's best friend, and Audrey told her. I don't want to think about it. One foot in front of the other. My mind is blank. I board the bus and sit at the window, my brow pressed to the cold glass. What did you expect? I ask myself over and over again as we roll through the sleeping town. Why are you surprised? I'm not. Not really. I'm hollow. I feel nothing. It's one thing avoiding her and feeding the hope in my heart, and quite another seeing her, kissing her, and hearing the truth. She hates me. I get off the bus after an hour, trudge home, unlock the door, already starting to shrug off my jacket, and am met with a fist to my face. I drop, pain shooting through my jaw, my arms tangled in the jacket. Distantly, I feel the impact of my skull hitting the floor, and I'm too dazed to understand what's going on. Still, lifelong instincts kick in, and I curl, covering my head. Blood gushes from my nose, coating my mouth, dripping to the floor. The metallic taste makes me gag. The kick to my kidneys makes me choke on a cry. I struggle to breathe around the pain. Jesus! What happened? Dad's been sober for 2 months. Did he lose his job again? Get up, pussy. Fight back. The alcohol on his breath is so strong I smell it from where I lie on the carpet. Not sober anymore, that's for sure. Get on your feet and fight me. I know I have to, if I want to survive. I try, but the room keeps spinning. Dad's right hook is mean, and something isn't quite right with my head. I barely make it to my knees when he grabs me from my jacket and lifts me to my feet, only to slam his fist to my jaw again. This is bad. This is really bad. I blink my watering eyes, but my vision isn't clearing. I clench my fists and punch back anyway. He laughs. You're a good-for-nothing. All I have left, and you're not worth 2 cents. Worthless piece of shit. I manage to land a punch to his arm, and he laughs again, clearly amused. That's all you got, boy? I try to free myself from his hold, and he lets go. Only now I can't stand straight. I stumble sideways until my shoulder meets the wall. I swallow bile. I see a dark blur coming at me, and I raise my fists, protecting my already battered head. I fall back against the wall under the pummeling, and my knees buckle. I'm going down, but that doesn't save me. Again, he grabs me. Again, he lifts me to my feet. This time, when he punches me, I black out.
Chapter 5. Audrey. The apartment door closes with a soft click. I frown, trying to see over Tessa's blonde head. Where's Ash? I'm still reeling from the kiss, sweet and soft, and reminding me how much I missed him. I wait until Tessa has finished taking off her coat and settles on the sofa next to me before I reply. I never said I hated him, I say. It was difficult seeing him, that's all. But I'm better now. He was awesome tonight. Made me feel real bad for the way I've been behaving toward him. He saved me. He held me. I want to tell Tessa all these things, but not now, with Ash still here. I told you so, Tessa says smugly, and I decide to let her gloat. Where is he? I try again to see past my friend's happy face. He's still here, isn't he? Has he gone to the bathroom? She twists around. He was right there. But he isn't anymore. The realization sinks in. He left. I heard the door but didn't think. He left without saying goodbye, shutting me out once more. Clamping down on the disappointment, I let out a breath. What did I think would happen? I've treated him like he doesn't exist. Correction, I treated him like dirt the 2 times I saw him, or like the plague. I avoided him, ran away from him. He helped me tonight, saved me. He did his part like any good person would. A good person. Under that bad boy persona is a good guy. Zane was right. As for leaving, can I blame him? For this and the last time, so long ago? Yeah. Deep inside, I still can. I saw him kiss many other girls over the years, but he never wanted to try again with me, and that stung. But I can't deny the truth anymore. I'm still in love with Ash. Shit. How come you're here? I clasp Tessa's hand in mine and try not to think how much her timing sucks. I thought Mondays you studied Spanish with Erin. Erin's a sophomore. I have a vague impression she should be a junior by now, because I'm pretty sure she's 2 years older than me, but I can't swear on it. She's helping Tessa out with some courses. They're good friends, apparently. I didn't know that before moving back to Madison. Yeah, well, Erin couldn't make it today. And you do know your apartment is on my way home, right? You just never invite me over anymore. She makes a face at me, scrunching up her nose and sticking out her tongue. It takes the sting off her words. And she's right. I hang my head. Sorry. You know, all that talk about boys, I never meant to pressure you. She grips my hand hard and sincerity shines in her blue eyes. Often, okay, most of the time, I open my big mouth and spew whatever's on my mind. I know this is all too much, the new place, the college. I've been here all my life and I have trouble imagining how hard it must be. And I want to be there for you. I smile, grateful. I'm sorry I'm such a pain in the butt. I'll try to be more sociable. That's my girl. I'll go make us some hot cocoa. I watch her go and glance involuntarily at the door through which Ash vanished once more. The whole evening feels surreal. I wonder if I've dreamed it, but my foot throbs and I can still smell Ash, the light musk of his skin, the citrusy scent of his shampoo. He'd been here. He'd really been here. And he left because... A terrible suspicion sneaks into my head. What if he overheard what Tessa said about me hating him? Tessa said it teasingly, but how would Ash know that? The thought bothers me as Tessa returns with the steaming mugs and takes her seat beside me. "So, Spill," she chirps. "What happened to your ankle, and how did Ash find you?" I hesitate. It's all still fresh and raw, and his departure stings. "I will, but I have an essay to write. If you could just bring me my books and my laptop here on the sofa, then I won't have to turn my assignment in late." Tessa pouts. "Audrey Celine Morrison, are you serious? Now that I'm here and you're stranded, you think I'll let you off the hook? I need details, woman, about the encounter with Hot and Troublesome. Come on." Hot. Yeah, the boy's hot. And he's trouble, all right. I can't deny it any longer. Okay, fine. So I tell Tessa what happened on campus. She goes from grinning to horrified, her eyes round like coins. "Crap, Audrey. I'm buying you a pepper spray first thing tomorrow. Did you let campus security know about the attack?" I shake my head. It didn't even cross my mind. "Do that. And don't you ever walk through the campus alone at night." I swear I won't. I'd be too scared to do so after tonight anyway. There won't always be someone, Ash, to save me. I keep seeing how he dealt with my attackers, the power in his body, the controlled coiling and uncoiling of muscles, the smooth movements, the way he clutched me to his chest afterward. Stop it. I struggle to focus on other matters. "You should call him," Tessa says, and it takes me a moment to figure out who she means. "Ash? Who else, dummy?" I shake my head, but I'm considering it. Whatever made him leave without a word, I should make sure he knows. What, that I don't hate him? I don't, do I? I never have, in fact. I was hurt by his rejection, and then horrified that his dad was the one to destroy my life. Because I care for Ash. Wow, talk about a wake-up call. "Send me his number," I say. "I may call him." She actually squeals and fishes her cell out of her tiny purse. "Coming your way right now." I said I may call him. May. Calm down. She slides her fingertips on the touchscreen of her phone, sending me the number. My phone beeps inside my bag as it retrieves the message. "Just talk to him, all right? I think—" "You think what?" "That he's been in pain." "Melodramatic much?" I bend over and shift the frozen pea bag on my ankle. "He's a man. They don't really do feelings." Tess rolls her eyes. "Not every boy is an asshole, you know. Just because you dated the worst." I give her shoulder a little shove. "Okay, fine, let's be serious. He's in pain, sure." She chews on her lower lip, those baby blues turning thoughtful. "You really don't know much about Ash, do you?" I open my mouth to retort, to say, "Sure I do. After all, we were neighbors for years, as well as friends and classmates." But the truth is, Tess is right yet again. I barely know Ash anymore. I hardly remember Ash's older brother, Tyler, or his mother. I know practically nothing about them. About him. All I remember is that he was trouble at school and in the neighborhood, but I have no idea about his personal life. Come on, Audrey, think. I can't appear so clueless. Tessa will never let me live it down. I remember hearing his mother was sick at some point. I try to recall more. When had that been? I guess after he kissed me, and then started getting into fights, missing classes and ignoring me. By then I'd made a point of not asking about him, and ignoring any news I heard. Yeah, I'd been upset. She died, 2 years ago, leukemia. I gape. Don't know what to say. Oh, God, that's awful. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't Dylan tell me? Seriously? Tessa rolls her eyes. You forbade either of us to even speak Ash's name, remember? Oh, dear God. I cover my eyes with my hands as if that would make me disappear. I wish the earth would swallow me. Hey. Tessa gently lowers my hands. It's okay, girl. You were depressed. You needed time. We get that. Don't blame yourself. But it's not okay. There's more, Tessa says, and I tense. More? His father drinks. Always has. But after Ash's mom got sick and later died, it got worse. And then came the accident and... Tessa shrugs, her face sad. Things didn't get any better. I shiver. I remember Ash's dad clearly. A huge guy with a beard, built like a tank, his nose crooked from having been broken too many times in the ring. A famous ex-boxer. A brooding, quiet man. Ash never talked about him. His dad should be rotting in prison, but isn't because of extenuating circumstances. I don't know what they are. So unfair. Think about calling Ash, okay? Promise me? Tessa takes a sip of her cocoa, looking as serious as I've ever seen her. At least so he knows you don't blame him for the accident. Zane says he's been blaming himself enough. He has? Holy crap. Now I feel like 10 kinds of a bitch. I'll think about it, seriously. She gets up and lifts my bag onto the couch next to me, then brings me my books and my laptop. Good. Now do your homework, rest, and I'll pick you up in the morning, okay? I nod. So much to think about. But long after Tessa leaves, having made me promise to go out that Saturday night and not to shut her out again, I stare at my cell, undecided. Should I call Ash? What am I going to say? Hey, you left without saying goodbye. Christ, it sounds like a come-on line. Hey, was it something Tessa said? She was kidding, you know? Yeah, right. I might have treated you like crap, but I don't really hate you. Like, not anymore. Or ever. Not sure. By the way, sorry your mom died. Oh, God. How lame and horrible. I put my cell down and check my ankle. It hasn't swollen much. The ice pack made a difference, and Ash was probably right. It isn't so bad. Ash. I power up my laptop, open my essay, try to concentrate. I was rolling the ideas for my paper over and over in my mind when I was attacked, but now all I have to show for it is a big blank. I'm tired. It's getting late. Truth be told, I'm still shaken. I've never been attacked before, and the way those guys pawed at me. So different from the way Ash held me and touched me, as if I'm the most precious thing in the world. The time on my cell reads 11. What if Ash is already asleep? Good try, Audrey. I open Tessa's text message with his number and hit call. And wait as the phone rings and rings and rings until it goes to voicemail. I disconnect without leaving a message. Ash probably doesn't want to talk to me tonight, and I can understand why. I'll try again tomorrow. That night, I dream. The nightmare starts as usual. I'm in the car with Dad, and we are driving down an empty street. It's dark. A light drizzle falls. The windows of the car are fogged. Dad is focused on driving, pushing his wire-framed glasses up his nose from time to time. His short, dark hair is swept to the side. He always has that distracted air about him, even when he's concentrated. He has a smudge of ink on his cheek. All his work as an architect is done on a computer, but he loves doodling on paper. And I stare at him, aware I'm lucky to be seeing him, and not knowing why. "I missed you," I say. "It's been a while."
"I live far away now," he replies, his mouth twisting. "Takes me longer to come down here."
I frown. I know he's right, but can't remember why he lives so far from me now. "You can drive."
"Cars don't cross over," he says,
and again that makes sense somehow, though the details escape me. "Glad you made it." I settle back in my seat. Unease stirs in my stomach, and the urge to throw the door open and run is too strong. But I can't leave him, not when he's come so far to see me. I open my mouth to ask how he's doing when I realize he isn't my dad. Not anymore. His dark hair is tousled, and the glasses are gone. I know those pale blue eyes. Ash. "You shouldn't be here," I say.
"On the contrary," he says, "I'm the one who should be here."
"This isn't your place."
"This has always been my place."
His expression is grim.
"It's what I deserve."
I put my hand on the wheel. "No, you should get out while you still can." He shakes his head, his eyes focused ahead.
"For me, it's too late."
"No, Ash, get out before—" Then comes the crash, the noise, the pain. I struggle, I thrash, I try to escape. It never works. But I jerk awake and sit up in bed, twisted in my sheets and covers. God. My chest aches and sourness rises in my throat. I swallowed convulsively. I'm okay. It's just a nightmare. At least some of it. My fingers search for the scar on my thigh where metal sliced into my flesh, then move up to my lower belly, where they operated to fix the bleeding in my liver and kidney. You're fine, I tell myself. It's over. You survived. You're alive. But the pressure in my chest won't let up, and I struggle to breathe through it. I haven't had a panic attack in quite some time. My fingers curl against the biggest scar, the one on my leg. Why did I dream of Ash? And those things he said in the dream. Dread sours my mouth again. I have such a bad feeling. I'm not one to put stock in premonitions, but suddenly I fear for Ash. I need to make sure he's alive, that he's fine. Shit. I fumble for my cell on my nightstand and hit call on his number. Like before, it rings and rings. He never picks up. I glance at the time, 3 a.m. Of course he doesn't pick up. He's asleep. He probably turned the sound off. The dread persists, slicking my palms. It's the nightmare, I tell myself. The memories. The attack on campus. Maybe also the things Tessa said earlier, about Ash blaming himself. Well, all he has to do is pick up the frigging phone, and I'm ready to pour my heart out, tell him I don't blame him. That I really, really like him, even though I've been giving him other signals. That I've missed him more than I thought possible, and I clench my fingers around the cell. I'm not sure what I want. Right now, I just wish for the horrible fear to go away and leave me in peace. I try calling Ash one more time. Same result. Sighing, I lie back down and try to get some sleep. Next day, I limp out of the building to find Tessa's Jeep parked outside. Predictably, her first words as I climb into her car, before I even close the door, are, "Did you call him?" I roll my eyes. "My ankle still hurts, thanks for asking, Tess." "Well, did you?" "Yeah," I grumble. "He didn't pick up." Tessa frowns. "That's odd." "Is it?" I belt myself in, stretching my throbbing leg. "We barely know each other." "But you used to." "That was too long ago. Besides, I think he heard you say I hate him. I can understand if he doesn't want to talk to me." "I don't think he'd believe that." Her frown deepens as she sets off toward the campus. "Would he?" "You know him better than I do," I say, my chest tight because the admission hurts. "Not sure about that. In any case, the Ash I know, as much as I do, wouldn't avoid your phone calls." "Well, he has." Now she looks worried, as if she was hoping I'd say I was lying, and now she realizes I'm not. "That's really weird." She sighs. "You picked a guy with quite a lot of baggage." "Picked? I didn't pick him." She doesn't know about the kiss, or my feelings, and with Ash avoiding me, it's better that way. "But you've wanted him for so long. I often wished you'd fallen in love with a normal, happy boy." "I'm not in love with Ash." My words sound hollow in my ears, because I know I am. Have been all along. And now I've been rejected once again. I'm not sure I can take it. The nightmare still haunts me, though, and Tessa seems so concerned about Ash. It's all so confusing. He appeared like a knight in shining armor, saved me, kissed me. Then he's gone once more, without a word of explanation about the past, about the fact he tossed me aside and ignored me those years in high school. I often wondered how he turned from being my best friend into a violent, aggressive boy I wasn't sure I knew. And now things certainly aren't any clearer in my mind. Christ. I really should distance myself from Ash, and this time for good. The Devlin family has only brought me heartache, and I've had enough to last me a lifetime.
Chapter 6. Asher. Again, I find myself on the streets, only this time it's real bad. And it's fucking cold. Thank God I thought to grab my jacket as I left the house, at least. The world spins in circles. My head's fucked up, my balance shot. As I stagger around, I have to stop from time to time to puke my guts out. I have no idea where I'm going. Concussion, a tiny voice in the back of my mind whispers. I know the symptoms. I've had one before. I dimly know it can be dangerous, but I can't force myself to think about it or decide which direction to take. And go where? To Zane's? Yeah, sure. Even in my half-conscious state, I know I won't. Aaron will have a fit, and Zane, what can he do for me anyway? What can anyone do? It's all my fault. For being a loser, for being so worthless my dad has turned to drinking again. I'm not worth anyone's concern. I find myself outside a building, leaning against the wall, staring at people going in and out. The Bulldog, an underground fight club run by the Chicago Mafia. I fought there once, down in the basement in the huge cages. Marty works there, and I ask for him. He lets me in and frowns at me. Why are you here, Asher? You can't fight like this. What does he know about it? That's when I finally take stock. My right eye is swollen shut. My jaw is inflated like a balloon and hurts like hell. My ribs ache. My back hurts like a motherfucker. Christ. Don't you have a place to go? He asks, and I shake my head. Marty rolls his eyes and mutters something about stupid people and exposure. He says we're expecting snowfall in the night. Then he shoves me into a storage room with a long bunk. Tells me to sleep there but be gone by morning. I don't need much convincing. Exhaustion drags me down. At some point, Marty wakes me up and shoves a bottle of water into my hand, saying something about dehydration, and I drink, then fall back into sleep. I don't surface until Marty shakes me awake, telling me I've been there long enough and throws me back out onto the street. By the way, Marty's right. It's damn cold. Snow blankets every surface. Looks like it's afternoon. Or is it morning? How long did I sleep? I wander the town trying to keep warm, but the nausea and dizziness linger. Finding a place to sit becomes my #1 priority. My feet take me to a familiar place, State Street. The homeless there know me. The family, they call themselves, and I'm an adopted son. Not many are there now in winter, most of them staying in the shelters. I curl on a bench, shivering. My face hurts, and my stomach is trying to push its way up my throat. I swallow hard, blinking. So damn cold. People pass, throwing me curious looks. I curl up tighter. A cover falls on me, waking me up from a fitful sleep. It's a heavy-duty sleeping bag that stinks of old sweat and humidity. "Come, boy, get up!" The shrill voice belongs to an old woman with a nest of curly white hair. I can't remember her from before. She keeps tugging on my arm and telling me to get up. And go where? "You lost?" she asks. "Where do you want to go?" I close my eyes. A safe place. A place where I can see the lake, watch the water move and shimmer. The lake. The park. I like looking at the calm water. Always have. Makes me feel good. Though by now the lake must be freezing over, like me. White meshing with the blue. Utterly still. Asleep. Just like me. She tugs on my arm again, not giving up until I gather the dirty sleeping bag close and follow her unsteadily down the pedestrian street. Where are we going? Snowflakes drift down from the sky, landing on my face as she drags me to a shop entrance. Warm air blows from a ventilation duct, and I huddle over it, drawing the sleeping bag around my shoulders. "Thanks," I say, but she's already hurrying away. Evening is falling. Protected from the icy wind and the snow, I settle for the coming night as best I can. I'm damn exhausted, and my head is killing me. People rush by, not looking at me. I huddle under the sleeping bag, frozen to the bone. It's slowly sinking in that I'm not going back home. Home. The word irks me. I have no home. Never did. Just a house where I'm in danger of dying every time Dad starts drinking. How stupid to think I could change him. And still, the feeling of guilt lingers. Is it my fault? Is it because of me that he's so angry? Because I'm never good enough? My vision's beginning to clear, but my lower back is still agony, and I have a headache from hell. If I don't die from an internal injury, the concussion, or the cold, I'll just probably starve to death, since I left my wallet at Dad's. Do I care? Not really. I'm drifting away and it feels peaceful. That is, until hands begin shaking me so hard my teeth rattle. My back screams at me, as does my head, and I groan. Fucking hell, Ash, what happened to you? Zane. I shouldn't be surprised. Who else would come looking for me? In the flickering light of the shop sign, I see his face. The rings through his brow glint. I can tell by the curl of his lip that he's pissed, and I raise my fists reflexively to protect my sore head from any blow. I'm that fucked. But Zane doesn't hit me. Of course he doesn't. He sits down on his haunches and grunts, a horrified look in his eyes. His tongue toys with the barbell. Holy shit, fucker. Your face is black and blue. Your dad do this to you? Who does he think, Santa Claus? Hey, it has to be almost Christmas, right? That strikes me as funny for some reason. I start to laugh. and have to hold my aching ribs with one hand, gasping for breath. That seems to snap Zane into action. He tugs on my arm until I sit up and steadies me when I sway. God damn it, man, that bastard did a real number on you this time, didn't he? I have no words, and I'm nauseous again. Fuck, I thought that evil was over. Not the first time, I say, my words slurred. Caught me by surprise. I thought he stopped drinking. I moan, grabbing my head. I'm not going back. God, I have to stop talking. Can't lay all this on Zane, not with what he has to deal with. I can handle myself. He stands up and pulls me to my feet. Black spots swim in my vision and my knees buckle. Good thing he grabs me under the armpits. Yeah, I can handle myself just fine. Right. You bastard, he hisses in my ear. I told you to call me when you needed something, and this qualifies as needing something, got it? I'm too busy trying not to hurl to reply. My lack of answer doesn't seem to faze him. Maybe he takes my silence as agreement. Maybe it is. I'm past thinking and past caring. You're coming with me. He slings my arm over his shoulders and leads me to his car. I let him buckle me in. I'm exhausted just from crossing the street. Boy, is Aaron gonna be pissed to see me. The thought sends me chuckling again, and ow, my ribs smart. Zane keeps sending me strange looks as he drives. You okay? It strikes me as funny he should ask at this point, and I want to laugh harder, but then I realize he must be thinking I've gone off the deep end. I probably sound like a lunatic, laughing without a reason, and force myself to stop. You should have called me, Zane is muttering under his breath. You should have... Damn fucker. You could have died if you'd stay out there tonight. What the hell were you thinking? I have no answer to that. But Zane's on a roll. If you died, I wouldn't have known. You should have called me. I'm taking you to the hospital. No, I'm okay. The hell you are. Let me get you checked out. I said no. We've had this discussion before, and Zane knows my answer won't change. He tries a different tack. Temperature's going down to 0 tonight. Don't you know any better? Where's your damn cell? My cell? Must have left it at home. We'll drive by and get it. No, I make a grab for his arm. I said I'm not going back there, Z-Man. I can't put Dad in jail. But I also can't fight him anymore. God knows I've tried. Hell, he goads me all the time, leaves me no choice, but he's too strong, too unpredictable. Friendly one day and in a murderous mood the next. Ever since Mom fell sick, and since her death, he's been so angry. Anger runs in the family. Zane is giving me a wide-eyed look. Okay, we're not going to your dad's. Damn it. Where will you go? He winces as soon as the words leave his mouth. For now, you're staying with me. That goes without saying, fucker. But later. Yeah, I know. I let go of his arm and lean back in the seat, gritting my teeth. I have to find another solution, but I'm too damn tired, and the heater blows warmth on my icy face, making me sleepy. I'm dozing by the time he parks and comes around to pull me out of the car. Then I'm wide awake because the pain leaves me breathless. It's as if blades are being shoved into my lower back, and I swear my head's about to split in half. Come on. Zane frowns at me, then slings my arm over his shoulders once more, which is a good thing the way the street keeps tilting. Let's get you cleaned up. I follow him up the stairs, doing the best I can to keep up. Zane ushers me inside and drops me on his sofa. I groan and just sprawl there, wheezing. It's so warm inside. I feel as if my skin is melting. Man, you're fucked up, he says, and shakes his head in wonder as he shrugs off his jacket. Yeah, you can say that. He leaves and comes back with clothes. Underwear, drawstring pants, a t-shirt. You stink. Go shower. Towels on the rack. He's merciless. He leaves me no choice, pulling me to my feet and helping me to the bathroom. Want me to undress you? He asks. I give him the finger, and that seems to please him. Bastard. He makes kissy lips at me and leaves before I try to punch him in the face. Try being the operative word. My balance is still shot to hell, and my stomach has been empty for a while. It sure doesn't help with the dizziness. I take a hot shower, hissing when the water hits plenty of tender spots. My whole back is a mass of pain. I can't remember Dad hitting me so much, but my memory is hazy. Or did he do it after I blacked out? Shuddering at the thought, I rush through my cleaning ritual, shampooing my hair. The water swirls dark down the drain. I stare at it for a moment before I mentally shake myself and grab the towel. Securing it around my hips, I reach for the clothes. It's then I notice the banging on the bathroom door. What? I throw it open and Zane steps inside, a frown on his face. He folds his colorfully inked arms over his chest. I've been knocking for a while, he says. Are you deaf? I lean on the sink, not sure of my balance. I don't know, man. What do you need? I was just checking you didn't fall on your face, and his eyes widen. Fuck, Ash. You're back. Yeah. I haven't taken a look in the mirror yet, but I turn now. Shit. The scars aren't what shocks me, although I'm pretty sure they're one of the things turning Zane's face pale. He's never seen them before. I still have some impressive purple welts striping my pale skin, a souvenir from Dad's last violent fit. No, what shocks me is the color of my lower back, a really deep black and blue. Jesus Christ. There's an urgent care not far from here, Zane is saying, his voice hushed. In fact, I'm taking you there right now. What if you ruptured something? Let me get my things and— No. Damn it, fucker, this is serious. I get in his face then. If I go to the hospital and they see the damage, they'll arrest my old man for parole violation. Leave it be, Z-Man. You're 18 now. He sucks on the barbell, studying his tongue like he always does when he's nervous. You won't be going into the foster system, so why do you care? Let him be locked up. Bastard deserves it. Foster care. That was my great fear after the accident, partly because of Zane. He told me some stuff from his own experience with the system that set my hair on end, and I have a feeling he hasn't even told me everything that happened to him. I've been lucky so far, in this at least. Dad received a suspended sentence and never went to jail. The fact he had no criminal record and Mom's death had clearly affected him made the judge lenient. But I can't do it. I hate the bastard, but he's the only family I have left. I guess I'm still hoping I'll find a way to make him stop drinking one day. Help him find his old self. Ash, Zane sounds exasperated. Come on, let me take you to the hospital. Forget it, Z-Man. I swallow a sigh. Look, if I ruptured something, I'd be dead by now. It's been 2 days, I'll be fine. Zane doesn't seem impressed by my flawless logic. His eyes narrow. Where did you go? You weren't out on the street for 2 days. You'd be frozen solid by now. Don't know. I'm not going to tell him about the Fight Club. Zane is a great friend, but I don't think he'd appreciate my having friends in the underground. You don't know? How can you not know? He sounds pissed again, and my temper flares too. I just don't, okay? I wasn't at my best. Truth is, I can't remember much. Christ, Ash. He shakes his head. He walks out of the bathroom muttering to himself. You look like roadkill, he calls out. Like you're about to keel over. Sit down, I'm ordering pizza. Now you're talking. Even if my stomach is roiling so bad right now I might throw up, I can't let him notice. Roadkill. Just how I feel, too. Awesome. Zane tiptoes around me during the next few days. Normally I'd get into his face and tell him to knock it off, but I'm too out of it to care. I spend quite a lot of time lying on my side, drifting in and out of sleep. He keeps forcing me to drink and eat, which is weird. I normally eat like a horse. My head is slowly clearing, though, and I now have enough energy to help out in the apartment. Washing, cleaning, fixing the leaking faucets and the heater. Erin isn't around. A good thing. Zane says she left early to visit her family for Christmas, and I can't help thinking it's because of my sudden arrival. Zane tells me I'm more than welcome to stay over the entire holidays. That's a weight off my shoulders. Postponing the inevitable, the moment I have to leave and find a way to make ends meet somehow. I still sleep a lot. Have loads of fucking nightmares, but also wet dreams, always involving Audrey, damn it. Can't get her out of my head. I'm like a junkie who's laid off the stuff for a while, and after a tiny taste, I'm craving it more than ever. In my dreams, I kiss Audrey and she's into it, like for real. And I can somehow see her black bra through her clothes and the outline of her breasts. In others, I'm moving inside her even though we're both fully dressed. And then I wake up, a hot, sticky mess on the sheets and my heart pounding. God, I'm so hard for her. How stupid. She despises me. Time to believe it and forget her. Yeah, right. I wish it were that easy. The guys come over a couple of times. Rafe, Tessa, even Dylan. I used to know Dylan, but I don't know what earned him the badge of the inked Brotherhood Zane has tattooed on his shoulder. Seeing him is awkward after the words we exchanged at Zane's party. That was the last time we talked. He seems uneasy too, and I wonder what Zane told him. Not that I think Dylan knows about my dad. Only Zane knows, and Tessa has a vague idea. That's the way I want it. I don't want anyone's pity. I'll make a plan. I'm not a pussy. And yeah, I'm aware these are the words my dad always throws at me, but I'm not giving up, even though at times I think I might. I can handle this. Rafe I'm okay with. He's easygoing, and we talk about his interest in kickboxing. He also talks about his courses at college and the band he belongs to, a punk rock band apparently, and he's their drummer. Sometimes it's easy to forget his past is so dark. Everyone knows how he became a member of the Brotherhood and got his badge of honor, inked by Zane. The loss of his entire family back when he was 15 occupied the media for months. A gruesome murder that shook the community. Who knows what it did to Rafe? The thought makes my troubles seem small by comparison. In his place, I might have given up on life. But he's one tough bastard. Respect. As for Tessa, I'm dying to ask her about Audrey, how she is, if she's been worried about me, if she's wondered where I've been. But of course, I don't ask. And of course, Audrey wouldn't care. It isn't like she's even noticed when I've gone missing before. From where, her life? I'm not a part of it, and it's better for her that way. Better for me too, I try to tell myself. But I know it's a lie. So I bide my time, waiting for my body to heal and weigh my options, which are quite limited. Who am I kidding? They're fucking non-existent. I have no education, no qualifications, no skills. I'm an adult, turned 18 in June, but don't even have a driver's license. So where do I go from here? I need to move out of Zane's apartment. Only problem is, I called all the homeless centers and shelters and they're full. I didn't expect that. I counted on them because I don't have money to rent a place. Where can I stay? I have no family I know of. I vaguely recall an uncle living on the other side of the country, and my brother who vanished into thin air. Okay then. I'll find money and rent a place, but how? I've lost my job at the cafe, and I can't borrow from Zane or anyone else I know. They aren't rich people, not even close. Even Tessa prefers not to ask her controlling parents for anything. I get it. She wants to be independent, to be free to make her own decisions. But at least she can go back home if things get hairy. Not an option for me anymore. Add to the problem the fact my wallet with my ID is still at Dad's house. My cell, too. I know I have to return and get them at some point, but I'm not ready yet. Just the thought of going back brings on panic that makes my lungs lock and my head spin. Too soon. I can't deny how scared I was that day. Scared of dying. Of not having a chance to see more. Do more. See Audrey again. Fuck. Zane mentioned something about Christmas and his sister, and dimly I know he'll be leaving soon. I can see the multicolored lights of Christmas trees flashing through the windows of the houses across the street. Festive days. They mean nothing to me. Haven't meant anything for a very long time. Not since I was little and Mom was healthy, and Tyler was there for me, when I felt safe at home. Feels like light years ago. I sprawl on the sofa, thinking, rubbing the old scars on my hand. I was 4 when I put my hand through broken glass. Tyler took care of the wound. He was the one who told me scars are cool. I looked up to him. He was so strong, so confident, training with Dad. I wanted to be like him. I wished to be like him. And then he left, and Dad turned all his attention on me. Joy. I often thought since then what strange things wishes are. So yeah, there is something I know how to do. One thing. I tend to dismiss it, hating the memories that go with it. Dad trained me in fighting. All those years he taught me boxing and wrestling with elements of kickboxing for flexibility. I can fight. I'm good. Even Dad grudgingly says so on occasion. Even though he's much bigger than me, I can take him on and he knows it. Unless he catches me by surprise, like last time. Thinking back, maybe I shouldn't have been taken unawares. I was lulled into a feeling of fake security for a while, and the encounter with Audrey had been on my mind, making me careless. Normal people feel safe at home. They don't expect an attack as they step over the threshold, not from their own dad. But now I've learned my lessons. There's no Santa Claus and no home. It's time to steel myself. Time to get my life back on track.
Part 2. Audrey. In my memory, I must be 12. I know because I hurt my elbow during that summer break. Mom, Dad, and I had gone to a cabin by a lake, and I managed to fall on a sharp stone and tear my elbow open. It took 10 stitches at the closest emergency room to stop the bleeding. But Ash hasn't seen it yet. I have a new scar, I say. We always compare scars. It's on my elbow. I don't believe you. Ash grins at me, his short, dark hair sticking up. He's passed his wet hand through it, right before he splashed me. I've seen your elbows. There's nothing. It's new. Yeah, sure. And it's big, I say. I've got bigger ones. You say that all the time, but I haven't seen your scars. I rub the scar on my elbow through the cloth. I bet my scars are bigger and uglier than yours. Ash frowns, then his expression clears. You're worried about that? I bite my lip. If I show you mine, will you show me yours? Ash says, and I smile, because he always makes me feel better. Chapter 7. Audrey. It's been a week since the attack on campus. I stretch out on my beige sofa, propping my foot up. The swelling in my ankle has finally gone down, and walking doesn't hurt so much anymore. That looks much better. My friend from English class, Dakota, is stretched out next to me, the pink streaks in her short, dark hair glowing neon. Every time I look at my foot, I remember Ash and how he took care of me, how he carried me. I never thought I'd like that. After all, I've always thought of myself as an independent, strong woman, capable of taking care of myself. But the memory fills me with warmth. I'd felt protected, cared for. He'd held me as if he was afraid for me. My heart pounds at the thought. So, what are you doing for Christmas? Dakota asks. My cheeks heat. I'm staying here. Your mom coming over? Nah, no time. I try to hide the disappointment in my voice. I was hoping my mom would come. I miss her. But when she called me last night, she said she's taken on a new project with homeless youth, and she'll be working through the whole holiday season. I respect my mom's desire to help others, so I squash the sting in my chest and smile. My mom and I cook together for Christmas, Dakota says. It's tradition. I'm driving over to my folks tomorrow. Big family gathering. My grandma will be there. It's hard to imagine her being so domestic and cozy, cooking in a big kitchen, cousins and nephews running about. Then again, maybe her family is just like her. Maybe her grandma has pink streaks in her hair, too. What are you smirking about? She throws a cushion at me, grinning. I catch the cushion. Nothing. Yeah, nothing. You thought of something dirty, you little minx. Nothing like that. Must be nice to have a big family. She shrugs. It's tiring, but yeah, it's fun too. We've become closer over the past couple weeks, staying up late to study, chugging down strong coffee and munching on dark chocolate. She insists on playing headache-inducing punk rock music. She likes a mixture of old songs by the Sex Pistols and The Clash, and newer ones, what she calls post-punk, by Joy Division and The Cure. On some evenings, I have my way, though, and play my favorite music, Celtic and neo-medieval. Dakota makes a face at me, and I laugh so hard I choke on my coffee. It's great having a friend who doesn't know much about me, the accident, who doesn't pester me to do something about Ash, a friend who believes the new, cheery face I put on. Selfish as this may sound, I'm also happy to be friends with someone without baggage. Everyone I know in this town seems to have dark stains on their past. Tessa, Dylan, Rafe. Zane, too, I have the feeling, though I don't know details. And Ash. His mother dead. His brother gone God knows where. His father a drunk and a killer. Yeah, it's nice having a happy-go-lucky girlfriend who regularly overdoses on chocolate and caffeine and goes into giggling fits. Besides, Tessa has been acting weird ever since she found me and Ash together after the attack. She keeps asking if Ash called me back, and I finally tell her flat out to stop. He's the one who kissed me, again, then left, again. Then he won't even answer the phone. It all looks pretty clear to me. He doesn't want to see me or talk to me, and I'm fine with it. Have to be. What choice do I have? Okay, so I was distant with him at first. I let him get closer, and look what happened. I need a break from the drama. My studies are a good excuse. I cancel our night out, and then our meetup at the campus cafe. So I'm not expecting Tessa to appear at my door, dressed in trendy stretch pants and a classy gray coat, a huge smile on her face. And yet, here she is. She grabs my arms the moment I open the door and swings me around, humming a tune. Tess, I laugh, trying to stop and pull my hands away. What's going on? What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you your place is on my way? To your apartment, yeah, I know. I snort. You look like you have good news. Did the hot boy from math take you out? What was his name, Andrew? Who? She scrunches up her face. Oh, I can't even remember his name. God, you have the memory of an elephant. I roll my eyes. As long as that's the only elephant-like thing I have. Come on in. Dakota shoots us curious looks from under lowered dark lashes. Hey. Hey, I'm Tessa. Dakota. Tessa takes a seat, her smile faltering. We're classmates in English, I say, suddenly a bit uneasy. I avoided Tessa the last few days, and here I am, hanging out with a brand new friend. Hot cocoa? Yes, please. I should be on my way, Dakota says, standing up and smoothing her hands down her short purple skirt. Her black combat boots squeak on the hardwood floor. Got a long drive ahead of me tomorrow. Wait, what's the hurry? Crap, does she feel I'm pushing her out? Stay a bit longer. Nah, I really should be going. She grins at me. See ya, Audrey. Have a great Christmas. I sigh and walk her to the door. You too. When I return to the living room, I see Tessa relax. So I'm right. I need to spend more time with her. She probably thinks I've found a replacement for her. I can't let her think that. I love her, and she's always been there for me, despite her insistence regarding Ash. As I wander into my kitchenette, busying myself with heating the milk and digging out the package of Swiss Miss, I can't help thinking that I should bring the two together, so they become friends as well. Here you go. I pass Tessa a mug decorated with kittens and cradle mine as I sink on the sofa and tuck my socked feet under me. So, what's up? Tessa sips her cocoa, silent for a long moment. Then she says, "It's about Ash." Oh, God. Come on, Tess, honest. Drop it. Odd. She looks crestfallen. I'm sure you want... I shake my head, stopping her. I have to move on. I really want to find my feet again, regain my confidence and get over the sadness. I want to be happy. And Ash, he seems to be at the center of my every sorrow. Tessa sighs and puts her mug on the table. Her eyes are sad. Look, I get it, okay? He hurt you once, but that was long ago, Aud. You were both practically kids. I know you feel he betrayed your friendship back then because he started avoiding you. Tess, my hands are shaking. I put the cocoa down as well and wipe my hands on my thighs. Why do you keep bringing him up? Why do you think? She throws her hands up. I just want you to be friends at least. You have so much in common. Yeah? I'm closing off, putting up my defenses, and I can't help myself. Like what? You've both been hurt by the same person. I stiffen. I don't want to hear this. I'm sorry if Ash has been blaming himself for the accident, but you can't compare that to what happened to me and Mom. That's not what I mean. She sucks in a deep breath and gets up. Her high-heeled boots leave deep imprints in my fluffy carpet. I just thought you might want to know why Ash never answered your calls or called you back. That gets my attention. Why then? Now she hesitates. That's weird. She's the one who wants to tell me, and it's as if I'm pressing her for an answer. I feel like an old busybody telling you this, she finally mutters. But I know Ash would never tell you. His father beats him. I think it's been happening for many years now. He never talks about it, but I gathered as much from Zane. Holy crap. The words slowly sink in, like hooks of ice. Cold seeps into my chest. How long? Not sure. Long before the accident. I didn't know. He never told me. I never noticed. And he was my friend. You know now. Tess looks pissed. Is she mad at me? Is she right to be? I try to remember Ash as he was that long ago. Bruised? Of course he was bruised most of the time. He couldn't keep out of fighting and... Oh no. It suddenly hits me how easy it had been to blame the bruises on the fighting. How nobody ever thought his dad had been the one to put at least some of them there. I breathe past the knot of panic in my chest. What does this have to do with Ash not calling me back? Tessa nails me with her gaze. That night he left from here, his father beat him up real bad. Ash took off and left his phone at his dad's house. That's why he never got your calls. Zane found Ash and took him home with him. Jesus. Is he okay? Tessa shrugs. The knot in my chest gets bigger. I stand up as well, my body vibrating with tension. I didn't know all this. Well, you do now. What are you going to do about it? She throws it as a challenge, and before I can think of an answer, she picks up her purse. I'm going home. Call me if you want to talk." I nod, numb, and watch her go. Is this the reason why he became so distant, so violent back then? Why he pushed me away? Why didn't he tell me about it? Didn't he think I'd stand by his side? And now that I know, what am I going to do about it? Good question. What can I do? What do I want to do? I sit back down. Ash. My nightmare's coming back. Ash in the car with me. Ash dying. And my fear that something has happened to him. Something did happen to him, and the fear is back, fresh and biting. I have to see him, if only to convince myself he's fine. Making the decision isn't enough. I have to go through with it. But every time I pick up the phone, I hesitate. What if Ash doesn't want to see me? What can I tell him? How can we repair a relationship that has been broken for so long? Tess's words still echo in my ears. His father beat him real bad. My blood is like ice in my veins. I lift my cell. He was there for me when those guys attacked me. He took care of me. He didn't hesitate 1 second. I called Tessa. "Hey." She sounds kinda distant, and I hate thinking it's because of me, but one thing at a time. "That was quick, not even 2 hours. I need to talk to Ash." "Yeah." Her voice breaks. "Yes, you do." I frown. "What's wrong, Tess? Are you all right?" She's silent for a beat too long. "Sure, I'm fine." I swallow. "Have you had a row with your parents?" "Yeah." "What did they say this time?" "Nothing new. Just how I'm wasting my life and whoring my way through college. About how I should get back with Sean. The usual stuff." "Gosh, I'm so sorry." Tessa's parents are a piece of work. Rich and arrogant, they won't let her breathe without their input. As for Sean, Tess has told me bits and pieces. An ex-boyfriend, and apparently an absolute douche. She once said he hurt her, forced her, but never explained how. The more information I tried to get out of her, the more she clammed up. "Want to talk about it?" "Nah, not now." She always says that. "Just call Zane and visit Ash. Do it, Aud." She makes a sniffling sound, and my heart drops. "I will," I say. "And then tomorrow you and I will have coffee and talk, okay?" "Can't. I'm going home for Christmas. When's your mom coming over?" "She isn't." I sigh. "Then we'll talk on the phone, okay?" Now I'm the one begging for her time. Serves me right. "'Kay." She sniffles again. "Let me know how it goes." I clutch the phone harder. "Okay, that's it. I'm coming over. You can cry on my shoulder and we can have some more cocoa." "No, She blows her nose. "Not tonight, Aud. I'll be fine." "Okay." I hope I haven't pushed her so far she'll never be friends with me again. "We'll talk." I disconnect and sit on my bed. I'm not sleepy, too wired with nerves. I suck in a deep breath. Now or never. My fingers shake as I scroll for Zane's cell number. I'll ask him if I can visit Ash tomorrow afternoon, after class. Of all my worries of the day, I never expect Zane to be the real issue. It turns out he's hesitant to have me over for a visit. "I don't know, Audrey." I blink in the silence that follows. "Zane, I won't stay long. Just want to talk to Ash.
Yeah, about that. He sighs. Maybe it's not such a good idea.
Why not?
Ash is like a brother to me. He's been through a lot and doesn't need your attitude.
Okay. A dozen angry retorts rise to my lips. You're worried about him? What about me? And what about the fact he let me down first, or that his father killed mine? But I can't get a single one out because they make me sound selfish. I have been selfish, and I'm trying to get over that. I just need to know. I rub my eyes. Is he okay?
He's fine.
Tessa told me what happened. I swear I had no idea his dad's such an ass.
Not many people do, Zane replies stiffly. Ash wouldn't want them to.
I understand.
I'll tell him you called.
Please let me come over, Zane.
Why?
Right. I blamed him for everything, and he knows it. I wasn't thinking straight. Zane snorts.
And now you want to apologize?
Maybe.
Maybe isn't enough. I understand why you blamed him, but if you're not sure you feel differently now, then...
I wait. Then what? He grunts.
I was going to say stay away from him, but that's what Dylan told him concerning you, and I won't. I'm not his keeper, just his friend.
Dylan told Ash that? Holy crap. Does that mean I can come over? Zane swears under his breath.
If you promise you'll play nice.
Promise. Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow afternoon. Because tomorrow evening I'm going out of town and I'm not leaving Ash alone with you.
Ouch. I guess I deserve that. See you around 6. In the end, I don't go alone. I end up heading there with Dakota. The moment she hears I'm going over to Zane's, she clings to me like a leech and insists on tagging along. Which is weird. Does she have a thing about Zane? More like an obsession, a thing that becomes obvious the moment Zane answers the door. His mohawk dyed now a dark blue. A long-sleeved blouse hides the colorful tattoos on his arms. He arches his pierced eyebrow at us. Hi, Zane. Dakota waves, a huge grin on her face. I'm a friend of Audrey's. Nice to meet you. God, can she get any more obvious? I'm mortified for her sake. But Zane only seems amused by this development, a corner of his mouth lifting.
Come on in, girls.
He gives me a hard look as I enter, but says nothing more. The apartment is quiet, the living room with its framed drawings and big black sofa empty. I glance around, hoping to see Ash, but he isn't there. Dakota doesn't seem to recall the reason we've come over. She grabs my hand and drags me over to a framed print of one of Zane's drawings. This is amazing, she gushes. See how bold the lines are, and how subtle the coloring? He's a genius. Oh my God, I'm dying to get one. Girl, you're full of tattoos already, I say, distracted. Where the hell is Ash? Did he leave when he found out I was coming over?
You like ink?
Zane comes to stand next to her, interest in his dark gaze. He sucks on the barbell in his tongue. It's distracting. You're a god, Dakota says, and I roll my eyes. I've been saving money to come to your shop and get an ink done.
What do you have in mind?
Apparently, she doesn't even need to think about it. A dragon tat, like the ones you did for your gang. The light goes out of Zane's eyes. They go flat in an instant.
Who told you about the tats?
She shrugs. I've seen Rafe's. He plays in my band.
Out of the question.
Zane grates.
That kind of tat isn't for you. Find something else.
Dakota bites her lip. You don't know me. How can you tell if it's not for me? Okay, this conversation is way over my head. I'm not sure what they were really talking about, and I have other things on my mind right now.
Show me your ink,
Zane says. And just like that, Dakota starts to undress, pulling her turquoise blouse over her head. Whoa. I step back, leaving them to their thing. I turn around and freeze. Ash is there, leaning against the door jamb, watching me from hooded eyes, arms folded over his broad chest. His dark hair falls to his forehead in shiny strands. I remember how soft it felt against my fingers when he carried me. His lips part, and I try to tear my gaze away when he moves. His pale blue eyes keep me still, but I don't see anger there, only wariness and curiosity. It's then I notice the dark bruises along his jaw and under his eye. There's also a stiffness in the way he moves that brings a lump to my throat. He walks past me to the long, black sofa, and I'm left staring at his strong back and cute ass, my mind blank. Jesus, Audrey. I look away, my face heating.
What do you want?
Ash asks, his voice low and hard. Ah, there's the anger I missed in his eyes. To see you. He sits down and looks away. I make myself move. I step to the other end of the sofa and sit down. I feel like I had when I played a theater part during elementary school. Stage fright. I will the words to come, but there's a blank forming in my mind where my thoughts should be. Seeing him from up close is making things worse. My brain is too busy taking in his image, his beautiful features, his strong body, having its usual short circuit. He leans forward, dangling his hands between his denim-clad knees. His dark hair falls in his face, hiding his expression. I can't take my eyes off his long fingers, and the fresh, red scar on his knuckles. Can't help thinking he got that saving me.
You guys want a drink?
Zane asks, and Dakota, thankfully fully dressed again, is already heading toward the kitchen as if she owns the place. When neither of us say anything, Zane shrugs and turns to follow her, leaving us alone in the room.
So?
Ash raises his eyes and licks his lips. God, the gesture sends tingles all over my skin. I open my mouth to speak, but can't remember what I want to say. My body always knows how much I want Ash, even when my mind is confused.
Your ankle seems better, he says.
I nod, dumbly. I have to speak, tell him, ask him. Nothing comes out of my lips. My head is an echoing empty room. Silence stretches. His dark brows draw together.
Well, if you have nothing to say.
He gets up and strides across the living room, leaving me there. Wait! I shoot to my feet, almost tripping over myself, and hurry after him. I want to say I'm sorry, but I've barely touched his arm when he spins around. Now he advances on me, his gaze furious, and I back away, shocked. He pushes me until my back hits the wall, and then he leans over me. I suddenly have the full length of his tall, muscled body pressed against me. I put my hands on his chest, pushing in vain against his rock-hard abs, caught between giddiness and fear. Ash,
what do you want from me?
He bites each word out, his hand coming to rest next to my head on the wall.
What is it you want?
I don't know. All I know is I hate the anger in his eyes, hate the tension in his body, the bruises on his face. I want to hold him. I reach up, brush my fingertips along his square jaw. You. He blinks, eyes widening. What have I said? You. Oh God, I really said it. As it sinks in, I open my mouth to fix this, but he doesn't give me the chance. His bigger hand catches mine, keeping it on his cheek. Under his skin, I can feel a vein pulsing madly, his heart pounding. You don't want me, he says, his voice hoarse, and his gaze searches mine as if it's a question and he's waiting for an answer. I'm no good. Again, that barely there question mark at the end of his statement. Or maybe I'm imagining it. I'm caught in his beauty. I love his wolf-like eyes, silver blue with a darker rim, shaded by long lashes. And his lips, they're perfect. I rise on my tiptoes to kiss them. He's like gravity, pulling me close. You should stay away, he says softly, but his mouth descends on mine, sealing my lips, marking them with fire. His tongue invades my mouth. He tastes of lightning and dark spice. He draws me in, and I'm lost and falling. His hard arousal a counterpoint to the hot throb between my legs. Closer. I want to feel him closer. My hand drops from his chest to his hip and snakes around, pressing into the small of his back. Big mistake. Ash jerks back with a groan and slams his other hand on the wall, missing my face by an inch. What the hell? Ash, what? Leave. He spits and steps back, away from me. You were right to hate me, Odds. Stay away. I watch him go, my lips burning, my heart sinking. Like gravity, he lets me think I'm flying, only to let me slam into the ground once again.
Chapter 8. Asher. What the fuck is wrong with me? I pushed her into the wall and then kissed her, forcing myself on her again. And then she pressed her hand into the bruises on my back, startling me, and I slammed my hand right into the wall, scaring her, turning violent, turning into my dad. Christ. I banged the bathroom door shut behind me and braced my hands on the sink. What the hell is she doing here? Zane didn't tell me she was coming or I'd have left the apartment. Maybe that's why he didn't tell me. Fucker, he knows me too well. And she has no right to be here. So sweet and beautiful, with her curves and pretty eyes, with that faint scar on her cheek that makes me ache with the need to hold her, turning my mind to mush, making me want to forget about my resolutions and just be with her, bury myself in her so deep I become one with her, not having to face the real world. Fantasies. I can't afford them. I can't hope in anything. Lesson learned. Besides, she isn't offering hope. Hasn't offered anything. I just take and take. I want you. She said that. Stammered it. I heard it, right? I'm not sure anymore. She looked confused afterward. Maybe I imagined it. Or maybe I scared her and she panicked, blurting out things she didn't mean. Things I wanted to hear so badly. I bend my head, sucking in a shaky breath. Seeing her, being close to her, is like drugs. Addictive, dangerous, a royally bad idea. 2 weeks ago it wouldn't have been so bad. But now I've made my decision and met people to help me see it through. I've walked the streets again, went to joints I frequented months ago, during my previous escape from Home Sweet Home. Joints where guys meet to fight for money, in dark basements, in rusty cages. where bets are placed and dirty bills exchange hands for a taste of borrowed adrenaline, fear, and spilled blood, for death. They know me at the Bulldog, where I fought once to let out some of my rage. At least in the Fight Club, I know when someone will attack me. I know the cage is the stage and what is expected of me. This time I'm gonna fight for money, for a chance to live. 2 weeks ago I wasn't doing anything illegal and potentially lethal. Now I'm about to, and I should keep Audrey out of it. Out of my fucked up life. Now if only she leaves before I get out of this goddamn bathroom, I might just be able to hold on to this new resolution. Audrey's still there. I hear her voice as soon as I exit the bathroom, and I stall, my treacherous body reacting as if it's been struck with a live wire. A shiver runs down my spine, and I harden, remembering the kiss, the feel of her lips, her sweet taste, her soft body pressed against mine. Fucking hell. I reach down to adjust myself and suck in breath after breath, trying to get my dick to back down. Down, boy, not for you. Yeah. Why isn't she leaving? Haven't I been nasty enough to her? Why did she stick around? Maybe she hasn't come for me. Maybe it was a friend, this punk chick, who brought her along. Yeah, that makes sense. This girl Dakota is obviously hot for Zane and probably dragged Audrey along against her will. And why the hell does the thought disappoint me? Haven't I just decided Audrey should keep away from me? That it's good she hates me? I'm fucked up in the head. Straightening my aching back, I force myself to move, go back to where the others are sitting. I lean on the door jamb, looking at them, at the sofa. My living quarters, where I can never be alone or have any privacy. I have no belongings, no door to shut when I feel like it. One day, I tell myself, I'll see my plan through, and I'll earn enough to have a place of my own. Hell, a room of my own, like any normal person. A car to move about, the right to order pizza late at night if I want to. A safe place where I can lock the door and sleep peacefully, something that's becoming rare these days. I can't count the times I woke up drenched in cold sweat. I keep seeing myself opening the door to the house and knowing a punch is coming for me, or finding myself on the floor, unable to move as pain lances through me, knowing I'm going to die. Ash. Zane comes to where I'm leaning on the doorframe, grabs my arm and drags me into the living room. I let him manhandle me because I don't trust myself to jerk away. I think if I move a single muscle, I might start punching people. I have to calm down. So I let Zane shove me down on the sofa and push a drink into my hands, cold, wet. A beer. I clasp it reflexively. Dakota is perched on the armrest of the sofa and Audrey sits in the armchair, apart from me, at a distance. Good. Better for her. I have to believe that, but God, it's tough when she's right here and I'm looking straight at her. I force my gaze down to my sweating beer bottle and swallow. Damn, I'm hard again. Shit. I keep my bottle in a strategic position, hiding as much as I can, and try to think of other stuff to will the erection away, like my history teacher's face from high school, my lack of money, and what I'm about to do to fix that, my father's fists. Okay, that last thought kills my erection in 2 seconds flat, making it a new record. Earth to ash. Zane is waving a hand in front of my face. When did he sit beside me? Did you hear what Audrey said? What? I frown at my beer, not sure I want to know. She says she's inviting you over for Christmas. I shake my head. I can't be hearing well. Come over to my place, she says, her voice low and hesitant. Everyone else will be out of town. We can eat together. No. The word spills from my lips before I even think about it. I don't need to think about it. No. Zane winces. Come on, fucker, she's being real nice. It's Christmas, you can't stay here all by yourself. Sure I can. There's pain in her eyes and I curse softly, my chest tightening so much I have to reach up and rub it. I hate causing her pain, but it's for her own good. I have to keep reminding myself that. She gets up, not looking at me, and her voice is thick when she says, Think about it. Please, Ash. I'd love you to come. God damn it, she doesn't sound like she's faking it. I've wished for her to speak those words 1,000 times in the past. Would have given my right arm to hear them. You have to be careful what you wish for in this messed up world. She was trying to be nice, Zane mutters after Audrey and Dakota have left. He runs his hands through the stubble on the sides of his shaved head. What's wrong with you? Many things, I say. Want a list? Shut up. You asked. Zane comes to stand over me wearing a dark scowl. You think you're funny? I shrug. Do you think I'm funny? Damn it, Ash. He straightens. I didn't want to let her come because I thought she'd be a bitch. Turns out it's you I should have been worried about. Oh yeah? Yeah, fucker. You could at least be civil. You could be friends. She doesn't need a friend like me. The hell she doesn't. What the fuck does that even mean? A friend like me. He mimics my voice, making a face. This is bull and you know it. If you say so, I don't need this shit. You're one of the most decent guys I know, Ash. So get your head out of your ass and head over for Christmas. That is so not happening. I set my beer on the table, my hands shaking. Shouldn't you be getting ready for your trip? Trying to get rid of me, the voice of reason? Kiss my ass, Z-Man. No thank you, I'm good. Going to pack now. He leaves to his bedroom and I sit staring at the opposite wall. Christmas. It's in 2 days. Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. Time passes so fast. What do I have to show for it? I need to set my plan into motion to earn enough money, find a place to stay, return to my evening classes and finish my GED. That may open some doors, land me a better job, a legal one. And then maybe Audrey will... Will what? Don't be such an idiot. Too many ifs in my plan. Go back to the club, make them take me on, and win. Preferably without getting crippled for life. Fuck Christmas. I'm not going to Audrey's or anywhere else for that matter. I'll train. I'll be ready. I can do this. For once in my life, I have a goal. I'm going to turn my life around.
Chapter 9. Audrey. Christmas Day. I'm standing at the bay window of my living room, staring out at the gray of early afternoon. Snow is falling in light swirls. I spoke to my mom in the morning, and we wished each other a Merry Christmas. Then I tried to work on my astronomy project, but had to stop because I couldn't concentrate. Today's supposed to be a happy day, a fun day. This is my first time without any family or friends. The loneliest Christmas in history. How depressing. And Ash hasn't come. He said he wouldn't, but I held out hope he'd change his mind. Not that I can blame him for not coming. I didn't even find the courage to apologize to him, and after what he's been through, I can understand the anger. I know anger. After the accident, fury had boiled in my veins. I'd wanted to scream and kick and break everything down. The unfairness of it all had been too much to bear. Why me? Why my dad? Why? Maybe I can understand Ash better than anyone. So ironic. But he kissed me. The memory lingers, making me feel hot and restless. The way his hard body pressed against me, the power of his arms, his tongue thrusting into my mouth. God. I want to touch him, skin to skin, explore his body. I want to see how hard he is for me, to touch his arousal, feel it, stroke it. Okay, something's definitely wrong with me. I've never felt this way about any other boy. Besides, Ash obviously doesn't want to see me again, and here I am, fantasizing about his hot body. Get real, Audrey. Getting through this holiday alone is going to be a bummer, but I'll make it just one more challenge. I can do this. I've been through so much worse that I know I can do almost anything. On most days, that is. On others, especially after waking up from a nightmare, the world crashes around me, sending me to my knees. Not today, though. I've cooked a simple pasta with sauce from a jar and watched TV, played my music real loud and danced around the apartment to the sounds of German groups, the strong percussion of In Extremo, and the mellower melodies of Fawn and Helium Vola. Now I'm resting, watching the snow, and for later on, a special dessert waits in the fridge, my favorite cherry pie and whipped cream. I have even bought white wine and chilled it, though I'm not sure I'm going to have any. I don't like drinking alone. Come on, Christmas, give it your all. I'll be fine. Tessa and Dakota, Dylan and Rafe will be back in a couple of days. Meanwhile, the shops will open again, and I plan on going shopping, and then to the movies. I've learned a few things about solitude, living with Mom these past few years. I'm fine on my own. Still, it isn't just any day. It's Christmas, a time spent with family and people you love. Get over it. I move away from the window and the gloomy thoughts. A mindless show is playing on TV, and I turn it off. Reading might be a good idea. A romance. Snug and warm in my bed, losing myself in worlds where love is easy, and you know the ending will be a happy one. I change into my teddy bear jammies with my bunny slippers. I take my hair down from its tight ponytail and head to my room. When the doorbell rings, I freeze. It can't be. I shuffle to the door, peek through the peephole. My breath stops. Ash is standing outside, in jeans and a black jacket. He has his hands in his pockets, his dark hair falling in his eyes. Oh my God. I open the door before he vanishes in smoke. I can't believe he's really here. As cold blasts in my face, I reach out and grab his arm. Solid. Hard. Ash's brows lift. Oh, right. I look from my hand on his arm to my bunny slippers. Crap. Come on in, I say, my voice a little high-pitched. I tug on his arm and he steps inside. Sit. I'll be right back. I race into my bedroom and close my door, not even waiting to see him settle down. I lean back, closing my eyes. Ash is in my apartment. Shit. What are the odds of Ash turning up after all and seeing me in my oh-so-sexy teddy bear jammies and fluffy bunny slippers? Gritting my teeth, I pull off the offending garments and quickly draw on my high-waist, black stretch pants and a white, low-cut blouse that flows below my hips. I then put on my boots and run a brush through my hair. Checking my face in the mirror, I cringe at my blotchy skin. I'm dying to apply some makeup, but I fear that if I leave Ash alone any longer, he might just get up and walk back out. It wouldn't be the first time. Boy's skittish, and I'm partly to blame for that. So I draw a deep, fortifying breath and step out of my bedroom. And panic, because the sofa and armchair are empty. I turn in a circle, about to start cursing, when I spot Ash standing in the corner, studying my bookcase. He's still here. And now he's looking at me expectantly, a dark brow arched, and I have no clue what to say. I guess I never believed he'd come over. Not after the way he refused my invitation so vehemently. God, I have to say something. I can't always freeze in his presence. Merry Christmas, I manage. One corner of his mouth tips up. You too. His voice is low and rough. Sexy bedroom voice. He's shed his jacket, and his shirt stretches over his muscled chest like second skin, outlining every dip and ridge. God, what's wrong with me? I didn't think you were coming. He shrugs, a slight roll of broad shoulders. He looks uncomfortable. Yeah, I didn't think so either. The bruises on his jaw and under his eye are slowly fading to green and yellow. He still looks beaten up and hurting. I want to put my arms around him and tell him he'll be all right. Okay, not only my body is out of control, my brain is too. Have you eaten? He shakes his head, a light flush coloring his cheekbones. He looks back at the shelves, runs his hand over the spines of the books, a mixture of classics and romance, with the odd fantasy novel thrown in. I expect him to make a sarcastic comment, but he says nothing. I shiver and don't know why. I have goosebumps all over my skin. I made pasta. I'll warm it up for you.
It's okay. I'm fine.
Jesus. I'm home alone with Ash. A tiny voice in the back of my mind squeals. Just take a seat. I made it for you as well. I lie. Thank God I made enough. I hurry into the kitchenette, all jittery. Putting the pasta and the sauce to warm up in the microwave, I glance back. He's sitting at the dining table, hands clasped on the tabletop, shoulders tense. He looks beautiful and lonely. It hits me then. I'm not the only one spending Christmas Day alone. I knew this, that he fled his home because of the violence. Is he going back? Will it be safe for him? Protectiveness washes through me. A funny notion, since he's over 6 feet tall and his muscles bulge through his long-sleeved shirt. But his dad is much bigger, I know, and an experienced fighter. He glances up when I bring the dishes and set them on the table. His hands are splayed on the table. There it is, a scar across his knuckles, a reminder of the night he saved me. I tear my gaze from it, confused by all the feelings inside me. Just be friends, Tessa had said. How difficult can it be?
What about you?
He says when I serve him my pitiful culinary experiment. I ate already. Got hungry early. Lunchtime was hours ago, but the way he tenses again tells me he's probably thinking of leaving right now, and I'm not having it. Not before I get a chance to finally talk to him. Go on. It will get cold. I've saved dessert to have with you. He settles a little, his shoulders slumping, and digs into the pasta. What convinced him to come? I watch him eat until I realize he's stopped, his brows dipping over his eyes, and I go to get dessert ready. By the time I return with the pie and plates, he's polished his food. Well, either my cooking isn't so bad, or he was starving. Zane left no food? Ash grimaces.
He did. I need to find a way to pay him back and...
He trails off, his gaze guarded. He obviously feels bad about being a guest at Zane's. He's your friend. I'm sure he doesn't mind.
He shouldn't have to put up with me all the time.
It's just a few days. He shakes his head. Something's on his mind, but he says nothing more as I lay out the plates and spoons and take my time unwrapping the pie. I hope you like cherry pie, I say. He nods and receives his slice.
Thanks.
It's not much as Christmas meals go, I mutter, serving myself a dollop of cream. I push the bowl toward him.
It's great,
he says, and there's an odd note in his voice. He sounds sincere, which is weird. Pasta with canned sauce and deep frozen cherry pie. But there's also something like longing that makes my chest hurt. This boy confuses me so much. We eat our pie in a silence so thick you can cut it with a knife. After the first mouthfuls, I can't take it anymore, so I get up and put Dead Can Dance on my old beaten-up stereo. Ash is frowning when I return to the table, but presses his mouth shut. I focus on my pie. At some point, I look up to find his gaze fixed on my mouth. My neck warms, the heat rising to my cheeks. I wipe my chin. Do I have cherry jam all over my face?
No, you...
He swallows hard, licks his lips. He puts down his spoon.
It's not that.
Then what is it? He puffs out a breath and his eyes turn hard. He pushes his dish to the side.
Why did you invite me?
I clench my jaw. Just wanted to see you. We're friends.
Used to be.
Ouch. I thought we could be again. He blinks at me, then looks away, his thick, dark lashes sweeping low. God, he's gorgeous. Now that I've decided I don't hate him, I can't stop ogling him. How mortifying. Then he stands up, muscles rippling under his shirt.
I should go. This was a bad idea.
Oh, God, no. Please stay. I get up, shoving my chair back. The legs screech on the wooden floor. Come on, Ash. It's Christmas. Can't we make up? He's breathing hard. He rakes a hand through his dark hair. Boy is built like a god. Narrow hips and strong legs, and those shoulders.
Make up.
He's eyeing me carefully, and his hands are curling into fists.
How do you propose to do that?
Just give me a chance to explain, to apologize. I'm sorry I wasn't nice to you.
You weren't nice? What are you talking about?
Okay, what? I thought I hated you because of what your dad did, but I don't. I swear. He takes a step back as if I've just slapped him.
You should.
What, hate you? I really can't follow anymore. It wasn't your fault, Ash. I know that, always have. It's just that getting the words out is hard. I spent so long trying to get over you that I thought I did.
Get over me? What do you mean?
Is he being dense on purpose? You know, in high school, after you kissed me and then decided I wasn't worth it and started ignoring me?
I never thought you weren't worth it.
He sounds bewildered, and it makes me angry. I've torn my chest open, and here I am pouring my heart out. The least he can do is not mock me. You kissed me, and the next day you stopped talking to me. You kissed other girls, I saw you. You ignored me. We'd been friends, and then everything changed. He sighs, and it seems to come from deep inside him.
Damn right everything changed. Because after kissing you, I was sure you were the only one I'd ever want. And I couldn't have you.
Okay, my mind short-circuits again, for a different reason this time. You're not making any sense. You stopped talking to me because you decided you wanted me? He nods.
Yeah.
Explain this to me, because I can't figure it out. I'm desperately trying to keep the tears back. The wound is old, but it feels like it's bleeding again. You were my best friend, and you kissed me, and then you vanished from my life. So much for forgiving him and getting over him, huh? He turns around, his back stiff.
I wasn't good for you. I'm still not.
Bullshit. He stiffens more, his hands balling at his sides.
It's the truth.
I don't know what you mean. My voice trembles. Look at me, Ash. Talk to me.
You know I got into fights. I beat other kids up.
That wasn't like you.
And what am I like?
Harsh. Angry. You're a good person. I hesitate. Something happened back then, didn't it? Tessa said your mom passed away. I didn't know. His breath hitches.
Yeah. But it happened long before that. Even before Tyler left. When Mom first got sick, Dad, he started drinking and lashing out right and left. Whoever was in his way, tough luck. But I did the same, Odds. Exactly the same. I started swinging and took down whoever got in the way. He shakes his head, his voice dropping low. I'm not what you need. Never was. I step between him and the door. Close, so close if I reach out I can touch him. And how would you know what I need? Damn it. He grabs my arms. His eyes blaze. I've done my best to keep away from you, and now... He presses me against the door. I shouldn't be here. But I want you here, I whisper, too aware of his strong body pressed against mine, his musky scent. Always have, even when I thought you didn't want me. Why are you saying these things to me now? His face dips toward mine, his eyes half closing. All this time, I thought you loathed me. I don't. His hands land on either side of my head, trapping me against his hard chest. His mouth looks luscious, and I can't think of anything I want more than to kiss him. Ash. And then he's kissing me, his mouth hard and hot against mine, stealing my breath. His tongue swipes over the seam of my lips, opening them, thrusting into my mouth. My knees turn to water. I sag, and he wraps a corded arm around me, holding me up, pulling me to him. Still kissing me, his taste exploding inside me, making me ache to my core. I lift my arms around his neck, wanting more, wanting him more, closer, wanting to feel his bare, warm skin against mine. I bury my fingers in the soft hair at his nape, while his slip under the hem of my blouse, inching up. I shiver when he finds the clasp of my bra and tugs. Want me to stop? He whispers. No, don't stop. Odds. His voice is ragged, his breathing harsh. My nickname on his lips is sweet and hot, merging the past and the present. But he's a grown man now. His hardness presses into my stomach, a rod of steel. He's aroused as much as I am, and I like that. I grind myself against him, and he moans, a deep, throaty sound. Suddenly, both of his hands are under my blouse, unclasping my bra and pulling everything off. I hold up my arms to help, needing to feel the touch of his skin on me. My blouse and bra land on the floor with a whisper. God, his eyes smolder. His lips part, and he draws a long breath. You're so beautiful. His hands brush the sides of my breasts, sending bolts of heat down my spine. I've dreamed of seeing you, touching you like this for so long. Yeah? I shiver. His hands move under my breasts, cupping them, and I throb everywhere. Since I kissed you in high school. A long time. He slides his hands down my sides, under my legs, and lifts me. Gasping, I cling to him. He sure likes carrying me around. He groans, his hardness trapped between us, throbbing and hot like fire. Then he hefts me higher, nuzzling my neck, and strides to the sofa where he proceeds to lay me down on my back. He climbs over me, this time trapping me with his legs. Even in the warm air of the room, my skin pebbles and my nipples harden more. I want him to take off his shirt, his pants. I want to see his body, see if it looks as it feels, so firm and perfect. Bending over, he props his elbow by my head and kisses a trail from my shoulder to my neck, and I turn my head to the side to give him better access. He nips at my earlobe,
making me shudder and shift. I slide my hands down his ribs, down to his hips, trying to slip them under his shirt. It's so tight I can't. Then his mouth closes over the tip of my breast, and I forget what I'm trying to do. He sucks and licks until my back arches off the cushions, and my breath comes out in a hiss. Electric shocks zip down my spine. Liquid heat surges low in my body, and a throb starts between my legs. I need him. When he moves to my other breast, I let my legs fall open and scrape my hands down his lower back, dragging him closer. He hasn't been the only one to dream of this moment. I pushed it down, but deep in me, I've wanted him for all those years. He sits back with a lazy grin. His eyes glint like silver. But then he slips his fingers into the high waistband of my stretch pants, tugging, and I start. I grab his hands. No. He stills, the grin slipping from his face. Odds? Please, don't. I hold his hands, fighting panic. Don't. He nods. Okay, no problem. Did I hurt you? No, it's not that. I lick my dry lips, suddenly aware I'm lying half naked on my sofa, my breasts exposed and tingling, ash sitting between my legs. I can't. I let go of his hands and they land on his thighs. He's still breathing hard, and his erection is trapped in his jeans, curving sideways. I knew this was a mistake, he says and starts to lift himself off the sofa. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ash. He's about to leave, again, and I'm letting the past and my fears govern me when all I want is him. I fight for a deep breath. It's the scars. That's the reason I never wear low-slung jeans like other girls. I always make sure the hated scar on my lower belly remains hidden. He closes his eyes, those dark lashes sweeping his cheekbones. Scars aren't ugly, Odds. Those are the exact same words he used when we were little. I'm sure of that. I cherish that memory, and have held on to it like a lifeline since the accident. Mine are. I don't believe it. They're part of you. They mean you survived something ugly, but you're alive, and you're beautiful. His words bring a knot to my throat. I sit up, covering my breasts with my hands. I never show my scars to anyone. I'm not just anyone. A side of his mouth tips up, and his eyes warm up. He has no idea how true that is. There was only him, always. But still I hesitate. If I show you mine, he says, will you show me yours? Another snippet of memory from our shared childhood. It serves to calm my racing pulse. I know your scars. He sits there, his jaw set. He just stares at me, not a muscle moving, though a vein beats frantically at his neck. I have new ones since I last showed you. Dread settles like lead in my stomach. I have a feeling I know what he's about to show me. Are they bad? Bad. Ugly. Unlike yours. He stands up, reaches back, and pulls the shirt over his head, making the muscles on his chest stretch and ripple in a mouth-watering way. His tattoo is breathtaking, a black dragon curling on his chest, the wings spreading on his shoulder and up his neck. His eyes flutter closed and he draws a long breath, as if bracing himself. Then he turns around. Oh, God. His back is a map of cruelty. Vertical scars, old and new, some fading to white lines, some still purple and painful looking, from his shoulder blades down to the small of his back, where yellow bruising spreads. I feel sick, like I'm going to throw up. This has to have taken years and years. This was happening to him, and I didn't know. No matter if he was cold to me after the kiss, he was my best friend, and I just didn't know. The tears run down my cheeks, cooling my skin. By the time he turns around, I'm ready to throw myself into his arms and hug him like I've never hugged anyone before. But he flinches when he sees my face and steps back.
Fuck. I shouldn't have shown you. I'm sorry, Odds.
He grabs his jacket from the chair and strides across the room before I manage to formulate a response. It isn't until I hear the door slam that I realize he's left once more.
Chapter 10. Asher. Standing at the entrance of her building, I pull on my shirt and jacket, then hurry out to the street. The cold bites every inch of exposed skin, but can't compete with the ice filling my chest. God, I was stupid, showing her my scars. Her scars may be beautiful to me, but that doesn't mean mine would be to her. Just because she listened to me when we were kids doesn't mean she feels the same way I do. I'm not a kid anymore, and neither is Audrey. I swallow hard at the memory of her breasts. No, definitely not a kid. Why did I think it would be a good idea to show her my scars? I wanted to put her at ease, and it worked when we were kids. Right. See again, point 1. We aren't kids anymore. Fuck, the devastated look on her face. The horror. I can't stand it. So, okay, I lied. I do think scars are ugly. Mine are. Not hers. My scars are a mark of my inability to fight back, to win the fight between me and my dad. My weakness, my failure. I hate them. I never show them to anyone. But Audrey isn't just anyone. A little voice in my mind throws my words back at me, mocking me. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Now she won't look at me again like she did before my act of idiocy. With desire, with need. All that's left is horror, pity, revulsion. I walk faster, jamming my hands in my pant pockets. God, she's so pretty. Her face, her eyes, the freckles on her nose, and her body. Christ, her breasts, full and fitting perfectly in my hands. They drive me crazy. Stop thinking about her. The town seems empty. Everyone is at home with family, celebrating. Damn it. That sort of happiness isn't meant for me. I can scarcely remember what it's like. I felt so good for a while back there in her apartment, in her arms, that I forgot this little fact. Hell, I'd give anything to stay with her, be with her, not just today, but every day. Audrey doesn't hate me. She said that. Can I believe it? And she kissed me back, this time I'm sure of it. The girl wants me, but would she hate herself come tomorrow if she made out with me? Today she might be lonely, but tomorrow, with her friends at college, would she still look at me that way? And when she finds out about my plans for the future, screw this. Better nail this day in my memory for future reference with a step forward, a step toward my new life. I cut through the quiet neighborhood toward downtown. Festive multicolored lights flash in the shop fronts. The Bulldog, the illegal fight club, is tucked in the basement of a rundown block of offices. A rusty sign sighs with the icy breeze. Dirty steps lead down to a massive metal door. Nobody answers for a long while. Long enough that I think about leaving. Maybe they closed for Christmas? Then a lock unlatches and the door swings open. Yes? I try to see who's behind, but there's only darkness. Damn creepy. I'm here to see Marty, I say, nerves making my hands shake. Name's Asher. Marty ain't in today. He's with family. No business on Christmas Day. Come back tomorrow. Marty has a family. Huh. Who'd have thought? Even in this world of thugs and death dealers, I'm an oddity. All right. Who's that? Another male voice asks from inside, and a pair of eyes glint in the opening. He says name's Asher. Asher? I nod, not sure what this is about. And you're here because you want to fight, is that right? Yeah. You look way too young for this. I'm 21, I lie. I've fought here before. Marty knows me. This isn't a place to fuck around, boy. Here's the big fish. Men want to see blood and a real fight. Got it. My heart is in my throat. I can do this. All right. Come back in 2 days. We talk then. If Marty's not here, ask for Carl. And before I can speak again, the door slams closed. Okay. That went well. Probably. This last guy sounded wary. I hope he isn't going to throw a wrench into my plans. This fight club is my only real chance to get out of the rut of my shitty life. My last hope. I suddenly feel very tired and old. Too old for my 18 years. I set my head against the cold wind and head back to Zane's apartment. Next morning, I borrow Zane's running shoes and go for a jog to calm my nerves. I always run when I can. Helps order my thoughts and let out some of my anger. Loping through the town, I pass the entrance of the fight club. Closed and quiet. Business is done late at night. I know fighters can make good money in such clubs, if they manage not to get killed or get a debilitating blow. I can do this. I've been trained by one of the best, both in clean and dirty fighting. But I'm not naive. I know what I'm getting into. Illegal shit. Underground mafia. Drugs and violence. You sell your soul for money. Beat up people you don't know, people who are there because they're as desperate as you for some money, some ray of hope. It all comes down to this, doesn't it? Time and again. Hope. As I run, I replay my time in Audrey's apartment in my head. Her gaze, her taste, her voice, her words, how warm I felt in her arms. It doesn't matter. I can't see her again. I'd give anything to be with her, and that is the one person I shouldn't be with. Not unless I want to drag her down with me. So instead, I run, and run, eating the distance, punching the air, letting out steam. The cold clears my head. I need to pass by Dad's. I have to grab some stuff. Clothes, shoes, my papers, my cell phone. And I'm ready for him this time. I run, a stitch in my side, all the way to the house I used to call home. My stomach twists as I approach the familiar porch and see the familiar peeling paint of the front door. Slowing down, I come to a stop at the front steps. Bracing my hands on my knees, I bend over, panting. Getting into the house may prove tricky, as my keys stayed inside with my wallet and phone, but I have my ways. I wonder if Dad is home. I walk around the house, trying to see inside. No movement, no sound. Maybe my luck has taken a turn for the better just this once, and he's out, drinking with his buddies. There. Tyler's bedroom window is my usual way in. I've sneaked inside that way before when I forgot my key. There's a trick with the latch, and I carefully push the frame to the side and up until I feel it give. The window slides open, and I pull myself up and into the house. It's dark and dusty. The air has a musty smell I know well, but also a subtle stench I can't place. No matter. I'm not planning on investigating, or staying long enough to find out. I tiptoe into my room, grab a duffel bag, and stuff it with my clothes and some books. I snag my shaving kit, toothbrush, and toothpaste from the bathroom, and head to the front door. The smell hits me again, and I wonder if a rat died in the pipes. A cleaning lady comes in once a week, she'll take care of it. I'm not sticking around any longer than I have to. I stop in the hallway. Wincing, I stare at a small pool of dried blood on the floor. Probably mine where I fell. Christ. My cell phone is there, cracked open. I hope to God I can put it back together. I also find my wallet lying on the floor a few feet away. My chest aches. My heart's going into overdrive. I glance over my shoulder, fully expecting to see my dad standing there, fists raised to knock me out cold. I'm so out of there. Grabbing my stuff, I shove everything into the duffel and open the door. Wary, I look outside but see nobody. I step out and close the door quietly behind me. Done. I'm done with my dad and my life there. Time to turn a new leaf. Night has fallen by the time I climb the stairs to Zane's apartment, still jittery with nerves from what happened at Audrey's, then my visit to Dad's house, and the thought I should get ready for the bulldog tomorrow. Other people dress up to go to their job interviews. I'll have to look badass tomorrow night to receive the go and enter the cages to fight. I'll cut my hair short. Maybe leave the top longer and spike it with gel. I'll borrow Zane's hair trimmers, he won't mind. I'm tugging on my hair with one hand, fishing in my pocket for the keys with the other, when I realize someone is sitting on the steps leading to the next floor. I stop still. That red hair, the wide green eyes. Odds? I swallow hard. What are you doing here? What does it look like? Looking uncertain, she stands up, smoothing her hands over her black stretch pants. God, she has great legs. I was waiting for you. Why? Her mouth goes flat and tight, and anger flashes in her eyes. She marches up to me, hands on her hips. Why do you think? You showed me, she huffs. Showed me yourself, and then left, just like that. I wanted... Uncertainty returns to her gaze. You wanted what? She shrugs, and her eyes fill up. But the expression on her face isn't disgust or hatred. I can't place it. I have no clue what she wanted to do, but whatever it was, it made her come over to Zane's apartment, wait for me here. I look down at the keys in my hand. This is a bad idea. Another one on a long list of them. This girl makes me want things I shouldn't, hope for things I can't have. And still, I make the wrong decision, because I can't help myself. Come on in. She walks ahead of me into the living room, her hands twisting together. I draw the curtains shut and light the lamps around the main area with the sofa. I think there's tea, I say, and head toward the kitchen, because I'm not used to playing host and I need a moment to collect myself. I'll heat the water. Her footsteps follow me. Why did you leave? You were upset with me. I fill the kettle with water and plug it in, but don't turn it on yet. No, not with you. She stands behind me and her hands slide over my hips. I'm angry with myself for not knowing this. Her fingers travel up my back and rest over the scars. I shiver. I only wanted to make you comfortable. I know. You always did that. Always managed to make me feel good about myself. A knot forms in my throat. Before I made you hate me. That was why you left the previous time, isn't it? Her warmth seeps into the back of my body. She smells of something floral and sweet. After you saved me from those guys at the campus and Tessa came. You told her... I bite my tongue. It doesn't matter. I know what she said I told her. If you'd stayed, you'd know I replied that I never hated you. God, Ash, it's the truth. I clench my jaw, still trying to wrap my head around that. Trying to believe it in my heart. It isn't easy after all this time. So what are you here for? I'm not sure where we stand at this point. I only know my body is reacting to her presence, same like every time. And my jeans are getting tighter and tighter. Soon I'll need to adjust myself, and I still don't know what she wanted back at her apartment. What she wants now. You showed me your scars. I'll show you mine, she says. I still. You don't have to. It was a terrible idea. No, it wasn't. Her hands slipped down to my lower back. I'm glad you showed me. I needed to know. No, you didn't. Anger flares inside me, a spark of heat. You don't need to know anything like that. You've had enough on your plate, and I didn't mean... Ash. She moves away from me, and I can't help but turn. I have to see her face. Have to see... Fucking hell, she's undressing. Right in front of me, in the dimly lit kitchen, leaning back against the wall. She's lifting the hem of her long blouse, revealing her lacy black bra. The lace hugs her breasts, and they threaten to spill over, round and soft, white skin like silk. I can see her nipples through it, faintly darker circles, and I step toward her, unable to stop myself. She lets her blouse drop to the floor. The pants are the same ones she had yesterday, elastic, hugging her curves all the way up to her waist. She pushes the pants down to reveal matching black panties. I'm aware of my breathing, growing more ragged by the second. My dick throbs desperately, and I reach into my jeans to adjust it. Just one touch, and I'm so close to bursting. Odds. I want her. Desire crashes into me like a wall, almost bringing me to my knees. Fuck. Here, she says, and I take a step closer, my hands fisting. I don't know if I can control myself and not grab her and slide into her, feel her all around me. My dick twitches. What? Even my voice sounds strange, hoarse and breathless. My scars, she says. It's like a dash of cold water, clearing the haze from my eyes. Her scars. She's showing them to me. She came over for that reason. Trusting me. Focusing on where her hand is pointing is difficult. My eyes keep straying to her breasts, down to the shadowed place between her smooth thighs, barely covered by lace. She grabs my hand and places it over the horizontal scar marking one side of her belly, from the top of her hip bone almost to the navel. It's a pale pink. Then she moves my hand down to her thigh, to the vertical scar there. But then I glance up into her eyes and I see fear and pain and the trust her actions are hinting at, and I can't look away. Scars aren't ugly, I say. She bites her lip. My mouth goes dry. I can't find words, I'm not good with them. But I have to tell her the truth. The most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Her cheeks flush and her eyes sparkle. My hand slides up her silky thigh between her legs. I stroke my thumb over the lace and she shudders. God, this girl sets my blood on fire. I have to finish what I started at her apartment. Will she stop me? She looks amazing in her black underwear, giving me glimpses of what I know is underneath. I remember the taste, the feel of her breasts in my mouth. I grab her waist and steer her toward the table. Her eyes are wide as I lift her, sit her on the edge and tug down her panties. God, she looks amazing. Open for me, I whisper, and the flush spreads on her neck and the mounds of her breasts. I place my hand on top of her leg, then slip it down between her legs to the soft red curls there. Ash. She's breathing hard, her breasts rising and falling. Losing control now is easy, and I shouldn't. I want to give her pleasure. I need to taste her, touch her, hear her cry out my name. No girl has ever made me feel this way before. She shudders when I tease her seam with my forefinger and splays her legs wider, giving me access. Swallowing a groan, I press my finger inside of her. Slick and warm and wet. Take off your bra, I say through gritted teeth. I've never had trouble keeping myself back before, but I feel I'm going to come in my pants as if I were 12 or something. At first, I think she'll resist my demands, that she'll chicken out, that I've gone too far. I long to undress her, but I don't want to stop what I'm doing, touching her where she throbs, where she's burning with desire. But she reaches behind and unclasps her bra, tugs off the straps, and lets her beautiful breasts spill out. My mouth is dry as the desert. Shit. I have to focus on her. This isn't about me. I want to give, not take for once. Show her she comes first. Make her come first. I'm going to taste you now, I say, and she whimpers, her legs shaking. Lie back on your elbows. I plan on making her scream with pleasure.
Chapter 11. Audrey. Ash's blue eyes nail me, dark with arousal. He can't seem to catch his breath, and his finger keeps stroking me where I burn with need. It's Ash. Ash with his square jaw and soft mouth, his shiny dark hair tousled and silky, his shoulders wide and muscled. I need him. I'm nearly going mad with desire. I burn and shiver, and my whole body is one heartbeat, from the top of my head to my breasts, all the way low in my belly. And he looks at me like he knows. He's fully aware of what he's doing to me, how I want him. Flashing me a confident grin, he lets his gaze roll over my naked body, lingering on my breasts until I'm about to scream with frustration. Please, I murmur. I remember how he licked them and sucked on them, and the memory's enough to turn the heat up. His finger flicks over my clit, and I gasp, my legs opening wider. I want him inside me. But he's still fully dressed, and although his erection bulges, he doesn't seem inclined to undress. And before I can ask him to, beg if I have to, he drags a chair closer, sits and places both of his hands on my inner thighs, spreading me. It's an odd feeling, the cool air hitting my most private, throbbing parts. But then his tongue laps at me, rough and hot, undoing me. I fall back on my elbows, my breasts tingling, ripples of pleasure shooting up from where he's holding me and torturing me so perfectly. I moan, needing more, and he gives me more. His fingers slide inside my core, pressing and stroking, and I can't stop the cry building up in my throat. I'm so close. He looks up at me and presses his mouth more firmly, eating me up, as his fingers fuck me harder. Ash! I shudder and shake as lightning pleasure goes through me, waves and waves of it, hitting me one after the other, shattering me. I sob for breath, and he still licks at me, still touches me, prolonging my orgasm, wringing every last drop of it, until I fall back on the table, limp and drained. I wanted him inside me, but God, this was mind-blowing. My body sings with pleasure, and my every muscle is lax and heavy. Arms slip under my back, under my knees, lifting me. No energy is left in me. I wrap an arm around Ash's neck and let him do what he pleases with me. Boy likes carrying me. I could get used to that. Could get used to his deep smell, the warmth of his skin, the feel of his strong muscles, the way tendons bulge on the side of his neck. Odds, he whispers. Yeah, I could also easily get used to the way he speaks my name, low and full of desire. He sits down on the sofa, on the sheets where he sleeps, keeping me on his lap. He holds me, his arms like steel around me, his face buried in my hair. He's still fully hard. I can feel his erection against my leg. I'm sorry, he says against my skin. What for? My body feels liquid, draped all over him. Ignoring you back in school after we kissed. I nod. I still don't really get it. He went through some rough times, I know that now, but still. It's all right. No, it's not. I screwed up. It's okay, I say. I understand. No, he says. You don't. His heart booms. Whatever he's about to say is hard for him. Dad knew I liked you. He said he'd go talk to you, tell you what a fuck-up I am. God, odds, the thought of him coming anywhere near you. He presses his lips together. Oh, dear God. His dad is such an asshole. I'm so sorry, I say. And you're here now. I thread my arms around his neck. We're here. We'll be fine. He sighs, cradles me closer. Then his hand drifts down my arm and moves to my breast, lightly touching, making me throb with need again. He lowers me until I sit on the sofa and leans over me, his mouth closing over mine, his tongue teasing my lips. Oh God, this is crazy. I came by to show him my scars, to let him know it worked. Showing me his scars made me trust him again. It also gave me a glimpse into his life and made me understand him more. It's a step in the right direction, and I wanted to let him know that. The transition from that part to this is blurry. One moment I'm showing him my ugly scars, and the next he's going down on me. And now he's doing it again. Driving me insane with need. For him. My hands fumble with his shirt and I manage to snag the hem and tug. This time he helps me, grabbing it and tearing it off. Jeez, this boy's chest should be illegal. My hands smooth over his six-pack, his firm pecs, the grooves at his hips. His hardness presses between my legs, and his lashes flutter against his cheekbones. Wait, I say. He glances at me under his lowered lashes. His chest rises and falls rapidly.
God, odds. I'll stop if you ask me to, but I don't want to.
I sit up, push him back against the cushions. He lets me, sighing, a look of sadness stealing over his features. Kneeling at his feet, I unbutton his jeans and tug them down. His eyes grow heavy-lidded, pale blue swallowed by black, his pupils blown huge with desire. Pulling his boots and socks off, I take off his jeans and look up at him. He wears black briefs. He's so hard the head of his cock is peeking over the elastic, and he doesn't seem to notice. He's staring at me, his hands clenched by his sides, as if afraid to make a wrong movement and scare me away. Taking a moment to enjoy the sight, his handsome face, his awesome body, I place my hands on top of his muscular thighs and reach for his briefs. Tit for tat. His breathing hitches when I pull the briefs down, freeing his erection so that it bumps against his belly. Fuck, he hisses. His cock is thick and long, powerful like the rest of him. He groans when I wrap my fingers around the base and rise on my knees. His eyes dip from my face to my breasts and then down to my hand on him. Then I bend over him, and the movement seems to snap him from his trance.
Odds, no.
He puts a hand on my shoulder, gently pushing me backward.
You don't have to do this.
I want to, I say, holding his gaze. I've imagined doing it. His eyes widen then, and he stops pushing me away. His fingers dig into my shoulder. I don't have much experience with this. All this. A little-known fact, even to Tessa, is that although I've had 2 boyfriends since I moved to Chicago, I've barely gone past first base, which is probably also the reason they didn't last long. That, and the fact that my boyfriends were bastards, as Tessa often likes to point out. But deep in my heart, I know the real reason those relationships didn't last. It's Ash I've always wanted. Surrogates just can't cut it. I take him into my mouth, loving how he moans and tangles his fingers in my hair, how he trembles and throws his head back. He tastes salty and sweet, with a hint of bitterness. When I tighten my fingers around him, when I firm my lips around his girth, when I suck, he pants and groans and tugs lightly on my hair. He's fascinating. His eyes fall shut and his teeth grind together when I take him deeper. His face twists in a grimace that looks like pain, but his hips roll once, twice, and I know he likes what I'm doing to him. A lot. It makes me feel good, makes me feel powerful, like he needs me as much as I need him. I can make him crazy with lust, give him such pleasure he gets lost in it, and doesn't realize he's pushing my head down to take more of him. I can't. Have no idea how he's so big. He opens his eyes when I pull back, looking so confused it's cute. And embarrassing. There goes my sense of power and sexy sassiness. Concern crosses his features.
It's okay, he rasps. Come here.
I lick my lips and climb up the sofa, settling next to him. He draws me to his chest, an arm around my shoulders. A corner of his mouth lifts.
You all right?
He asks, his voice husky. It sends shivers all over me. Yeah.
That felt so good.
His eyes are pale blue slits, and his lips stretch into a full grin.
So fucking good.
I laugh, smothering the sound against his shoulder. I was that good, huh?
You're amazing,
he says, his voice suddenly serious. You didn't come, though. He shrugs.
Doesn't matter.
I look down at his erection. It's rock hard, the head purple, and liquid drips from the small slit. It's hot, sexy, makes my skin burn with desire. As I watch, his cock twitches.
If you keep looking at it like that, you'll finish me,
he breathes, his voice catching. Really? He chuckles.
Want to see?
I put my hand down, trail a finger up his length. He shudders and more liquid seeps out. Yeah, I say and close my hand around him. I want to see.
He grunts. Every time you're near me, I get hard, he whispers. Just thinking of you, looking at you, smelling you. The sound of your name makes me hard.
I bite my lip. My face heats up.
What do you want?
He whispers. I want to see you come. It's the truth, but I'm amazed the words come out of my mouth. I didn't mean them to. My face grows hotter.
God, I love it when you talk dirty.
He swallows, the knot in his throat moving. He places his larger hand over mine. Show me how, I say.
Fuck odds.
His hand presses over mine and starts moving up and down.
Like this.
You like this?
It feels so good.
His voice slurs, and I feel his cock swell more under my hand.
You feel so good.
I want you, I say, pressing my mouth to his. I kiss him and he moans in my mouth. I pull back. I want to feel you inside me.
Oh, fuck.
He bends forward, his stomach muscles clenching, and his cock jerks. Ropes of white semen hit his chest, all the way up to his chin. His arm around me tightens, and he gasps my name. He's so gorgeous as he comes, his sinewy body tensing, every muscle leaping into stark relief, his strong legs quivering, surrendering to desire, giving in to his body. Great shudders go through him, forcing whimpers from his throat. The expression on his face, the surprise, the pleasure, the relief. That's one of the most beautiful things I'd ever seen.
Chapter 12. Asher. Holy fuck, this girl killed me. Literally. Not that I mind. It's a beautiful death. I can barely move. I'm a puddle of pleasure on the couch, desperately trying to catch my breath. Her small hand is still wrapped around my softening junk, and I have my hand on top of hers, keeping it there. Maybe I should move my hand. Allow her to release me before I start hardening again like a 12-year-old. Her proximity can do this to me. And she's still naked, all her luscious curves pressed against me. Her pretty round tits with their rosy nipples almost in my face. Come on, I can't get hard so fast after this orgasm wiped me out, can I? Pressure's building again in my balls. Shit, maybe I really can. Down, boy. I'll scare her. It's unbelievable she's still there. I don't want to jinx it. You're all sticky, she says. I snort. Sticky and gross come cooling all over my chest. I need a shower. You too. I pull her up with me, and she comes gamely along, laughing quietly. Dizzy with happiness, the girl of my dreams is in my arms, naked and laughing. I drag her into the bathroom and start the hot water running. She giggles when I draw her under the warm spray, and she runs her hands over my chest, washing off the stickiness. I love the sound of her laughter. Her smile, her shining eyes, her wet skin so smooth and perfect against mine. Her scars, her past and her sorrow, the whole of her. Shit, I'm falling hard. Or maybe I already did long ago. I'm addicted to her, and there's no hiding from it anymore. Hell, this is scary as fuck. Naked or not, I feel cut open and bared to her. Feel as if she can see right through me, as my thoughts are written all over my face. And speaking of naked, my thoughts flow out of my head when she presses herself to me. Her breasts are soft, their tips hard, and we fit together as if she's made for me. Warm and curvy, her face underneath mine, so I only have to dip my chin to kiss her cute little nose. Then I bend lower to kiss her mouth, and she shifts, her hands moving to my back, bringing us closer. I gasp when my dick is trapped between our bodies. Christ, I can't believe I'm hard again already. She smiles, tilting her head to the side, her red curls bouncing. So pretty, so sexy. I need her so badly. God, this girl will be the death of me. I'm in love with her rosy nipples, her lush lips, her wide eyes. Everything about her is perfect. I kiss her, eat her up, smooth my hands over her every curve. I dip my fingers between her legs, making her moan and writhe. I lift my other hand to her breasts, massaging one nipple, then the other, and she bends back to let me. It's heaven and hell. I'm touching her like I've always dreamed I would, and she's making those sexy little noises, keening and moaning. But my dick is fit to burst, and I have no condoms. I need to bury myself inside of her, but no way am I doing it without protection. So instead, I focus on her, rubbing her nub, dipping my fingers inside her heat, bending down to suckle on her breast, until I feel her come apart. She cries out, shaking against me, her hands scrabbling up my back, and I hold her as she rides her waves of pleasure. Totally addicted. I'm fucking nuts for her. I grab her wrists, lift her hands over her head, and nudge her with my body backward until she fetches up against the shower wall. I hold her hands up there, watch her chest rise and fall. Lust mingles with a speck of fear in her eyes, and I groan with need, my dick twitching. My grip on her wrists tightens, and she moans. It sounds like she's in pain. Cold panic wells inside me. Christ, did I hurt her? I let go of her hands and step back. Shit, I'm sorry. Ash? Her voice is small. Are you okay? My chest feels too tight. I haven't hurt you, have I? Ash. Stronger now. Her hands catch my face, turn it toward her. Her eyes are dark with something I can't name. I think she looks sad. Listen to me. I nod. You haven't hurt me at all. I would have said something if you did, I promise you that, okay? I nod again. Shoving a hand through my hair, I step out of the shower stall and grab a towel, holding it out for her. She lets me wrap her in it, biting her lip. It makes me want to pick up where we left off, but panic still threatens at the edge of my reason. I need a moment. Fucked up timing. Or is it? Would I scare her more if I continued? Jesus, I'm driving myself up the fucking wall with my doubts. She stands with her long hair dripping, a question in her eyes, and I don't know how to fucking answer it. Yeah, I'm a fuck-up, but I'd never hurt her. Not on purpose. I'm not what she expected me to be. I hope I'm not. I'm not my father. I know you're not, she says quietly. Fuck, I said it out loud. I grab another towel from the rack and dry my head roughly. Yeah, I really need a moment. I've lost every scrap of control I thought I had. The hard-earned lessons, my hard decisions, they're all crumbling around me. I want this girl like nothing else in the world. Not just her perfect body, but her arms around me, her softly spoken words of comfort, the feeling I have when I'm with her, that I've been alone in the world without her, that I've come back home. And that's the problem, because it's an illusion I can't afford. I haven't hurt her yet, but I'll do so soon, one way or another. Ash? I stop in the act of pulling my jeans back on. What's on your mind? She asks softly. The truth? That for so long I've felt empty inside? That she's always held my heart? That I'm not what she needs? I have something I need to do tonight, I say. I don't want to see her face, but she sighs and I look up. Disappointment. She probably wanted me to say something good after fooling around with her. Maybe ask her to stay the night with me, and there's nothing I'd have liked more. But I can't. That's fine. I've got stuff to do too, she says, and I have to look away. She's putting on a brave front, but I can see the pain in her eyes. She'll be okay. We haven't even fucked. Seriously, Ash? I rake my fingers through my hair and tug hard. I'm doing the one thing I hate. I'm hurting her. Ash. She walks over to me. She's dressed. What a shame. Don't shut me out again. I shake my head. Don't want to lie. If I'm shutting her out, it's because I have to. My life isn't like yours, Odds. What do you mean? Damn. I pull on a t-shirt, but still don't meet her gaze. I can't. I don't even know where to start, how to explain. Never mind. I just need to work some things out. Silence stretches. You're running away again, she whispers. Her words strike like knives. I'm not running. You sound like you've given up the fight. What do you know about fighting? Anger makes me see red. What have you ever had to really fight for, with blood and pain? What do you know about any of it? She steps back, her eyes round. Jesus, Ash, I just want to help you. How can you help me? Shit. Anger burns inside me, although I realize it's not her fault my situation is so bad. Just forget it. How do you expect me to understand, she says, when you won't talk about it? You want me to talk about it? My heart pounds. Really? How about I often wished it was my father who died in the accident and not yours? How about telling you how lucky you are? That it's better to have a good father who's dead rather than a bad one forever? Her face pales. Stop. Why? Anger sizzles through me. Isn't this what you wanted to hear? That I should be thankful my dad's dead? She stumbles on the last word, and the pain in her voice rips me up like a blade. Do you have any idea how much I loved him? How empty my life is without him? Can't say I do. She hisses, her eyes wet. How can you say that? You asked, Odds. I guess now is the point where she leaves, slamming the door behind her, as she should. My voice drops to a whisper as the anger drains out of me. You said you wanted to understand, so understand this. I can't imagine what you had with your dad, because I don't have it with mine. Never have. All I know is you have good memories, and that's something. Tears roll down her cheeks, and I want to slam my fists into the wall and yell out my frustration. She can't understand me. But she hasn't run away, either. I suck in a deep breath, then I reach out and pull her to me. I'm sorry. I tuck her head under my chin and just hold on to her as small shudders go through her body. I shouldn't have said anything. After a while, she draws back enough to look up at me. It's okay. I think... She swallows hard. We have some catching up to do. Why don't you come over to my place tomorrow? I'll cook and we'll figure it out. I can only stare at her. She really wants to help me, doesn't she? Even after the horrible things I said. Her lips are red, well-kissed, but I want to kiss her again. I desperately want to sink into her and forget about the world and all its problems. My lips brush over hers until her lashes flutter. You have me, Ash, she whispers, not only Zane. For anything you need. I want to be here for you, too. Please, say you'll come by tomorrow. I nod. How can I refuse someone so brave? A smile breaks over her face, lighting up her eyes. See you tomorrow, then. I just stand there as she walks out of Zane's apartment. Fuck, what the hell am I doing? And why can't I stop? I sleep badly. Nightmares waking me up at the crack of dawn. I spend the morning thinking, turning my situation over and over again in my mind. It doesn't change. I'll either join the fight club or find myself on the streets. Why can't I see another choice? Zane can't help me. Can Audrey help me, as she said? Maybe she has an idea of where I can stay until I get a legal job? Hope sparks inside me, making me restless. I'm expected tonight at the Bulldog, where I'll have to convince the owners to let me fight. Should I not go? Should I trust Audrey to help? How can she? She lives in an entirely different world. Sheltered, protected. But maybe that's the whole idea. She knows people. Good people. Unlike me. Perhaps she knows someone else who might help me. Fucking hope. It burns inside me, twisting my stomach and tensing me up. Somewhere around the time I shower and pull on a shirt, I've decided two things. I want to talk to Audrey before I go through with my decision. She deserves to know more about me, and maybe she does have an idea on how to help me out of this impasse. And second, I'm going to kiss her, and touch her, and taste her, and bury myself in her until she can't walk straight. Fuck me, the second thought makes me so hard I could come in my pants any second now. A search of Zane's apartment reveals his electric hair trimmers, and I spend some time in front of the bathroom mirror, cutting my hair until it's but 1 millimeter long at the sides and longer on top. Then I filch some of Zane's gels. He has an impressive collection of them, necessary for his gravity-defying mohawk, and spike the top. Fight Club or not, I want this day to be a turning point. Besides, the notion of talking to Audrey, laying out my problems and asking for her help, has my gut in twists just as bad as the idea of fighting. But a decision has to be made. Zane and Aaron will be back in a day or two, and I'll have to go. I'll be back on the streets if I don't find a solution. I pull on my jeans, a black sweater, boots, and my jacket. Dressed in clean clothes, my clothes for a change, with my cell and wallet in my pocket, I feel as close to normal as I have in weeks. I feel human. I'm out the door before I change my mind, and I find myself standing outside Audrey's apartment a little after midday. I shift from foot to foot, wipe my hands down my jeans, release a long breath. Try my best to look relaxed and cool as I ring the bell. The door doesn't open immediately. In fact, for a long while I hear nothing and I frown, wondering if I misunderstood what Audrey said, or if she'd changed her mind. Damn it, my fault. I touched her, kissed her, and then drove her away. Serves me right. I should have opened up to her from the start, and instead I shouted at her, made her feel bad, and let her go. I knock on the door. Odds? Turning to go, I berate myself. I practically shoved her away, and for what? To get my head straight? Right. Was it worth it? I don't feel any less confused than I was last night. The door behind me opens with a whine. Ash! I turn back, smiling in spite of myself. Odds. She's there, looking cute with her long red hair falling messily around her face. I reach for her, but she takes a step back. Not good. I like your new haircut. Her lips pull in a faint smile mirroring mine, but there's a tension about her shoulders. Come in. Struggling to ignore the unease, I step into the apartment. Are you sure? I can go. No. She grabs my hand and draws me into the living room. Don't be stupid. Sit down. Okay. I do as instructed, sitting on the sofa, and she takes a seat beside me. Something's off. The back of my neck prickles. I lean forward, letting my hands hang between my legs, and stare at her, trying to put my finger on the source of my unease. A fucking mistake. She's gorgeous, more than ever, in her drawstring pants and long sweater, her pretty feet bare. My brain blanks out and I gape, my jaw hanging loose. She isn't wearing a bra, I'm sure of it. I can see the outline of her nipples through the fabric, and I'm getting hard. Fuck. Ash? I lick my dry lips. Yesterday you said you wanted to know more about me, that maybe you can help me. Audrey? A woman's voice comes from the hallway behind me, startling the crap out of me. Who's there? Just a friend, Mom. Audrey rolls her eyes. The reason for the general disquiet is now clear. Your mom's here? Yeah, she wasn't supposed to come, but decided to drop in unannounced. Okay. I straighten where I sit. You must be happy to have her around. I haven't seen Audrey's mom in many years, but she always seemed like a nice lady. Audrey ducks her head. Sure, I missed her. Her reply leaves me frowning. She doesn't sound as excited as I expected her to be. You get along fine, don't you? Oh, yeah. Good. It's none of my business anyway. Not all parents are like my dad. I need to remember that. I lean toward Audrey again and brush red curls out of her face. Want me to come another time? She sighs. I think that'd be... Audrey! Her mom stands at the door of the room, squinting at me. Who's your friend? She hasn't recognized me. Not sure how I feel about that. I stand up and stick out my hand. Asher Devlin, ma'am. We used to be neighbors. I don't know if you remember. You. Audrey's mom takes a step back, the blood draining from her face. Your father. What are you doing here? My stomach drops. I don't know what to say. I've let my defenses down because Audrey confessed she doesn't blame me for this. I never thought how her mom must feel about me, and now I know. I'm sorry, Mrs. Morrison. I meant no disrespect. Get out! Audrey's mom points a trembling finger at me. Get away from my daughter! Mom! Audrey stands behind me, fists clenched at her sides. Stop it! You stop it, Audie! He's the son of your father's killer. And he's my friend. In my shock, I let her step in front of me. I reach for her arm. Odds. But Audrey's on a roll. You always say to forgive people and move on, and besides, it wasn't his fault. That's different. Nothing against the boy, but dating my only daughter? My baby girl? No. Shit. We're not dating, Audrey says, glancing back at me, her eyes uncertain. Not dating, right. We haven't talked about that. We made out, started talking, and now... I'll go, I say. Damn right you will, Audrey's mom says. Audrey opens her mouth, and for a second I think she'll stop me, that she'll tell her mother to shut up. But she doesn't. Instead, she says, Ash, I think you'd better go. Yeah. I shrug and leave, letting the door slam behind me. Fuck hope. Fuck believing in something better. I never learn, do I? Well, I'll be busy tonight. Looks like I have a fight to prepare for, after all.
Chapter 13. Audrey. Seeing Ash leave, his body hunched over as if in pain, threatens to break my heart. He came to talk to me. He made the effort, found the trust, and all I can do is watch him go. I want to stop him, but I have to hash this out with my mom first. I walk into the kitchenette to face her. Mom, how could you say those things to him? The same things I told him. The realization stings. You were harsh. My mom sighs. I know, but seriously, Audie, what were you thinking? Of all boys, why him? Ash is a great guy. Great guy? You told me he kept getting into fights. Did he even finish high school? Besides, you told me you couldn't stand him. Oh, God, I really did say all those things. That was then. This is now. She looks at me hard. You can do so much better than him. Much better? What am I, a princess? I huff. He's been nice to me. His father. Her voice breaks, and my chest tightens. I know, but that's his dad, not Ash. Audie. Her voice softens. Apples don't fall far from the tree. What's that supposed to mean? Anger is building inside me. I understand why she's so angry with Ash. Hell, I was too. But I'll make her see how wrong she is, like Ash has done with me. You should stay away from him. His father's a drunk and a violent man, and so is Asher. They're not the same, I say. You can't judge him by what his father did. God, girl. She leans against the counter. Asher's father had to stop boxing because he almost killed a man once, and it's no secret he drinks. As for Asher, don't you remember how he got suspended from school all the time? How he kept getting into fights? He walked around bruised on most days, and his brother wasn't any better. Ash isn't violent. He's so gentle with me, always concerned he might hurt me. God, it's all I can do not to run after him. You don't know him. And you do. He isn't the boy you used to play with. And that's his father's fault. How do you mean? I bite my lip. It isn't my place to spill Ash's secret when he's kept it from mostly everyone. Not yet, anyway. Just take my word for it. She seems to struggle with something. She draws a deep breath. Audie? Her eyes glitter. Have you slept with this boy? God, Mom, that's none of your business. Sure it is. I'm your mother. I'm 18. I'm an adult. Have you slept with him or not? No, I haven't. Technically, I haven't, although the things we've done together. I feel a hot flush creep up my neck. My mom gives me a suspicious look, then turns back to the counter where she's setting out the chopping board and knife. You don't want to be with someone like him. Really? And what is he like? Don't pretend you don't know. You're only 18, Audie. What's your rush? There are plenty of boys out there. You don't understand. I watch her take out vegetables and cheese from the fridge, and my heart clenches. I really like him. You'll get over him. Give it some time. He was here for me. I bite my tongue before I blurt the whole thing out. The attack at the campus, Ash defending me, carrying me. Mom would freak out, and the last thing I want is her deciding it's too dangerous for me living here alone. I'm here for you, she says softly, and I can hear the hurt in her voice, but I'm too angry to stop myself. Not really. I spent Christmas with Ash. She turns around, her eyes narrowed. I see. And just because you spent Christmas Day with him, he's more important to you now than me? Tears burn in my eyes. Come on, Mom, don't do this. Not doing anything. But she is. She's making it sound like I have to choose between them. Audie, you barely know him. She frowns. I can't believe you went from avoiding him to defending him so fast. I take a knife and start cutting a zucchini into small cubes, avoiding her gaze. I've known him most of my life. I've been in love with him for many years, Mom. Honestly, girl. Mom stabs a tomato like she wants to murder it. I'd know if that was true. Dad knew, and Tessa. Her lips purse. I'd always been closer to Dad rather than her. It wounds her, and I know that, but what can I do? We cut vegetables in tense silence for a while, and she throws them in a pot. She's making her wine stew, which I love, but I can't relax. I'm sorry I didn't come for Christmas, she finally says. You know I had work. I know, Mom. I'm not asking you to choose between us, honey. She glances at me sideways as she heaps spices into the pot. But promise me you'll think about it before seeing him again. That boy's trouble, always has been. You're a good, intelligent young woman. You could have anyone you wanted. I shake my head and don't answer, because the one I want is Ash. We eat, seated at the small dining table with its yellow tablecloth. Mom tells me stories about her work and her crazy colleagues, then sadder ones from the organizations she's helping with. I didn't know so many young people are driven to homelessness because of problems at home. My thoughts immediately turn to Ash. At least he still has a home, right? I frown, toying with my food. Would he go back to his father after what he did to him? Ash hasn't said anything about that. Maybe he'll stay with relatives? I need to talk to him. I itch to grab my cell, lock myself up in my room and call him. But Mom's in a chatty mood, maybe a bit forced after our discussion, trying to get me to tell her more about college and my new friends. Then, when I'm about to find an excuse to escape to my room, she manages to distract me with presents. She's bought me a short dress that fits like a glove, and a velvety sweater, and cute pink jammies and gorgeous high heels. Jesus, Mom! I put on the shoes and I'm in love with them instantly. They're sleek and black and make my legs look endless. Thank you. Anything for my little girl. I wince inwardly. We bonded since Dad died. We both made an effort, compromising, accepting our incompatibilities, laughing about them. I know she loves me with all her heart. I'm sure of it, and I love her the same. But I'm not a little girl anymore. I know where this is coming from. I mean, she's my mom, but she has to see I'm a woman now, and I can make my own choices. Ash. Want to go for a walk? Mom's checking the weather outside the bay window. It looks gray but dry. Sure, give me 5 minutes to get dressed. Mom sighs and clears away the dishes as I hurry into my room and close the door, leaning against it. I call Ash's cell, then Zane's apartment, my heart thumping. Pick up, Ash. Come on, pick up. But no answer. The phone rings and rings, and my stomach churns. I should have told him I'd call, that we'd talk later, but Mom caught me by complete surprise, first by her unexpected arrival, and then her vehement rejection of Ash. I'd been in shock, if that explained the fact I told him to go away. Crap. That was the only thing I told him. And he left. God knows what he thought. Disconnecting, I stare at the blank screen of the phone for a long moment. I'll call him again in the evening. He's probably out walking or running errands. Pulling on my brand new sweater, hoping I'm right, I go to find Mom.
Part 3. Ash. In my memory, I must be 16. I know because it's a few months after Mom died, at the end of her long battle with the sickness, and right after the accident that took Audrey's dad. The world is a dark place, and it's turning darker by the day. Dad looms over me. "You're good for nothing," he says. "Can't even learn what I'm doing my best to teach you, not like your brother. He was a quick study, fast with his fists and legs, made to be a champion." "I'm trying," I say, and it's the truth. "Not trying enough. Move, dodge, block." He moves faster than my eye can follow, and the pain comes before I see the blow. "Your brother's better." Tyler left. Another truth. "Yeah, so I'm saddled with you. A pussy. Can't handle your own shit. Getting into fights at school. Failing your classes. You think I don't know? You're the reason I—" The blow catches me in the stomach and I double over. Bile rises in my throat and I puke all over his shoes. Bad idea. I hear the dreaded sound of his buckle opening, the leather slithering through the loops coming free. He walks around me, grabs the neckline of my shirt and rips it down my back. Cool air hits my skin. I know what's coming, and another wave of nausea hits me. "Dad," I croak, my mouth too dry. "Please don't. I'm sorry. A swish, and then the buckle impacts my back, slicing through the skin, and I cry out. "Shut your mouth, pussy," he hisses. "Never beg. Never sniffle. You're a man. Take it like one. That's what you deserve." And he hits me again, and again, and again. Chapter 14. Asher. Marty isn't at the fight club, but Carl is, as he told me he'd be. He eyes me suspiciously as I stand in front of his cluttered desk in the dark basement. "So you're Asher Devlin?" I nod, my hands fisting at my sides. "And you fought here once?" "That's right." Someone knocks on the door and it swings open. "Cooper wants to meet the new guy," a voice says. Carl gets up and I turn around. A middle-aged guy walks inside, his iron-gray hair thick and curly, his arms bulging with muscles, although he's a bit heavy around the middle. An ex-boxer. I know this guy, but from where? "So this is Asher." The guy's bushy brows dip over his dark eyes. "Jake Devlin's kid. I know your dad. I'm Johnny Cooper." He's buddies with my old man. Fuck. Will he tell my dad I'm here? I somehow don't think my dad will come around looking for me, but you never know. "Your dad know you're here?" "I fought here before," I say again, hoping that's enough. Has to be. I have no other credentials. "I bet Jake trained you well. He nods. But the time you fought here, kid, that was a friendly fight. A test. Before real opening times. This is the real thing. Big business. Rich guys from all over coming to let out some steam and place their money on bloody fights. I can handle it. You sure? Yeah. He looks at Carl, then back to me. Rubs his chin. All right, boy. Let's see what you got. Carl, take him to the cage. I let out a long breath. This is my chance. I'll show them I have what it takes. Johnny stands outside the rusty cage, arms folded over his massive chest. I've changed into shorts and taped my hands. After the warm-up, I enter the cage and spring up and down as I wait for my opponent, not to let the muscles cool. I didn't expect Carl to show up. He's in shorts, his torso gleaming. The man's built like a brick shithouse. The cage door closes behind him and he grins at me. Ready? Yeah. So your daddy taught you how to fight? He sneers. I roll my shoulders. That's right. This isn't formal boxing, boy. It's ugly and it's dirty, got it? All tricks allowed. I tense up and rotate my arms to unlock them. Got it. Then he springs forward, forcing me back, and the fight is on. He tests me, jabbing at my head, distracting me with a kick to the side of my knee. Shit! Dirty tricks, gotcha. My dad has trained me all right. They have no clue how thoroughly. Forgetting the rules like my dad had, I kick and elbow and punch Carl, countering his every move. I send a right hook to his head he barely manages to block and follow through with an uppercut. He doesn't hold back either. He gets through my defenses, landing a punch to my solar plexus, winding me. My vision blurs. I see my dad's face. Springing forward, I throw another right hook, followed by a left cross. I throw a flurry of punches, breaking through Carl's defenses. He falls back, raising his fists to protect his face. I kick his shin, move closer, throw a right uppercut he blocks, then fall back a step when he breaks his defense to jab at my face. Then I'm attacking him again, raining punches on him. On my dad. I kick the legs from under him and follow as he goes down. I throw myself on him, grappling with him, pinning him down with my body weight and my left hand, using my right to punch his jaw. Hands grab me, pulling me back up, and I jerk like a fish on the line. Takes me a moment to realize it's Johnny dragging me away from Carl. Okay, he says, turning me to face him. Good enough. Calm down. I draw shuddering breaths, trying to ground myself in the here and now. The cage, the fight club. Carl bleeding from a cut under his eye, one side of his face darkening into a giant bruise. Shit. Johnny pulls me out the cage door, a massive arm around my aching shoulders. Boy, were you planning to kill Carl? A shiver goes through me. No. I'd never kill anyone, but anger got the better of me. I have to get a grip on it. Good. I'll put you on the roster tonight. Just remember not to kill anyone, okay? The rich guys got a thirst for blood. They want their violence, but no one dies. That would complicate things. I nod, still trying to catch my breath. How much? Payment? Not much, kiddo. $100 tops if the betting's good. You're a newbie. Payment goes up the more fights and victories you got under your belt. Not much, but I have nothing. It's a start. The club starts filling after 9. My opponent is one Shady Sam, a lean, grim guy with a huge tat covering his back, a winged skull. I focus on stretching and warming up. We're to open the evening, being the newbies, though Shady Sam doesn't look like a newbie to me at all. New to this scene, perhaps, but I know a seasoned fighter when I see one. It comes with having been raised by one. Shady doesn't acknowledge me as he does his own warm-up and his rituals. Every fighter has them, I know, and his are nothing short of a full pagan celebration. He bows and chants and grimaces. All that's missing are black candles and incense. I'm done with my warm-up long before he is. My only ritual is to think of Audrey, to regret being here, to long to be with her, then to remember what happened and let it fuel my anger, and then I'm ready. The bell for the fight rings. Showtime. Swallowing down nerves, adjusting my groin pad, I follow Carl through the small crowd to the cage. They're pressed against the bars, well-dressed men, their eyes shining in the low light, their teeth glinting white, waiting to be entertained with blood. I don't hit people for fun. But everyone inside the cage is here willingly. They're trained fighters. I have to remember this and not hold back. You can do this. I enter the cage and spin around to face my opponent. No more surprises. I'm ready for everything. The violence, the pain, the impact of the blows. And a good thing, too, because another bell rings and Shady Sam comes at me like a hurricane, punching and kicking. I fall back, protecting my head with my taped hands. Then I see an opening and descend on him, twisting my body as I throw my punches, putting everything into the movement. Blood sprays. I've cut his lip. He growls and throws himself at me, dropping me to the ground. He punches my jaw and stars explode in my vision. No! I push him off and kick at him until he falls back. He launches himself at me again and we roll on the floor, each one of us trying to get the upper hand. He punches me in the mouth, splitting my lip too. We're even, I have the time to think, before he punches me again, and I lose track for a second. Raising my hands to protect my head, I brace. Have to get up, push him off, I know that. And for a long moment I'm back at home, Dad looming over me, the stench of alcohol mixing with the smell of sweat and blood. The crowd roars, and that snaps me back. I twist and manage to push him off me. Rolling, I get on all fours and shake my head, trying to clear it. The sweet metallic taste of blood floods my mouth. The cage, the fight. He's back on his feet. I see him coming and I lurch upright, letting experience drive me, the instinctive knowledge of what I have to do. Go on the offensive. I move toward him, getting into his space, throwing a right hook followed by a left cross. They don't connect, but they force him to retreat, to lift his taped hands to cover up his face. Not hesitating, I advance, throwing jab after jab, not leaving him time to mount his counterattack. An opening, and I throw a powerful hook, my body rotating, feeding all my force into the punch. It connects. I feel the impact in my hand, my wrist, traveling up my arm to my shoulder socket. Shady Sam drops like a stone, more blood spraying on the floor. The crowd goes wild, the roar rising like a tidal wave, drowning me. I stagger backward, my head swimming. A hand claps me on the back, and I turn, ready to defend myself. "Good work, kid," says a bass voice, and the face with the sagging jowls finally registers. "Johnny." I let him grab my hand and lift it, causing another wave of cheers and hands banging on the cage bars. Johnny turns me in a circle so everyone can see me. I've won the fight. Holy shit. It's a heady feeling. After what feels like a lifetime, Johnny finally leads me out of the cage and back to the dressing rooms, where he proceeds to push me into a chair and wave at somebody. Carl arrives with a first aid kit and pulls a chair beside me. "That was a good fight," Johnny says. "You're a fine one, kid. Maybe you shouldn't be here." That irritates me. And where should I be? He shrugs. "Legal fighting? Boxing or whatever strikes your fancy? I'm sure your dad—" "Leave my dad out of this," I snap. "He'd want you to be a professional." I'm too tired for this conversation. He never cared about me one way or another, and I doubt he'll start now. Carl gives me a pad of gauze to press to my bleeding lip, and I take it, wiping the blood from my chin. "Okay, whatever you say." Johnny lifts his hands. "It's your life on the line, boy. Be here tomorrow, same time." I nod as he walks away. The crowd is cheering again. The next fight has to be starting. I get dressed, snatch my small wad of money, and drag my sorry ass out into the cold.
Chapter 15. Audrey. Mom stays until the next day. I hate to admit it, but I can't wait for her to go, so I can drop by Zane's and check on Ash. He won't answer the phone. I called until late at night, and then again in the morning. The apartment phone, then his cell phone. Where is he? Is he avoiding me? Or did he go out last night and forgot his cell? As soon as Mom leaves, with promises to call me later and visit next month, I run out of the apartment and head straight to Zane's. It's midday, so I stop by my favorite Japanese takeout place and get some food. Now I have an excuse to visit him. I ring the doorbell and wait, jumping from foot to foot. Wait some more. Ring again. The plastic bag with the food cuts into my palm. He's avoiding me. It's official. I knock on the door with my fist. Ash? It's me, Audrey. Are you there? Disappointment presses on my chest like a stone, and I'm about to turn around and go when I hear a sound. Footsteps and a crash. God, what's happening? Then the door unlatches and opens, revealing Ash. A battered-looking Ash, his lips split, his chin and jaw bruised black, his eyes bloodshot. Ash? My heart stutters. I'm horrified. Was that... Did you... He blinks at me, looking confused. Did I what? Go back home. Did your dad do that? His eyes narrow, and he pulls back. Nah, wasn't him. Realization dawns. Oh, crap. You've been fighting again? He shrugs. Annoyed, I push past him and drop the bag with the food on the coffee table. Who did you beat up? He closes the door and follows me into the living room, a corner of his mouth lifting in an amused smirk. Worried about him? Is he dense? I'm worried about Ash, but I'm also upset. On top of my mother's words against him and my defending of him, he's gone and done what I said he wouldn't. He's been fighting. He's gone back to his old ways. Why are you fighting again? I ask. Because I like the pain, he growls, and it's so not funny. I brought food, I say, so angry that I consider turning around and leaving. That why you came? He eyes the bag on the table, then his gaze returns to me, sliding over me, hot like fire. I need to go. I know that. If he refuses to stay out of bar fights, then there's nothing for us to talk about. My last boyfriend was like that, and I don't need a repeat of that relationship. But I hesitate. I'm here because I thought you wanted to talk. My mom left. I didn't know she was coming. Sorry about all that. Your mom doesn't like me. He says it quietly, and it's such an understatement after all the acid she threw at him, I have to smile. She doesn't know you. If she did, she'd like you. So you like me then? The half-smile is back, and it's hard to remain angry at him. If you haven't guessed that much, you're dumber than you look. Well, that's a relief, he says, peering into the bag with the food. That you like me, I mean, not the dumb part. I don't want to smile. I'm still mad at him, damn it. So I turn toward the kitchen to grab some water and hide my face. When is Zane back? Tomorrow. Ash's voice makes me pause at the kitchen door. He sounds unhappy, which is odd. And Aaron? And Aaron, Ash says, and suddenly he's right behind me, startling me. His hand trails down my back, sending shivers through me, and his breath caresses my neck. What are you really doing here, Odds? I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. Didn't your mom tell you not to hang out with me? He goes on, his hand slipping around my waist, resting at the top of my leggings. That I'm bad for you? That I get into fights? You shouldn't be here. Or do you like going against the rules? I need him to touch me. I suck in a sharp breath when his fingers dip under the waistband of my leggings, brushing the top of my panties. We should talk, I manage as his fingertips move further down, slipping under my panties.
I don't want to talk right now,
he whispers, his lips branding the back of my neck while his fingers stroke me, pushing inside me. Oh, God. Ash. His other hand caresses my arm, then moves to my breast. I hiss in a breath when his thumb brushes over the hardening peak, while his other hand strokes me from the inside. Sparks of pleasure shoot through me. My blood runs hot in my veins. I'm coming apart so fast my mind is spinning. He presses against my back, his arousal hard and thick, and the feel of it pushes me over the edge. I shudder and moan, rocking on his hand, the world dissolving into mind-blowing pleasure. My knees won't hold me. I lean back on Ash's strong chest, and he wraps an arm around me, supporting me. He slips his fingers out of me, making me shiver again, and trails them up my belly.
You're trembling,
he murmurs in my ear.
And you're so hot.
You too, I mumble, my thoughts slow and lazy. He smiles against my neck.
You think I'm hot?
Uh-huh. His arm still around my waist, he tugs me toward the sofa.
Be honest. You can like being with me because I make you come so hard just using my fingers, and you can't imagine what I can do with my cock.
I laugh as he settles me down on the sofa. I like you anyway, Ash. He frowns, taking a seat beside me.
What's there to like?
Idiot. I close my eyes. You're cute and funny, and you take care of me. You're strong, but you'd never hurt me. You're really great.
Great?
He's smiling faintly, though his eyes look sad. Why is he sad? I lift my head and touch his bruised jaw. He winces when I stroke the scab over his split lip. What did I say?
Nothing.
He wraps his arms around me and pulls me close, until my head rests against his chest. I listen to his heart race. He swallows hard, and his hand caresses my hair. Then he strokes the line of my cheek and lifts my face to kiss me. His lips close over mine, rough and warm, and his tongue slips into my mouth, tangling with mine. He devours my mouth, both hands coming to cup my face. He's breathing hard now, his chest rising and falling, pressing on my breasts. I don't know how it's possible to want him again, to want more when I've just come undone under his touch.
Fuck odds.
He pulls back, licking his lips. His eyes are dark with desire.
I want you so bad.
He groans deep in his throat.
You should go.
Why?
Because if you stay, I can't guarantee I'll hold back like last time. I'm not sure I can.
I kiss him again. His taste is amazing, like mulled wine. The idea of getting him naked, touching him until he gets lost in pleasure. I want to see that look on his face again. The wonder, the pleasure, so intense it borders on pain. What do you have in mind? I whisper.
I'm gonna take off your clothes, piece by piece.
He lifts my hair, trails his fingertips down my neck.
I'll kiss you everywhere, every inch of your bare skin, and then I'm gonna sink inside you so deep.
His lashes lower.
I'll make you come until the only word you can speak is my name.
My heart races. My whole body throbs with excitement and a bit of fear. I know, if I can admit it to myself, that I've waited for him. And now that he's telling me what he'll do, I need him more than ever. Then he lowers his mouth to my exposed neck, sucking on my pulse, and the fear flees. I love him. Always have. Even when I tried to hate him. His hands drop to the hem of my t-shirt and skim up my ribs. I know he'll take care of me, like every time. I trust him. No matter what, when he's with me, he puts me first. He caresses my breasts through the flimsy fabric of my bra until they ache, and heat pulls between my legs, while his lips still trail over my neck, raising goosebumps. God, he smells good. Of sexy boy, musk and soap. Your mom won't like this, he whispers, and I start laughing, but he slips my bra down and his hands are on my bare breasts, stealing my breath. It's as if lightning has touched me, electric currents zipping from the tips of my breasts to my core. Then he's peeling my clothes off, my t-shirt, my bra, kissing every inch of skin he bears, like he said he'd do. His lips are soft, the scabbed-over wound rough, and when he licks my breasts, I arch into his mouth. He lays me back on the sofa and pulls down my leggings and panties all in one move. He bends over me, kissing his way down, brushing his lips over the scar on my belly, on my thigh. Ash, I need to feel his body on mine. He looks up, his eyes hooded. As if he's read my mind, he drags his t-shirt off, revealing that drool-worthy chest of his. A bruise in his side catches my eye, but he starts unbuttoning his jeans, drawing my gaze to the fine, dark trail leading down. He slides his jeans down his hips along with his briefs, and good God, who could blame a girl for losing her train of thought? I've seen him before, but this time somehow feels different. There's no hesitation as he bares himself to me and reaches down to stroke himself, his eyes closing briefly. God, he's drop-dead gorgeous, from his short dark hair to his muscled chest to his flushed cock. Then his eyes open, locking on mine, and he gives me one of those devastating, sexy half-smiles of his. He produces a condom from somewhere, deftly tears the package open and slips it on. I want to tell him I'm on the pill, have been for a long while. But he leans over me, stretching his long body over mine, and my mind goes sort of blank. His arousal presses, so hot, against my belly. You have no idea how pretty you look, naked underneath me, he says softly, brushing his mouth over my cheek, along my jaw. Are you sure you want this? I want you, I say, winding my arms around his neck. But there's something I have to tell you. He stills. What is it? God, this is embarrassing. I've never gone this far before. His gaze goes wide. You serious? Heat washes up my face. Telling him I've secretly waited for him just sounds so very lame. Yes, on both accounts. I'm serious. And I want you, now. Right as I'm starting to panic that I've ruined the moment, his eyes warm up. I'll be careful. I'm glad you told me. And then he's pressing into me. He's whispering my name, and then he gives a little sudden push, filling me up. It's shocking and painful and amazing at the same time. He kisses my neck, my breasts, my mouth, until I relax again, and the pain begins to fade. Are you okay? He asks, his voice strained as he holds very still. I nod. He exhales and shifts, pulling out, pushing back inside.
You feel so good. So fucking good.
With each drag of his hardness inside me, the pleasure mounts, a throbbing, maddening pulse low in my body, a pressure rising to a breathless crest. This is unlike anything I've felt before. My hips lift and I clutch his back, drawing him deeper inside.
Christ odds. Fucking hell.
His teeth grit.
You're driving me crazy.
Good, because that's exactly what he's doing to me.
Chapter 16. Asher. I'm going to come here and now. Holding back isn't an option, and yet I have to. I want to make it good for her. Shit, it's her first time. So I do the only thing I can think of. I pull out a bit and grab my dick, pressing the base and gritting my teeth to stave off the inevitable. Ash? Her eyes are wide, a bit confused. She's spread out beneath me, so utterly kissable. So that's what I do next. I kiss her again, kiss her rosy nipples, her neck, find her mouth. Then I thrust inside her again, and fucking hell, every time it feels better. My balls are drawn up so tight it hurts, and the pressure behind them is unbelievable. She's velvety soft, hot and tight. She moans and rolls her hips, robbing me of breath. Sparks shoot from my dick up my spine, setting me on fire. Odd. I rock inside her as deep as I can, and I distantly hear her cry out. She clenches around me, and that's my undoing. Oh, God, odds. Oh, fuck, I'm coming. Her orgasm triggering mine. Fireworks go off behind my eyelids. I said I'd make her cry out my name, and in the end, I'm the one doing it, saying her name over and over as the pressure crests and erupts, making me jerk and shake. My heart's pounding its way out of my chest. I fall on top of her, my arms like rubber as I draw breath after breath. She shifts underneath me and I swallow a moan, still trapped inside her. Jesus, I'm crushing her. I lift myself on my elbows and look down at her face. She's smiling. That was awesome, I wink and she laughs. A wave of protectiveness washes over me. I'll do anything to save that laughter, that look of bliss in her eyes. It was awesome, yes. She trails her fingertips over my mouth and I nibble at them, making her squeal. That makes her clench again around me and I groan, my eyes rolling back in my head with aftershocks. One sec. I gently pull out of her and remove the condom. My legs feel like jelly, but I stumble to the bathroom and dispose of it before returning to her. My ribs ache, and my jaw throbs from the fight the night before, but I feel so good I don't care. My body still hums with pleasure, and there's a weight off my chest. She came back to me. Hope burns so bright it pushes the doubts away. Do I remember correctly? Did you say you brought food? My stomach growls at the thought. She snickers. What a romantic thing to say, Ash. I shrug and smirk. I can make it romantic. She looks doubtful, and yeah, maybe romantic isn't the right word, but when I pull her to sit between my legs and feed her spicy fish balls and curried noodles, she seems to enjoy it. She also wiggles a lot, grinding her sweet ass against me, making me hard all over again, distracting me. What are you doing for New Year's? She asks later, breaking the spell. I have no plans, I mutter. Then spend it with me. A sweet ache forms in my chest. I live day to day, and shouldn't make promises. But I do it anyway because there's nothing I want more. Okay. She smiles and twists around to kiss me. I have to go. Dakota's back today and we're meeting to study together. A reminder of how different her life is from mine. I watch her pull on her clothes, going a little cross-eyed trying to see if her nipples show through her pink bra. Want to come over tonight? She tugs down her long sweater. Ash? Oh. I have to fight tonight. God knows how I'll emerge from the club. Showing up on her doorstep covered in bruises and blood won't go down so nicely. I can't. I have to be somewhere. Where? She asks softly. Just somewhere. It's a club called the Bulldog. Why the hell am I telling her this? Need to take care of something. She's worrying her lower lip with her small white teeth. So sexy. But her eyes are worried. Okay. Want me to come with you? God, no. I shiver. What we've done, the fact she's come to me, the awesome sex, is that a sign I should talk to her after all? Tell her where I'm planning to be tonight and the reasons for it? She's come and stayed. Maybe it's time to stop running. She says she cares, and she's showing me just that. I have to trust it. Trust the feeling. Trust her. Ash. She's looking at me all worried like. Sweat sluices down my back. Okay, I'll tell her. My heart trips, then starts again. Then her damn cell phone buzzes. Tearing her gaze from me, she fishes it from her huge handbag, and a frown draws her brows together. Crap, I'm late. Dakota is waiting for me outside my apartment. Gotta go. I deflate. Yeah, speaking of signs. Just come over. Come now, with me. I shake my head. Her green eyes glimmer. Ash, please don't go tonight. I freeze. She knows. Why? Just stay out of fights. I groan, run my fingers through my hair. I can't. I can't not go. I can't lie. I can't hide. She'll know the moment she sees me tomorrow that I've been fighting. Her expression shudders. She moves quietly away from me. She grabs her stuff and opens the door of the apartment. Hesitates. Her slender back is tense. Why are you doing this? Because I have to. Knowing I'm telling the truth doesn't help one fucking bit when she leaves without saying goodbye. I'm about to leave for the Bulldog when a key turns in the lock and the door opens. Erin. Not my biggest fan. She wrinkles her pretty nose when she sees me. Good thing I'm dressed, I guess. This place smells like sex, she spits and marches off to her room, slamming her door shut. Ow. I go to open the window, air the room. Fuck, the look of disappointment on Audrey's face is branded in my memory. I don't know what to do. Fighting is the only way I can see of getting out of the mire, and the one thing that seems to tick Audrey off. Violence. Can't say I blame her. Talking to her is going to be like pulling teeth. Shame and no small amount of panic roll around in my mind. Hey, Audrey, know what? I have no place to stay and no money, and did you know I haven't even finished school? And right now the only way for me to get money is fighting in an underground fight club, an illegal place with drugs and betting, run by the Russian Chicago Mafia. She'll probably run the other way. Because sex is one thing, but she doesn't know shit about me. To her, I'm still the boy she used to play with in her neighborhood, the boy who kissed her in high school. That boy's gone. I grab my things, stuff them into my duffel bag, rub a hand over my face. Time to go. Walking through the cold, snow-covered streets, I think about the year that's about to come to an end. Nothing's changed. My life's still a mess. The heavy feeling in my chest feels more like fear than fury, but I think of my dad, of my brother who left me behind, and anger comes rushing back. By the time I reach the club, I seethe with it. I'm ready to fight. And fight I do. They give me a different opponent this time. A huge black guy with arms like tree trunks. He comes at me like a wall and crashes into me, throwing me down on my back. I barely have a chance to roll before he pins me, and then I scramble back to my feet. I'm quicker than he is, leading him in a deadly dance around the cage. I dodge his punches and kicks, keep my guard high. Take some pounding. My arms will be black and blue come tomorrow, and I even take a hit to my already bruised ribs. I hold out and keep back, until I see my opening. I move into the guy's guard and throw an uppercut that snaps his head back and knocks him down. Then I'm on him, on his chest, punching his face. Crimson fountains, familiar, sickly sweet smell of blood and sweat. Hands pulling me back, up, lifting my hand in victory. This is bad. This isn't lessening my anger. It's sinking me into bitterness and more pain. Suck it up, Ash. What other choice do you have? You got one more fight, Johnny says, pulling me to the side. Do you have one more fight in you? Sure. And can you do this every night of your life? When your bones have been broken more times than you can count, after so many concussions your brain isn't straight? What is he going on about? Is he serious? Telling me this stuff right after a fight, still inside the cage? Just let me fight, I say. You got potential, kid, and technique. Told you should really be fighting legally. I jerk my arm free of his hold. I'm here to fight now. He mutters something and gestures. The fallen fighter is taken out, and the new one brought in. Here you go. Johnny pushes a wad of cash into my hand. Get out of here. I fumble with the bills. There isn't much, but my left eye is closing shut already and my jaw hurts so much I don't want to talk. Not to mention my whole left side and my back. Fuck. Blood dribbles down the side of my face. Carl has slapped a Band-Aid over it, but I guess it isn't doing much to stop the bleeding. Stumbling to a bench, I sink down, clenching the dirty money in my fist. The third fighter that was sent into the cage with me was out to kill me. Maybe the rules weren't explained to him beforehand? He slammed my head so many times into the floor, Johnny had to pull him off me. Christ, my head's killing me. Just what I need. Take these painkillers when you get home. Johnny presses 2 pills into my hand. You'll need them if you want to sleep tonight. I look up. Thanks. Go get some sleep, boy. Go get a job and a girlfriend, and don't come back here. The fuck you say? I crush the pills in my fist. I told you I want to stay. I can't let you. He looks regretful. The hell? I can't let Jake Devlin's boy get killed down here. You said no killing. Accidents happen. You're too young. You got a future. Your dad— Fuck my dad! I get to my unsteady feet. He's an asshole and has no say in this. Don't talk about your dad that way. I have a say, and I can't allow you to fight here anymore. What? No! Panic grips me. I grab his arm. Johnny, don't do this, please. You should be in college, not throwing your life away. You think I want this? He removes my hand from his arm. If you don't, then what are you doing here? I need the money, man. Are you into drugs? He asks, frowning. You in a gang? What? No. Good. Then go back home, kiddo, and leave this life behind. You don't understand. I can't. I'm going to puke all over Johnny's shoes. Blood fills my mouth, making me gag. Need to fight. Carl mentioned a big tournament scheduled for New Year's Day. That's my chance to fight and get some good money. Johnny sighs. Go get some sleep and come back tomorrow in the afternoon. We'll talk. Talk about what? He isn't listening to me. But I nod anyway, heft my duffel and leave in search of a place to spend the night. I spit blood onto the street. My whole body aches, and by the time I stumble into the busier downtown streets, the pain is making my breath hiss on every step. I lick the crushed pills from my hand, bitter as bile. Where am I heading? A question that can apply to my life as a whole. I stagger past lit bars and dingy hotel fronts. No vacancies. No fucking place for me to stay. It has to be close to midnight, and my duffel weighs like a ton of bricks. Audrey. Her name, her face is a whisper in my mind. Maybe I can call her, ask to crash at her place. Even if that means letting her know everything, risking not seeing her again. I'm so tired. But a search of my pockets tells me I don't have my cell. Did I leave it at Zane's? Or at the Fight Club? Did I drop it somewhere? Shit. Dizziness hits me hard. I need a place to crash. A sign for room rental catches my eye, the one that isn't swollen shut. I stumble into a dark entrance. Everything's dark right now in my life. Has to be a metaphor or something. There's a button on the grimy desk and I press it. The place stinks of mold and piss. I lean against the desk, my pulse buzzing in my ears. Whoa, so dizzy. A guy comes into the room, gives me a narrow look, but doesn't ask any questions. I put down some of my precious cash for a room, and the guy gives me a key with a number and instructions. I drag my sorry ass up a flight of stairs and locate my room. I walk inside, drop my duffel to the floor. Then I flop onto the hard bed and pass out.
Chapter 17. Audrey. Dakota leaves after a long afternoon of catching up and studying. It was great seeing her again, and she had fun stories to tell me from her time with her family. Her cousins sound hilarious. One of them, Pete, managed to creep up on Dakota's dad as the man was dozing and dyed his hair green. Dyed hair seems to be a running theme in the family. Then, in revenge, her dad put blue food dye in Pete's burger, so afterward Pete ran around with a blue tongue. Yep, a theme all right. And the whole family sounds like a bunch of 3-year-olds. I wish I'd been there to see it. But I hear with only half an ear. My stomach is in knots. I'm upset, angry, sad, confused. Ash has turned my world upside down, but it keeps spinning out of orbit. He's hot and then cold, making my body sing, making me feel cherished and protected, then vanishing into thin air and acting all distant and secretive. What's up with that? What's this club where he's going tonight? The Bulldog. Why isn't he telling me more? Why is he getting into fights again? I thought that was a thing of the past. I stood up for him against my mom, telling her he changed. He was so gentle with me. I never thought he'd be different with other people. Curled up on my sofa, I draw trees and flowers, houses and streets. On top of them, I sketch a face framed by wild, dark hair and a wolf's eyes, wounded and yet fierce. I drop my pencil and stare at Ash's face. This isn't helping me understand. I need to discuss this with someone. What happened between me and Ash and how to handle it. Talking to Mom is out of the question. She already dislikes Ash. Dakota is great, but I feel like our friendship still isn't the kind where I can open up about things like this. I don't have that many friends in this town yet. I left for a couple of years and returned a stranger. I certainly can't talk about it to the guys. Dylan is great, but he's a man. Plus, I know now he resents Ash for my sake. Add to that the fact he rarely seems to be around lately, and that leaves Tessa. To be honest, she was the only option from the start. I want to tell her about Ash, and about my first time. How it hurt and was so amazing at the same time. There had been no blood. Should there be? I'm not sure. I need advice on so many levels. I need my best friend. I call her as evening falls. She sounds distracted, but tells me to meet her for a drink at Hawk's Bar and Grill on State Street. Before she hangs up, a sob escapes her. Worry fills me, making me forget about my own concerns. What's wrong? Not bothering to change into nicer clothes or wear makeup, I pull on my coat and walk to the bar. Tessa's already waiting for me at a table, a beer bottle sitting in front of her. Green light spills from the overhead fixtures, and it makes her face look gaunt and kinda scary. Tess, what's up? She lifts her beer and takes a long gulp. It's then I notice more bottles next to her. Christ, how long has she been here drinking? Hey, her voice slurs. Audrey. I get a good look at her teary eyes and grip her arm. Suddenly my own concerns flee my head. What happened? You wanted to talk about... Forget about me. No rush. Something happened back at home, didn't it? I sit next to her. Tell me. Just the usual. Can't believe that. Look at you. What did your parents come up with this time? And the floodgates open. Tears mixed with mascara run down Tessa's cheeks, leaving black tracks. They want me to move to Chicago, study law, and go out with Sean. Even after what he did to me, they just won't believe me about what happened with him, what I want, what I need. They spent every minute of the day telling me how bad my choices are and what I should be doing. And all the while, Sean was there as a guest. They sat him next to me, insisted we dance, insisted we go out. Christ, nothing new there. Tessa's parents are an overwhelming lot. Rich and powerful lawyers themselves, they want Tessa to copy their every movement, pursue a career she doesn't give a damn about, marry a guy who hurt her, have a crappy marriage, and sprout 1.5 kids like everyone in their circle. They started the cycle with her older sister Mary, but Mary moved away and cut all contact with the family as soon as she turned 18. The focus naturally shifted to Tessa, who, if anything, is more of a rebel than her sister. But too much pressure can break anyone. Worst of all, Tessa loves her family, and I'm sure they love her too. They just can't see past their own ideals and ambitions. I ask for a Sprecher Doppelbock and sip the slightly sour, fruity beer. Tessa has never told me in detail what happened with Sean, but what I know isn't good. It's so hard to keep arguing and resisting, she whispers, clutching her beer. It'd be so much easier to just give in, you know? Stop fighting it. But you don't want to be a lawyer, or move to Chicago, and you most definitely don't want to go out with Sean again. She shudders. God, no. If I lay eyes on him in the next 10 years, it will be too soon. What happened with him, Tess? Do you think you can tell me? She shakes her head. Another time. She always says that. I know she dated him a few years ago, back when we were in high school and she spent the summer with her parents in Chicago. He hurt her. Forced her, she once said. But I don't know if that means he raped her or forced her to kiss or touch him. Does it matter? Forcing is forcing, and I don't want her around that guy. Or her family. I think she needs a break, but even if she changes her name and number, I can't see how. They pay for her college tuition and her apartment, her car and clothes. Everything. They have the money. But that's not the point. Maybe you need to get a job, I say, shredding the label on my beer bottle. Leave college? No, just a part-time job so you don't have to depend so much on them. They'll have another fit. So, they keep having fits anyway. That shocks a laugh out of her. Are you serious? Yeah. Truth is, I've been thinking I should do the same. Mom is great, but this latest argument about Ash showed me she has too much control over me. I need a place of my own. Maybe you're right. She hiccups and wipes at her cheek, smearing it with mascara. I snort and dig in my bag for a tissue. Keep still 1 sec. I clean her cheek. There. Thanks, Audrey. She gives me a watery smile. For listening. I sigh. Well, it's about time I pulled my head out of my ass. Don't say that. I sip my beer, smiling. Yeah, well, you know what I mean. I haven't been there much for you, but I want to. She reaches over the bar and squeezes my hand. You're here. That's what counts. She leans back. And now your turn. Tell me what got your panties in a twist. Swallowing down my beer for courage, I tell Tess what happened between me and Ash, and have to endure a lot of squealing and giggling, and then a long silence after I tell her that Ash is involved in fights. Ash? Asher Devlin? Are we talking about the same guy? She tilts her head to the side, sending her blonde locks spilling over her shoulder. He hasn't been into fights since the accident. He is now. Are you sure? His lip was split, his jaw and ribs were bruised, and he didn't deny it. You sure it wasn't his dad again? I bite my lip. He'd have told me, wouldn't he? And his knuckles were red and raw. No, he fought someone. Why would he fight? I don't believe it. Tessa frowns at the collection of bottles and glasses in front of her. What do you mean? It doesn't sound like Ash. Where is he now? This morning he was still at Zane's. He was at Zane's, huh? She gives me a knowing look and a smirk. Heat suffuses my face. Let me just call his cell and see if he's done with whatever he's doing and can join us for a drink. She rings up Ash, the light from the cell phone screen lighting up her face. Then she suddenly sits up straight. Aaron? The girl sharing Zane's apartment? Why does she have Ash's cell phone? He left the cell at your place? Tessa taps her fingers on the bar. You know when he's coming back? Her fingers still. He's gone? Has he said anything? What do you mean, gone? I whisper. But he's coming back, right? Tessa hunches over a little. He took all his stuff? Are you sure? I blink. Thanks, Aaron. Tessa disconnects and places her cell on the bar. He must have gone back to his dad's place, I say. Yeah. Tessa couldn't sound any less convinced if she tried. Aaron arrived and he left. Typical. What's the connection? Aaron... She's got some issues with the Devlin family. She doesn't like having Ash there. I try to digest this. Why? Not sure. She dated Ash's brother many years ago, and obviously something bad happened that put her off the Devlins. But if that was on Tyler, why would she hate Ash? People often lump family members together, even if they aren't to blame. She raises a brow at me, and my face flames again, for a different reason this time. I've done it. Why should I be shocked if Aaron does it too? I hope Ash will call, from his dad's house, or maybe he'll return and get his cell from Zane's. But nothing. I try calling Zane's apartment, but nobody answers. Aaron's probably out, and Zane hasn't come back yet. I find myself gnawing on a fingernail as I pace in my apartment. I feel like crying. How has it all gone bad? We haven't had a fight. In fact, we made love. He made love to me. My first time, and it was amazing. Ash was amazing. Everything was so perfect. And now he's vanished into thin air. No, not thin air. I know where the house is, where mine used to be. I'll go and confront him, talk to him in person, ask him why he can't open up to me. What I have to do to make him trust me. Why the fighting and the secrecy? I take the bus and get off at the stop down my old road. It feels so weird, standing here years later. So many childhood memories. The little park where Tessa and I met after school to talk and play. Her aunt lived nearby, and Tessa lived with her. Her parents moved to Chicago when she was little. Dylan would often join us, hiding from the other boys who made fun of him for playing with girls. Rafe would sometimes come over as well, and Zane more rarely. Then Ash's family moved in. There's the big tree in their garden where we'd climbed up in summer and pretend we were on a desert island, looking out for ships to save us. Ash loves water. He likes sitting in the parks, watching the boats in the open water. He can sit and gaze at the lakes for hours. At least, he used to. No idea if he still does that now. I walk past my old house, disturbed at the changes I can see. The porch is now painted a garish green, and the rose bushes have been cut. No curtains hang at the windows. They're bare, like watching eyes. Shivering, I hurry toward Ash's house on the corner lot. I'm almost there when I notice the police car and the EMT truck sitting on the other side. And the yellow tape. I back away, though not before two policemen who are cooling their heels outside the car see me and call for me to wait. So I do, my heart racing. What the hell happened? Is Ash okay?
Good day, miss.
The first officer has a goatee and an open, friendly face.
Couldn't help noticing you were going to ring the bell. What brings you here?
My pulse races. I used to live nearby. I was passing through the neighborhood and thought to pay a visit. The other man, clean-shaven and with what seems to be a chronic scowl, gives me a once-over.
Why are you here? What's your relationship with the Devlins?
What's this? The good cop, bad cop routine? What happened here? I ask. The good cop glances at the house.
Mr. Devlin was found dead this morning. Do you know anything about it?
Black spots dance in front of my eyes. Asher?
Jake Devlin.
His eyes narrow.
Do you know where Asher Devlin is?
Relief swamps me, and I struggle not to let it show. Not Asher. He's alive. The bad cop takes a menacing step closer.
I asked if you know where Asher Devlin is.
I have no idea. And it's the truth.
When did you last see him?
Yesterday morning.
How did he seem to you?
God. Normal, I guess. The other policeman frowns and rakes a hand through his short gray hair.
Do you know if Asher and his father were on good terms? Do you know if Asher ever threatened him?
Is he suggesting what I think he is? No, Ash would never. I struggle to pull myself together. Asher is a good guy. But his dad beat him. What if Ash fought back? Could anyone blame him? And yet the idea makes me sick.
Isn't it true Jake and Asher Devlin often fought?
The scowling policeman asks.
That Jake Devlin beat his son?
I swallow hard. What if saying yes incriminates Ash? I don't know.
Fine. May I see some ID, please?
With trembling fingers, I draw it out of my purse and show it to him. He examines it and jots down my name and ID number.
Well, Ms. Morrison, if you happen to see or talk to Asher Devlin, please let us know.
The less intimidating officer passes me a card with his name and number. Then the two of them turn and head back to the police car, leaving me alone and still in shock. God, Ash. No matter what, it was his dad, the only parent he has left, and to be accused of his murder. Just then my cell rings. Hoping it's Ash, I pull it out of my purse. It's Zane.
Audrey, have you heard from Ash?
Jesus. No, I hoped you had.
The fucker left, forgot his cell, and now the cops are calling on it, asking for him. Any idea why? They won't say.
His dad is dead, I say, the words painful.
What the fuck? Since when?
No idea. I just went to his house and the police were there. They were asking me where Ash is. Told them I don't know.
Fuck.
Zane sighs.
Tessa said you were spending more time with Ash. You really don't know where to find him? No clue?
He's been getting into fights. He talked about having to take care of something. It sounded iffy.
Fighting?
Zane sounds as shocked as Tessa has.
Ash? He hasn't started a single fight since the accident.
He's all bruised and stuff. You're wrong, Zane.
Damn. Did he mention any place where he's been hanging out? Anything at all?
I try to think. He mentioned a club. The Bulldog. Do you know it?
No, but the police will know. I'll let you know what they say.
Sure. He disconnects, and I'm left staring at the blank screen of my cell. I've reached the bus stop. Snowflakes swirl on the air. God, I hope Ash is okay.
The Bulldog,
Zane says, his voice strained,
is an illegal fight club. The cops are heading there now.
Illegal fight club? I'm numb. I sit down on my sofa, the phone heavy in my hands.
They think Ash might be fighting for money. He doesn't fit the profile of people going there to lay bets.
For money? And you don't sound too surprised. He huffs.
I wish he and I had talked more before I left for Christmas. I wish I'd made it clear he didn't have to leave when Aaron came back.
Zane, I'm missing something, right? Pieces of Ash's life. Why would he do this? Work at a fight club?
Because he can't go back home. His dad almost killed him last time. I figure he thought it's the only way to make enough to live on his own.
A lump forms in my throat. God, if I'd known, I'd have invited him to stay here.
You really care for him, don't you?
Zane's voice is soft. Yes. The word comes out strangled. Zane, the cops, they talked as if they think Ash might have killed his dad.
They're fucking with you. Ash would never kill his dad. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if he did.
I shake my head. I guess.
But I would,
Zane whispers. I'm not sure I heard him right. What?
You want to know the missing pieces in Ash's life story? Have you seen the scars on his back? Do you know how long his dad, that piece of shit, has been hurting him? Fucking with Ash's head, making him believe everything, every blow is his fault. If Jake Devlin was in front of me right now, I'd kill him myself.
Chapter 18. Asher. I wake up to pounding on the door. It matches the pounding in my head. Where am I? Slitting one eye, my only good eye, open, I take stock of the situation. I lie face down on a hard mattress, drooling on a stained pillow. As I shift, various aches, some sharper and some duller, come to life all over my body. My jaw throbs, which explains the headache from hell, and the whole left side of my body burns with pain. What the fuck happened? I can't think straight. The pounding on the door resumes, and I groan, dropping my head back on the pillow. What? It's midday. You need to vacate the room. Really? I sit up, grimacing as abused muscles stretch. Shit. You need to clear out. Yeah, heard you the first time. Give me 5 minutes. I swing my legs off the bed and stare at them. I'm still wearing my combat boots. I slept fully dressed. I thought checkout at midday was a hotel kind of thing. The room is a dank, cold hole, with mold stains on walls that used to be white. The carpet has cigarette burns and brown spots that look suspiciously like blood. Is it mine? The left side of my face feels oddly heavy. I touch my fingers to it and find it covered in dried blood. Ugh. I stand up, swaying crazily, and look around for the bathroom. Right, there isn't one. There's a sink, though, and I stumble to it. A mirror hangs on the wall above, and I take a look at myself. I wince. The Band-Aid above my eye is soaked through, and dark streaks of dried blood run down my face and neck into my gray t-shirt. The same side of my face, in fact, that's bruised blue-black and swollen. Lifting my bloody t-shirt, I trace the deep bruising. Then I bend awkwardly to check my throbbing leg and find more bruises there. Fuck. I clean the blood from my face best I can. Then, hobbling like an old man, I grab my duffel and leave the room. Midday, huh? Nobody's there as I make my slow way down the stairs. Whatever was in those pills Johnny gave me, it has to be good stuff to knock me out like that. My stomach growls like a caged tiger, so I walk around the neighborhood looking for a cheap place to eat. Snow clouds are hanging low. The day is drab and gray. It matches my mood. I find a mom-and-pop diner where I slide into a dark booth and eat a greasy burger and fries. The hot coffee warms me up, clears my head some. I lost the third fight last night. Johnny said something about me fighting too clean. I should work on that. I need to win, need more money. The little cash I have won't take me far. It's not enough to rent a place, which would be cheaper in the long term, safer, normal. If I fight for a few weeks, save money to start anew, I can do this. But God, I ache all over. Don't be a pussy, my dad's voice rings inside my head. You can take a little pain. I hunch over. I'll do this. And afterward, maybe, I'll tell Audrey about the fighting. When it's all over, and I'm not doing it anymore. When I'm not involved in illegal stuff. When I have a place of my own and a steady job. Problem is, I miss her already. I look down into my mug of coffee and clench my jaw. My mind misses her. My body craves her. What we did yesterday. Fuck, is it only yesterday? Her warmth, her gentleness. It's all I can do not to get up and go to her right now. Suddenly, cold fear grips my chest. Will she let me back inside? Why would she wait for me? I haven't explained anything to her. Like an idiot, I keep telling myself I'll fix my life first, be someone worthy of her, but what if she moves on meanwhile? I have to talk to her. Let her know I haven't just disappeared, that I'm still alive and just need some time to get out of the hell pit I've fallen into. Fucking hell, my life is such a mess. But first, I have to go see Johnny at the club. A vague memory from last night tells me he wants to kick me out, and that I yelled at him, and that he said I should go see him this afternoon. Oh, fuck, he wouldn't throw me out, would he? I need this money, it's all I have. I chuck back the rest of my coffee, use the bathroom. Then I pay and leave the diner, bracing myself for the cold. I pull my jacket closed, my muscles stiffening. It does great things for my bruised ribs. People throw me funny looks as I cross the street and hobble in the direction of the bulldog. I give them the stink eye. So what if I look like a zombie from The Walking Dead? Don't they have anything better to do? It sinks in, then, that I'm now officially on the wrong side of the tracks. A criminal, a lowlife, a piece of trash. At any rate, I look the part. Pressing my lips together, I walk faster, hefting my duffel on my shoulder. Already in my head, I'm arguing with Johnny, convincing him of my need to stay at the club. I'll tell him all about my dad, whether he likes it or not. Impress on him the importance the Fight Club has for me. The entrance of the club looms dark. The door's closed. I go down the steps and ring the bell. I don't have to wait long. The latch lifts and the door swings inward. What I don't expect is one of the club's bodyguards blocking my way inside. "No going in, buddy." What? Why the hell not? I sidestep him, but he blocks my way again. "Carl says you can't come in." There must be a mix-up somewhere. I swallow hard. "Johnny said we'd discuss. Said I should come." The door opens wider. Carl's standing there, his face dark with anger. "What did you do, boy?" "Johnny was trying to look out for you, set you back on the right path, but it's already too late for you, isn't it?" I can't make sense of what he's saying. "He told me, you brought the goddamn cops down on us. Your daddy's dead. Jake Devlin's dead, and you killed him. Didn't you little shit?" I step back. The words a blow to my gut. I can't breathe. "My dad? The hell you're talking about?" "You're a coward," he says. "A murderer and a snitch." Carl jabs a thick finger at me. "And as if that wasn't enough, you told the cops to come find you here. You thought this was kindergarten? You thought we just fuck around here? You're dead, asshole." What? I can't process any of this. Dad's dead? Bigger than life Dad. With the pain and fear and the good memories of my early childhood and all gone. Erased. When? How did that happen? 3 forms rise from the dark bowels of the club, run up the steps and grab me. They haul me away. I don't even hear my duffel hit the ground. I'm dragged into a back alley, kicking and snarling. I'm like a wild animal, all instinct and blind anger, fueled by panic. I manage to strike one of the guys in the stomach and he lets go of me, but another steps in and grabs my hair, pulling my head back. My balance isn't good with one of my eyes swollen shut and with my head drawn back like that. The only thing keeping me upright is the third man's hold on my arm. "You exposed us," the guy behind me hisses. "You'll pay for it." A fist to my kidneys startles a cry from me. The pain takes my breath away, a spear of fire shooting up my spine. My hair is released and I fall to my knees, grunting in agony. Blows start falling on my head and back, splintering my thoughts. I have to fight back. It's all there is. Fight back until I can't anymore. But there are 3 of them and I'm still numb with shock and pain. Dad is dead. Fuck. I block the next blow and I manage to kick at the man nearest to me so I can rise to my feet. I shove one of them away and turn to face the others. Then I see the glint of a blade, and I know this is it. Run or die. I punch one of them in the face and turn to deal with the fucker holding the knife. I knock it out of his hand, twisting, and pain lances across my lower back to my left hip. The burning kiss of metal. Another knife. Bastard sliced me from behind. Can't be too bad. I'm still standing, though that doesn't mean much. Broken thoughts. Nothing makes sense. I twist and bring my fist down on the man's arm, shake off a hand that grabs my shoulder, and run. Adrenaline gives me speed and blots out the pain. I race down the alley, turn onto a broad street, and bolt down another. I can hear footsteps pounding behind me, and I force my legs to move faster. I sprint down another street, my heart booming. A dull roar fills my ears. Have to hide. Find a dark hole to sink into and lick my wounds. I duck into alleys, desperately looking for a suitable place, feeling the goons closing in, breathing down my neck. Pain starts to pierce my adrenaline haze, and blood courses down my lower back and leg in a hot trail. As much as I fight it, I'm slowing down. I have to hide until they pass me by. Stumbling into yet another alley, I notice an open door. The kitchen of a restaurant, judging from the smell of fried fish. I duck inside, slipping between metal counters heaped with bowls and chopped vegetables. An Asian woman with a cook's white hat and apron turns around and opens her mouth to speak or yell, but I lift my hands trying to look harmless. "Just passing through," I whisper. "I mean no trouble." She doesn't scream, so I take that as permission and slink to the back of the kitchen and into the restaurant. A few tables are occupied, so I do my best to slip by unnoticed. A shout lets me know I've failed. Not hard when I'm leaving a bloody trail behind. I make for the door and stagger outside. Where can I go? The street swims in my eyes. I'm lightheaded from blood loss and I can't think. So I let my feet take me wherever they want, letting my mind go empty as I set off running once more.
Chapter 19. Audrey. Evening is falling. I pace the length of Zane's living room. Tessa and Zane are sitting on the sofa where I lay down with Ash just yesterday. No word from the police since midday. No word from Ash. Zane called the homeless shelters, and when that brought no results, he went out to look for him on the streets. He came back empty-handed, and we've been sitting here, drinking coffee and going over what we know again and again. I couldn't find him, Zane says for the millionth time. He's pale and he's chewed on his lips so much he broke the skin. Checked every place he's frequented before, on State Street and the back alleys. Nobody has seen him. Tessa reaches over and squeezes his shoulder. You did all you could. It's cold out there. If he's on the street, he'll die. My chest aches. I rub my breastbone, stopping to catch my breath. I'm so damn scared for Ash. I pace back to the window, looking out into the gray afternoon. Dylan dropped by earlier, asking how he could help, but he looked horrible, pale as if sick, and we sent him away. Tessa won't tell me what's going on with him, but from the few things he said, it has to do with his little brother. I can't summon enough concern, not when I'm so worried about Ash. Ash wouldn't kill his old man, Zane is saying. This is bullshit. He didn't do it, Tessa says. I know he didn't. But it looks like Ash is a person of interest, because he was the last person seen leaving the house just a few days ago. The only reason we know this much is because Zane has a buddy in the force and pressed him for info. I didn't know Ash went back home. A neighbor saw him slip inside through the window, and then leave a while later through the main door. Suspect behavior. But that cinches it for me. It's one thing imagining Ash killing his father in self-defense. Quite another believing he went back in secret to commit murder. I can't believe it. Not for a second. And now I know why he was fighting. He needs money to live because he's homeless and without support. It has all fallen into place. Ash isn't violent. He isn't a troublemaker. He's a good person. Someone worth standing up for. He must have gone back to get his cell, Zane says and waves the phone. He didn't have it before I left for the Christmas holidays. His cell and his wallet, some clothes. Aaron said he had a duffel bag. That's why he went back, not to kill anyone. You should tell the police that, I say. I did. Tessa rubs her face. Who found his dad's body? His cleaning lady was calling for days and he wouldn't pick up, so she went to check on him and called the cops. Zane scowls. I wonder if she knew what sort of scumbag he was. My cell rings then, and I dive to grab it from the coffee table. Hello? Ms. Morrison? This is Officer Nielsen, calling to see if you have heard from Asher Devlin. You haven't found him yet? Fear crushes me. No, we were hoping you could give us a lead as to where he might have gone. I wish I knew. A pause. Please tell him to get in contact with us if you hear from him. And the line disconnects. I shake the cell, struggling not to throw it at the wall. No sign of him. Why hasn't he called me? Zane hunches over, running his hands over the shaved sides of his head. I told him to call me whenever he needed something. He doesn't have his cell.
Tessa says. There are phones everywhere. Last time this happened, Zane lets out a long breath. It's gonna get real cold tonight. We have to go look for him. Where? My lips tremble. You couldn't find him. Where else could we look? If he's hurt, Zane says, then he'd go someplace where he feels safe. And where is that? I sink on the couch next to him. I can't think of any place Ash feels safe right now. He felt safe here, Tessa says. So why hasn't he come back? I glare at Zane as if this is his fault. He's a proud guy, that fucker. He thinks he can handle everything by himself. His old man taught him that if he can't, then he's a pussy. I sigh. Maybe so, but I don't need a bad dream to tell me something's seriously wrong. I feel it in my bones. He must have holed up somewhere, Zane says. If he's hurt, he may not be thinking straight, Tessa mutters. He'd head to a familiar place. Jesus, talk of Ash being hurt makes me want to throw up. We have to look, Zane says, shooting to his feet. Let's go back where I found him last time. Maybe I missed him somehow, and together we can find him. I grab my bag and coat. Seems as good a plan as any, and I'd rather be searching than sitting idle. Let's go. We'll take my car, Tessa says, getting up and hurrying toward the door. We'll find him. But Ash isn't on State Street, at least not that we can see. We walk the pedestrian zone up and down, checking in every nook and corner. Despite the cold wind and the light snowfall, smartly dressed people weave in and out of the brightly lit restaurants and bars, talking and laughing. I can't see any homeless people, where they usually fill the benches during the warmer months of the year. They have to be at the shelters. Rubbing my hands up and down my arms, I turn in a circle, disappointment weighing on my shoulders. An old woman with a nest of curly white hair stares at me, then past me at Zane. I turn. I know you, he says, approaching. You were standing nearby last time I found Ash. Have you seen him? She takes a step back, shaking her head. The bulging plastic bags hanging over her shoulders swing. Ash? Young guy, about my height, dark hair, blue eyes. She shakes her head again, looking bewildered. I wonder if she understands what Zane says, or if she doesn't know who he's talking about. Zane groans and tips his head up, letting the snow fall on his face. Useless. It's all useless. He vanished into thin air. God damn it. He stomps away, heading toward the historical museum, Tessa following at his heels. I cast the old woman one last look as I turn to go with them. She's watching me with watery blue eyes. Her mouth pulls in an uncertain smile. Ash, she whispers. Stopping in my tracks, I nod. Yes, Ash. You do know who we were talking about, don't you? Ash, yes. She shifts the straps of the bags on her bony shoulders. He wanted to go to the lake. I frown. The lake? The park. She sighs and steps away from me, muttering to herself. Ash loves gazing at the water. It makes him feel calm. At least that's what he used to say. What if that's the safe place his mind came up with? The closest park is James Madison Park. Zane! Tess! I run after them. Wait for me. I may know where Ash is. James Madison Park. Snow swirls on the air. A few people are strolling down the path toward us.
We hurry past the Gates of Heaven synagogue and walk the paved, tree-lined path by the basketball court toward the lakeshore. Why here? Tessa shoves her hands into the pockets of her long coat. Shrugging, I walk faster. I don't want to talk. I'm afraid I'm wrong. Why did I put so much trust in what the old woman said? Why did I jump to conclusions? Because Ash loves the water. And because I'm running out of ideas. Out of time. If he's in the park, he could be anywhere, Zane says. Unless he's hurt, Tess says. Then he's probably just off the street, right here. We slow as the faint scent of water and cold, wet earth fills the air. Lake Mendota spreads, dark and endless, lights flickering across the bay. It's quiet and frigging cold. The wind coming from the lake has dropped, but it still has knives in it. We step off the path, into the dimly lit night, our footsteps crunching on stiff grass and the hard ground. Is this a mistake? Should we head back to State Street and continue looking there? Then I stop, almost falling over. A black shape is barely visible under the bare trees. A slumped human form seated at the roots, a dark head bowed forward. The air leaves my lungs. Unable to speak, I reach around and grab Tessa's arm. She halts, and Zane comes to stand beside me. Audrey, what is it? I pull Tessa with me as I lurch toward the person seated with his back to the tree trunk. There. I suppose it could be just anyone, but somehow I know. The set of the shoulders, the profile, even in the dimness I know it's him. Finally, I get some breath back into my lungs. Ash! I stumble to my knees by his side. His eyes are closed and his face is ice cold under my hand. Can you hear me? I'm calling 911, Tessa says faintly, pulling out her cell and stepping aside. Zane grabs Ash's chin. Ash, wake up. Come on, fucker. Say something. They're sending the EMTs. They're asking if he's awake, Tessa says, coming to stand over us, and Zane shakes his head. He's breathing, right? Warm air washes over my fingertips when I place them over his mouth. Yes. Is he injured? I'm about to say I don't know, when Zane says, Yeah. The word drops like a stone. What is it? Zane lifts his hand, wiggles his fingers. Blood. He's bleeding. Can you see the wound? Tessa's voice wavers. Zane fumbles with Ash's jacket, lifting it. Looks like a wound in his side. Can't see much, it's too dark here. Cut clean through the jacket. This is like a nightmare. My nightmare, where Ash is in the car with me, where I watch him die and can't do a thing to stop it. Ash. I stroke his short hair. He's frozen stiff. My fingers trail down his face and come away wet and sticky. More blood. Jesus. Zane shrugs off his jacket and drapes it over Ash. They'll be here soon. I want to draw Ash into my arms, as much to warm him up as to reassure myself he's there, solid and alive. But I don't dare. I don't know how hurt he is. The police arrive first. They bring flashlights, and when they light up Ash's face, my heart drops. His face is one big bruise, one eye swollen shut. They also ask if Ash is breathing, if he's hurt. I let Zane and Tessa explain. Then the ambulance arrives, and suddenly we're surrounded by uniformed paramedics, and more flashlights cut glowing trails through the night. They check Ash and talk to him, shout at him until he mutters something. Awake. He's awake." They seem satisfied with his response. As I try to calm my racing pulse, they examine the cut in his side and pack gauze on it. I catch words on the rising wind about internal bleeding and blood loss, frostnip, and hypothermia. I can't draw enough air into my lungs. "Will he be all right?" I grab hold of a paramedic's sleeve and tug. "Please tell me."
"Are you next of kin?"
he asks, and I shake my head.
"He doesn't have any next of kin left," Zane says bluntly, and I wince. "What do you need to know?"
So Zane steps in front of me and answers the barrage of questions flung at him. What happened to Ash? How did he hit his head and ribs? What caused the wound? What did he eat today? Is he diabetic? Does he have a heart condition? What medications and drugs does he take? How old is he? Does he have any allergies? It goes on and on. Meanwhile, the others bring out a stretcher and load Ash on it. Then they pull a thermal blanket over him and roll him into the ambulance. I start after them, then see Zane do the same and stop. "You go," I say. Zane puts a hand on my arm.
"They'll only take one of us."
"You're his best friend. You should—"
"He'd want you to go. He's been in love with you since forever."
Strangely, after everything, this is what makes me cry. I wipe at my eyes angrily. I can't fall apart now. "Well, me too." Zane gives a faint smile.
"Well, I'll be damned. He'd better wake up soon to hear this."
I mock punch him. "Shut up."
"Go. We'll follow you in Tessa's car. The emergency room is just around the corner from here. He'll be fine."
I nod and hurry after the paramedics. I beg the paramedics to let me ride in the ambulance with Ash, and they cave in because it's such a short distance to the emergency room. So I hunch over where I sit on the bench, feeling vaguely claustrophobic and uneasy, watching them take Ash's pressure and start a drip. They talk among themselves, using terms I'm not familiar with. They might as well be speaking Chinese. They check Ash's pupils, ask him simple questions like his name and the date. Leaning forward, I listen for his replies. His voice is just a hoarse rasp, but it wraps around me like a warm embrace. I reach over and put my hand on his arm, over the thermal blanket. I want him to know I'm here, but I'm not sure he sees me. The ambulance halts. We've reached the emergency room. The doors open, and quickly and efficiently the paramedics pull the gurney out and push it inside while I hurry after them. A triage nurse stops them and, after exchanging a few words I don't catch, she gestures for them to continue. I think she might stop me from following, but she doesn't. They wheel him into a room with an examination bed, but don't make a move to transfer him there. A middle-aged doctor in blue scrubs arrives and joins the paramedics huddled around Ash. I hang back, trying to piece together what they're talking about. Hypothermia, concussion, internal bleeding. Oh God, did we reach Ash too late? I find a chair at the back of the room and sink in it, rubbing my burning eyes. I can't stop the tears. They keep coming. At some point, Zane and Tessa appear by my side, looking somber. Zane puts a hand on my shoulder. "I thought," I whisper, "that my problems were big, important, you know? My life, my problems. They just seem so small now." My stomach twists. "I never thought he was in such danger, that he had no place to go. If I'd known." Screw my mom's objections. Then I'd have invited him to stay over. Then he wouldn't have been fighting illegally. wouldn't have been exposed to the cold, wouldn't have been hurt.
Don't blame yourself, Zane says quietly. I should have seen this coming. I blame me. I knew he had no place to go, but I put off talking to him. He frowned. It doesn't matter now.
He gestures at the gathered nurses and doctors around Ash's gurney.
He was stabbed. That didn't happen in the fight club. Someone attacked him.
Because he was on the street, I say, biting my lip to keep from whimpering.
We don't know why yet.
Tessa wanders closer to the group of doctors and nurses and comes back to tell us they're taking Ash away for an ultrasound to determine whether he's bleeding inside. We wait until they wheel him out, then settle to wait some more in the small cluster of chairs. Time slows, the minutes plodding. After checking the hour on my phone for what has to be the millionth time, I get up to pace. What's taking them so long? Shouldn't he be back by now? What if he's dying and I'm here, away from him? What if they've found something seriously wrong and they aren't telling us? After all, we aren't next of kin. I'm ready to storm out of the room to go and find him. But then the double doors open. Ash is wheeled back inside, and I freeze. I want to go to him, but I'm not sure I can handle any bad news. It's as if I finally found my way to him, only to lose him again, and the thought scares me to death. The nurses lift him onto the narrow bed and fuss with the blankets and pillows. One of them, a pretty young woman dressed in gray, walks toward us. Her dark eyes move from Tessa to me. "Is one of you Audrey?" "I am Audrey." My stomach turns over. "How is he?" "Audrey, he's been calling for you. He seems to think you're in danger. Would you sit with him for a while? We've stitched up his side, and it's better if he doesn't move about much. But we don't want to use a sedative, as there's still a possibility he has suffered a concussion." I force myself to move and make my way across the room to the bed. The nurse pulls a chair for me, and I sit, grateful. Ash looks awful. The fluorescent light from above casts his bruised, swollen cheekbone and jaw in harsh contrast to his too pale skin. The paramedics have cleaned the blood on his face and applied butterfly bandages to the cut on his forehead. His eyes move behind his lowered lids, his dark lashes like coal smudges. They've removed his clothes and dressed him in a hospital gown. It leaves his strong arms bare, and they're mottled with more bruises. God, he looks as if he'd been beaten within an inch of his life. He shifts on the mattress, his body tensing.
"Odds,"
he rasps, and his hands shift restlessly on the blankets they've heaped on top of him in an effort to warm him up. A needle goes into his left hand, secured with white tape. Bags with blood and antibiotics hang by his side.
"Odds."
The lump in my throat won't let me swallow. "I'm right here." I catch his fingers. They're ice cold.
"Dangerous."
He rolls his face toward me. His lashes flutter as he tries to open his eyes.
"You should leave."
"I'm not leaving you." I squeeze his hand. "This is where I want to be."
"Odds,"
he whispers again, his voice broken, and I wonder if he's heard me at all, if he can feel my fingers wrapped around his. Zane and Tessa approach the bed, their faces set in worried lines.
"Hey, fucker, can you hear me?"
A muscle jumps in Zane's jaw. He leans over to touch Ash's shoulder, then folds his arms across his broad chest and turns to the doctor.
"What's the verdict?"
The doctor strokes his goatee and seems to hesitate. Then he slumps a little.
Bruised kidneys. A slight laceration to the liver with minimal bleeding, which doesn't seem serious, but which we need to monitor at least until tomorrow. The cut in his side, the doctor gestures at Ash, is quite deep, and he has bled a lot, which is why we are giving him a blood transfusion. If he doesn't move too much for a few days, the sutures should hold. His body is quite stressed, but it should heal fine.
Liver laceration. My hand creeps up my side, to the scar of the incision where they fixed my bleeding liver and kidney. Tessa wrings her hands together. So, no surgery is needed?
No surgery.
The doctor agrees.
Not if he allows the wound to heal, and if his liver stops bleeding. We also want to monitor the concussion symptoms, make sure we haven't missed anything.
It all sounds good. Truth be told, I've braced for much worse. Zane nods.
Are you keeping him in? He'll be staying here at least until tomorrow. We were afraid of hypothermia, but you found him in the nick of time. He's warming up nicely, and there seems to be no real damage from the cold. He mustn't have stayed out very long.
The doctor glances at my hand over Ash's.
He seems calmer now.
He does. His hands have stopped moving, and his face is more relaxed.
If you'll excuse me,
the doctor says, and gives a warm smile that makes the corners of his eyes crinkle.
I have other patients to see, but I'll be back later to check on him.
He leaves, followed by two of the nurses, and as the door swings open, I get a quick glimpse of a vast room, endless rows of chairs taken by the people waiting. The hubbub enters in a wave, then recedes once more as the door closes. Quiet returns. The remaining nurse checks the IV drip, takes Ash's pressure once more, and checks his eyes. She turns as if to go. A wave of noise from the door makes me glance around. Someone has walked inside. A tall, broad-shouldered young man, his dark hair tousled from the wind, his expression dark with fury and perhaps fear. Something about him forces me to look twice. He's handsome in a rugged sort of way, but the shape of his eyes, the nose, the mouth. Weird. He looks a lot like Ash. So I'm not that surprised when he marches toward the nurse and barks,
"How's my brother?"
Chapter 20. Asher. Where's Audrey? I can't shake the feeling there's danger. She's in danger, and I have to warn her, help her. She's calling my name, and I'm running down endless streets trying to find her. Dark fog swirls around me, and knives glint in the shadows. Eyes are watching me. I need to reach the water, find the lake. But first of all, I need to find her. Audrey. I have to talk to her. Tell her. I'm a fuck-up. She must know. It's dangerous for her being with me. Being anywhere near me is a mistake. I have to warn her to stay away, have to tell her everything. Ash, it's okay, a voice says. Her voice. Soft and reassuring. I know it all already. It's fine. I'm fine. She knows? I reach for her. Can't rest until I see she's okay. Slender fingers tangle with mine, and I feel the press of warm lips on my cheek. You should go, I say. I have a feeling I've said it many times already. I'm not leaving you, she whispers. Not ever. My eyes open, and I see her face before me, hazy. I reach up, touch her mouth. She smiles. I'm dreaming. Yeah, that has to be it. Love you, Odds, I say, and my throat hurts as if I'd swallowed broken glass. Because this isn't what I'm supposed to be saying to her, but in the end it all boils down to this. I want you safe. Love you too, she says. I'm safe. Now rest. I'm definitely dreaming, but that's all right. It's a good dream. One I don't want to end, even though pain's winding its way through the haze to stab various parts of me. Why am I hurting? Flashes of angry faces and glinting blades crisscross my thoughts. I know something bad has happened, but I can't fathom what as the darkness pulls me down into blissful oblivion once more. Voices. They seem to float over my head, one louder than the other. Male, rumbling voices that are somehow familiar. Audrey, she was there with me, right? I talked to her and she said, no, scratch that. She most likely wasn't there, it was probably a dream. A spasm goes through my body and pain shoots through every nerve. Oh, fuck, what happened to me? Ash, hey bud. A rustle, a screech as a chair is pushed back. I'll call the nurse. Nurse. Hospital. The smell of antiseptic finally registers, but I'm too busy trying to figure out how to relieve the pain burning through my side to ask why I'm here. Hold still, the other voice says, a voice that holds such authority over me I instantly stop struggling. You'll pull out the stitches. Stitches. I try to open my eyes, but the light stabs at my retinas and I close them again in a hurry. My mouth's dry like a desert, and my throat aches when I attempt to swallow. Who does the voice belong to? Something in it tugs at me, makes me feel safe, makes me feel young and protected. Footsteps approach the bed, and an unfamiliar woman's voice says, "Feeling better today, Asher?" I finally manage to open my eyes to slits and get a look at her. Auburn-haired and middle-aged, she looks determined to get an answer out of me as she fusses with plastic bags hanging from a metal stand by my bed. Yeah. My voice is so rusty I wince at the sound. What? I wave at the bags hanging over my head, and a sting on the back of my hand makes me narrow my eyes at it. A needle is stuck into my flesh, white tape holding it in place. Saline, antibiotics, and you also had a liter of blood pumped into you, she says cheerfully, as if discussing the latest episode of her favorite TV show. Glad to see you more alert. The doctor will be with you in a minute. I swallow again, and she glares at me until I nod. What, does my opinion matter? Do I get a say in this? She leans over and pats my hand, the one without a needle. Her brown eyes warm up. Really good to see you back among the living, young man. And she bustles away and out the room, leaving me to stare at her ample backside. I can't remember how I got here. It bugs me. I remember the fight club. I remember fighting. The rest is murky. A sound comes from my right, and I twist my head to see, wincing as the pounding in my head redoubles. Zane. Of course, that's one of the familiar male voices. He comes to stand by the bed, a grin tugging at his lips. Fucker, he says, and his eyes look suspiciously wet. Scared the living crap out of me, man. The hell happened to you? I frown. It's all a bit hazy. Zane grabs a glass with a straw from a table by the bed and gives me to drink. I sip gratefully at the water. It feels heavenly going down my parched throat. I give Zane a once-over and don't like what I see. He looks fucking awful. Sickly pale, dark crescents under his eyes. You look like shit. Thanks, he grimaces. You've been here since yesterday, Ash, the other male voice says, that vaguely familiar, authoritative voice. And I try to twist more to see who it is, but my ribs are killing me, and there's a fire low in my back. Zane hasn't moved from your side. Well, that makes sense. Zane wouldn't. He's my bro, my best friend. Makes me feel guilty, of course, as it always does when Zane takes care of me. The others were here too, Zane says, a defensiveness in his voice I'm not used to hearing. Tessa and Audrey and Rafe. Even Dylan. Audrey. I blink. She was here? She's the one who found you, dimwit. Zane looks like he wants to give me a mock punch, then thinks better of it. Z-Man, who's the other guy? If only he'd come around the bed so I could see. Zane scowls, which makes me even more curious. Silence stretches. Ash, the invisible guy seems to hesitate. It's been a long time. That statement sends warning bells ringing inside my head, but there's too much noise in there already and my pulse thumps in my ears, so I'm not even certain I heard him right. Then he does step around the bed and I see him. I blink stupidly. It's a lot like staring in a mirror, and my twisty thoughts get even crazier. Calm down, Ash. I draw a deep breath and my ribcage shoots warning pains through my torso. Hello, cracked ribs. You are... No, it can't be. I fist my hands in the blanket. The rest of him may look like me, but those dark eyes... Tyler. No, I'm going crazy. His lips flatten. You don't know who I am? Sure I do, I say, surprised my voice is steady. Tyler, the brother who got up one day and left me with a dying mother and a father who decided that beating the crap out of me on a regular basis was healthy upbringing. That's who you are. How about you turn around now and go back the way you came? His eyes widen, and I want to yell at him to go, but I'm short of breath and dizzy, so I lay my head back and close my eyes. I hate the weakness and pain pinning me to the bed, and I hate the way my life keeps spiraling out of control without any signs of stopping. What the hell is Tyler doing here? Ash, we need to talk. I'm done talking, I mutter. Go away. Fucker, Zane says. Let him say his piece. I open my eyes, my pulse a little calmer. Don't want to hear. Ash! Tyler pushes his hand through his short hair. He's as pale as Zane, and his gaze is haunted, full of shadows. The black lines of a tattoo travel up his neck. I left because I had to. I thought Dad wouldn't touch you. Well, duh. I clench my jaw. How much you want to bet you were wrong? He winces. Do I care? Hell no. What made you so sure he wouldn't hurt me? I suddenly want to know. Because, Tyler sighs. He kept saying he beat me because I'm a bastard. He said he'd never touch you. Bastard as in... Zane lifts his pierced brow, the 3 silver rings glinting. As in Jake Devlin wasn't my real father, and he found out. So he took his rage out on me until I ran away. I'm dizzy again. Tyler is my half-brother? Why didn't he tell me? Why didn't anyone tell me? Is this a nightmare? I want to go back to the dream where Audrey held my hand. I groan and roll my head away. Ash, you okay? Zane appears in my line of sight. Should I call the nurse? I shake my head, and that makes me grit my teeth as the pain ricochets in my skull. I try to see Tyler, who's walking across the room toward the window. Why? Why did you leave? Why didn't you write or call? Zane moves aside, letting me see Tyler again. Tyler shakes his head. I watched you sometimes from a distance. At school. You seemed okay. Right, that's not creepy or anything, I say. Watching me from a distance? What the hell? Why didn't you come back? I figured you'd be okay. Dad loved you. Yeah. My eyes burn. Loved me so much he said I was a worthless piece of shit. The words still sting. Said it was all my fault. His anger, his drinking. Do you know he almost killed me a couple of times? There comes that wince again. It only serves to fuel my anger. I'm sorry, Ash, he says. Yeah. I am too. Because knowing Dad beat him like he beat me isn't enough to make me forgive him, not even close. I didn't know. Bet you didn't watch closely enough then. I'm so tired. Just go. Half-brother. That hasn't sunk in yet completely. I guess it'll take me some time. Maybe when the pounding headache eases and lets me think straight. The police contacted me when Dad died. They were looking for you, and they told me when they found you. He hesitates. They also told me some details about Dad's death. I force myself to look at him again. And how did he die? He had a heart attack. Hit his head on the table as he fell. Death was quick. I swallow hard, but the obstruction in my throat won't ease. Good. Listen to me, Ash. Dad owed money, huge debts. The house is lost. You can't go back there. As if I want to, ever. Still, the idea I can't go back is like a kick to my stomach. You can come with me to Chicago, Tyler says. You could. Chicago. All this time you were so close? Oh, shit. My head throbs so hard I want to throw up. Fuck off, Tyler. Go back to your happy little life. Ash, come on, man. Tyler's voice cracks. Give me a chance. Come with me. I ignore him. Maybe he isn't even real. I let my eyes drift shut, and it isn't until the doctor arrives and starts poking at me that I realize Tyler has left as instructed. And damn it, although I'm the one who told him to go, it hurts as bad as it did the first time. Hurts worse than my battered body. I think maybe the pain of his departure, his absence, never really went away. I only pushed it down so deep I could ignore it. Well, it isn't working anymore. And the thing is, I'm not sure I can handle it. Not sure I can handle anything on my own anymore. A nice nurse, her hair in a long ponytail, helps me lie on my side so the doctor can check the line of stitches curving around my hip. Zane hovers nearby, his eyes red from lack of sleep, his clothes rumpled. The hospital decides to keep me for monitoring one more day, and the guy really needs to go home, shower, eat, and rest. I open my mouth to tell him just that, but something entirely different comes out. Is Audrey here? I wince as soon as the words leave my lips. Needy, that's how I sound. Whiny, like a kid. Fuck. I want to see her. I regain the memory of what happened, at least until the beating and my vague decision to head toward the park. But the nightmare of running in dark streets searching for her and the feeling of danger lingers. And damn, I miss her. Her bright smile, her laughter, her soothing voice. Why do you ask? Tyler, I swallow. He said she was here. She was, Zane says vaguely, approaching the bed. She came to see you last night. I told her she should go home to rest. That makes sense. She must be beat, though I hoped she'd swing by. Zane said she was the one to find me. How did she find me? And why did she look for me in the first place? I want to ask her all these questions. I love you. A faint memory of her voice saying the words. A dream. Hope flares and dies every 2 seconds inside me. It's driving me up the wall. Yeah, she's beat. Zane steps closer to the bed, his eyes wide, trained on the doctor's examination. Who sliced you up like that? There's awe in his voice. You should tell the police. No way. The nurse standing next to the doctor tears open a package of gauze and wraps me up again, quickly and efficiently. Why not? Looks like someone tried to carve you open. I wait until the doctor and the nurse leave before I reply. Someone tried to kill me, that's what it looks like. Because of the fighting in the club? You know about the club? I settle back on the bed. It's scary how tired I get just from shifting on the bed. The doctor assured me I'll be fine in no time, but it's unnerving. You told Audrey the name of the club, and she gave it to me when the cops came looking for you. I freeze in the act of shifting onto my side. Come again? The Bulldog. You told Audrey, and she told... You told them? God damn it, Z-Man. I stretch on my back and close my eyes. That's the reason I got sliced up. The cops went looking for me at the club, and the owner didn't appreciate the police sniffing up his doorstep. So when I showed up, he had his men finish me off. I barely escaped. Silence greets my words. I glance sideways at Zane. His face is white. Jesus Christ, Ash, I'm sorry. I never thought. Yeah, me neither. You don't fuck with the Mafia, I say. Lesson learned. Fighting there, it wasn't my brightest of ideas, but I'd run out of options. I need Zane to understand why I did it. The shelters were full and I had no money. I couldn't stay with you forever, and I thought... I sigh, my head heavy as lead. I thought it was a solution for now, at least, until I got my feet under me. He nods, rubs a hand over his face. Now, listen to me, bud. I get it, okay? But you're acting like you have no one in the world, and that ain't true. You got me. You got Rafe and Tessa and Audrey, even Dylan. That tat I inked on you, the dragon, it means something. It means we stick together, help each other. Don't you ever run away again, do you hear me? Whoa. Zane sounds really pissed this time. Red spots appear on his cheekbones. This means, he continues, never think I'll leave you on the streets. You talk to me, we put our heads together, we think of a solution, together. Got it? I nod, my chest tight. Too tight. I just can't wrap my mind around everything yet. Dad's gone, I say. I never thought I'd mourn him, but he was kind to me when he wasn't drinking. And he'd been my only real family for so long. The house is gone. Job's gone. I don't know what to do anymore. We'll figure it out, Zane says, and sinks in the chair next to me, letting his hands hang between his legs. We'll figure something out.
Chapter 21. Audrey. It's now the second night Ash will be spending at the hospital, as they decided to keep him one more day for monitoring. They aren't very pleased with his lingering dizziness and want to keep an eye on his liver as well. That's apparently still bleeding a tiny bit. Enough to make me terrified and restless. As if that isn't enough, Zane found me in the hospital cafeteria and dropped the bomb. The reason Ash came close to getting killed by the Fight Club's goons is me. Me. All I ever wanted was to help Ash, protect him, take care of him. Instead, I sent the Fight Club Mafia after him because they thought he betrayed them, and so decided to off him. The fact he survived is a miracle, which means I'm the cause of his pain. I never imagined that giving the police the name of the club would result in this. Stupid Audrey. Naive. Ash's world is so much harsher than mine, as if we live on different planets. Where my main concern is my astronomy exam, his is having a roof over his head. Where I get upset with my mom for not trusting me to choose my own friends, his is not to get killed by his crazy drunk father. I can't even begin to imagine how he's feeling, what's going on in his mind. And now he knows it was me who gave him up, that I'm the reason he was attacked. The thought tears me up inside. I drink bitter coffee and wait for Zane to come back with news. The nurse asked that not more than 2 people stay in Ash's room, and Ash's brother was there, so I had to leave. I both fear and long to return to Ash's side. Is he angry with me for telling the police the name of the Fight Club? Does he blame me? He should. How could I have been so stupid? My thoughts are with him every minute of every hour. I want to sit by his side and hold his hand, talk to him, touch his bruised face, let him know I'm here for him. God, I can't help thinking I'm like a princess in my perfect ivory tower, and he's out there, fighting monsters when I could just open the door and let him in. Can we be together? Can we connect our worlds? Where's Zane? I can't stay away any longer. Not after the fright, thinking Ash was dying. Not after realizing how much I love him. I have to see him. If he's asleep, I'll just sit and look at him, and hope then I'll know what to do. Time passes. Evening falls by the time Zane comes back to the cafeteria to tell me Ash is fully conscious and asking about me. He says Ash isn't angry with me. Go home and get some rest, Zane. I get up and grab my purse. I'll call if we need you. Zane nods dubiously, and I hurry out of the cafeteria. Visiting hours don't apply to us. The nurses pretty much let us come and go as we please. I think it's because they like Ash and feel sorry for him. I've heard them whisper about his dad's death, the scars on his back, his bruises, and his long-lost brother who returned out of the blue. I walk down the hallway, find his room number, open the door, and enter on tiptoe. It's quite dark inside. The green screen of the monitors faintly illuminates the room, the empty chair, and the narrow bed with the outline of Ash's long body under the covers, his dark head resting on the pillow. He looks so alone, which is a stupid thing to worry over. He's doing better. I talked to the doctor earlier on, and he said the bleeding in his liver has almost stopped, and he's coming out of the light concussion just fine. He doesn't need anyone hovering over him as he rests. It still makes my heart clench. I'll never forget the image of him slumped against the base of the tree in the cold night, his head dipping forward. How cold his skin was. How unresponsive he'd been. Swallowing past the lump in my throat that seems to have taken permanent residence there, I quietly close the door behind me and go to sit in the chair by the bed. From this side, I can't see his swollen jaw, the bruises, the bandage on his forehead. Light scruff darkens his jaw and chin, and he has shadows under his eyes. And still, he's so handsome he steals my breath. Memory doesn't do him justice. It's whenever I look at him, whenever I'm in full view of that beautiful mouth, that square jaw, the long lashes, the dark brows, that speech and coherent thought desert me. Why did I think gazing at him would help me find an answer? All I want is to kiss him, curl by his side, and stay there forever. I lean forward, brush black hair off his brow. Now it isn't spiked with gel anymore. It's all soft and tousled. Makes me want to run my fingers through it, tug lightly as I kiss him. My hand stills. Then strong fingers wrap around my wrist, startling a yelp from me. Odds. The warm rasp of his voice sends shivers through me. Then his eyes open to slits, the pale blue peeking through. I waited for you all day. I think I must be dreaming again. The lump in my throat grows larger, obstructing my breathing. I'm here now. He lifts my hand and places a kiss on my palm, hot and rough, and I feel the pleasure of it all the way to my toes. I like these dreams. I frown. It's not a dream, Ash. I pull my hand away. This is real. It's his turn to frown. I thought... Zane said you left, and I... He blinks. Odds? Seeing him so confused makes me want to laugh and cry at the same time. I had to leave the room when Tyler came, and then I tried to stay away because I'm the reason you got hurt, and I feel so bad about it. My voice cracks and I have to stop and take a breath. He reaches for me and I take his hand, mindful of the needle taped on top of it. The reason I got hurt? What are you talking about? Giving the cops the name of the fight club. I never thought. I swallow hard. Didn't realize I was putting you in danger. I'm so sorry. Shh. He tangles his fingers with mine. It was never your fault, Odds. I'm the one who went and got myself into this mess in the first place. Fighting illegally, dealing with shady people. I was afraid I put you in danger, too. He shifts on the bed and winces, biting his lip. Alarmed, I try to pull my hand away and get up. I'll call the nurse. No. He tightens his hold. I'm okay. Just give me a minute. I sit stock still until he gets his breath back. Are you sure? He nods. I'm fine. Just stiff and sore. His chest rises and falls rapidly under our clasped hands. What happened is not your fault. I was stupid. I thought I could deal with it on my own, but I can't. Zane says I can talk to a social worker. Maybe they can help me, because the house is lost. Dad had debts and... He trails off, his jaw clenching. I want to help you. I can't look away from the pain in his beautiful eyes. Why didn't you tell me how bad things were? I wanted to talk to you, tell you everything, but I didn't want to heap my shit on you. Don't say that. You can talk to me. His eyes shimmer. I don't want pity, least of all from you. Pity? I suck in a sharp breath. No way. Ash, you're the strongest person I know. I don't think I'd have survived so much and not gone insane. He snorts, but I don't give him a chance to speak. You will stay at my place, I say. If I'd known, I'd have offered from the start. But your mom... Listen, Ash. You're not your father, and I'm not my mom. If she doesn't like it, then I'll find another apartment. I'll get a job, you'll find your feet, and together we can pull this off. Dad left me some money. We'll be fine. Even in the faint light, I can see the blood draining from his face. Shit. Did I say something wrong? We, he rasps. You said we. Oh, that. I know I'm not really your girlfriend, that we were just messing around. That has nothing to do with you staying with me. We're friends first of all. You can have the couch for as long as you want, okay? Would you? Would I what? Be my girlfriend? My eyes sting. This boy keeps making me cry, but this time in a good way. Is this a question? I whisper. He grins so that his bright eyes crinkle in the corners. Is that a yes? Depends. Are we talking a relationship? Total trust? No secrets and half-truths? No secrets, he whispers and licks his lips. That draws my gaze back to his mouth, and leaning over him, I brush my lips over his. His eyes are heavy-lidded when I pull back. Odds. Then yes, I say. I'm yours. I said I love you, Ash, and I meant it. So that wasn't a dream either, he murmurs. His throat works. Stay with me? When I nod, he shifts, wincing, and lies on his side. Kicking off my shoes, I climb under the covers with him. Boy, are we gonna give the nurse a scare in the morning. I curl against him, as I've longed to do, and rest my head on his shoulder, careful not to press against his bruised ribs. As his hand rubs my back, I listen to his heartbeat and close my eyes. Every single time he left, that he told me to stay away, I resisted. He's good for me. I know it deep in my heart. I feel happy with him, free, cherished, protected. What did I come here to find out? I'm not even sure, but all I want is to be with him. Maybe that's my answer. It's barely dawning outside when I wake up. Oh good, I won't scare the nurse to death. Only problem is I can't move. Overnight I've rolled on my side and a strong arm is draped over my waist, anchoring me to a muscular male chest. Something long and hard pokes the small of my back. Someone is obviously excited to be pressed against me early in the morning. When I shift, a moan rumbles against my back. "Ash," I whisper. "I should go." He lowers his head, kissing the side of my neck, and goosebumps pebble my skin. His hand splays on my stomach, and I can feel heat seep through my sweater. I'm hyper-aware of his every twitch behind me, the weight of his arm over my waist, his breath on my neck. He smells of spice and musky boy. It's a heady cocktail that hits straight to my core, making me ache for his touch. His hand slips under the hem of my sweater and strokes my bare skin, sending a huge tremor through me. Oh yes, that feels so good. But then his long fingers drift lower, sliding into my leggings, under my panties. I grab his hand. It's the one with the IV needle. "Stop, Ash. You'll pull the IV out. Doesn't it hurt?" He kisses my neck and doesn't answer. "I should go," I say, my voice breathless. "The nurse will be here to check on you any minute now." "I don't care." He nuzzles my ear and his hand slides lower, pressing into my seam, spreading me open. I can only pant and rock into his touch as he strokes me, long, sure thrusts that send electric shocks up my spine and liquefy my bones. My hips roll, and pleasure crests incredibly fast, wiping out reason. "Oh, God," I moan, my body moving of its own accord, seeking a release to the mounting pressure inside me. "Ash." "So sweet," he murmurs, scraping his teeth on my skin. "So hot. I've only ever wanted you." I gasp and shudder, white-hot pleasure shooting through me, the great wave breaking over me and carrying me away. As I come down, I find myself on my back, in the circle of his arms. His ice-blue eyes are staring down at me, and his lips are tilted in a half-smile. "I've wanted to be like this with you ever since I kissed you in high school," he says. "Hell, even before that. You're mine, Odds, and I'm yours for all time, if you want me." I let his words wash over me, healing old wounds and fears, taking away the last of the sadness and bitterness festering inside me. I smile as he tells me again he loves me, and I believe him.
Chapter 22. Asher. Audrey drifts back to sleep in my arms. Holding her feels so damn good, and the way she writhed under my hands, the sounds of pleasure she made, tensing, then trusting me to catch her as she came apart. Telling me she loves me, that she'll be with me, that she'll help me. I close my eyes. Too much to take in. All this joy, After the sorrow of finding out my dad was dead, the fear of running for my life, and the anger at Tyler for showing up and expecting me to just follow his lead as I had when I was a kid. I need time to digest everything, sort it out, decide how I feel. Right now, my head buzzes as if I have a fucking hurricane trapped inside my skull. The nurse comes all too soon, followed by Zane. I try to keep my hold on Audrey because, damn it, I don't want to let go, but she blinks sleepy eyes at me, smiles and extricates herself from my arms. Zane's eyes are big as saucers, going from Audrey to me and back. Then a corner of his mouth tugs up and he winks at me. It was about time, fucker. Bastard. Hey, Audrey blushes and ducks her head. She looks so cute. I'll be back later, okay? I struggle to sit up and I watch her leave, fighting rising panic. Jesus, Ash, she'll be back. No reason why I should feel so cold without her in my arms. She's come back before. I have to trust her. Zane shakes his head, the half-smile still in place. You said something about a social worker. I let the male nurse manhandle me to check the stitches on my side and lower back. Is she coming by today? No, Zane rubs the back of his neck. About that, it won't be necessary. I frown. What do you mean? The doctor chooses this moment to come in, and I have to lie back down for the examination. Between being prodded in painful spots and asked questions about my vision, the headaches, dizziness, nausea, pain levels, and everything in between, I have to let go of Zane's comment for the moment. The doctor pronounces me fit to go. He also tells me in no uncertain terms that under no circumstances am I to fight in the foreseeable future, and that hitting my head repeatedly is a sure way to find myself in a wheelchair some years down the line. Hell, that's one scary image. A nurse brings the discharge papers to the room for me to sign. Zane has brought me some of his clothes, and as the nurse helps me off the bed and into the jeans and t-shirt, I try to hide from everyone how shaken I am by the doctor's warning. Then again, the lingering dizziness takes care of that. Zane is more concerned about keeping me from falling on my face than anything else as the nurse pulls me off the bed and onto the wheelchair. It also seems that just getting up causes my headache to go off the damn charts, so that it's all I can do not to clutch my head and moan as the nurse wheels me out of the room. Instead, I do my best to straighten and sit upright as I'm wheeled down endless corridors. Audrey, I manage. Zane, who's walking beside the wheelchair, glances at me and smiles. She'll borrow Tess's car and wait for us in the parking lot. That eases some of the stupid panic. The nurse leads me to a smaller waiting area next to a row of plastic chairs and takes his leave. Then Zane leaves as well, saying he'll take care of the payment paperwork. So I sit and let my eyes drift shut, trying to ignore my throbbing head. I don't know how long I sit there, listening to the sounds of people walking about and talking, the distant cries of a baby, the deep cough of a man. The row of seats beside me creaks. Someone has sat down. Ash. I almost jump out of my skin. Tyler. I raise my head. I thought you left. Don't worry, little brother. I'm leaving. There's bitterness in his voice, but frankly, what does he expect? I just wanted to say goodbye. I glance at him. Tyler's 4 years older, broader and taller than me. His hair's longer than mine, the ends brushing his collar, and he wears a blue shirt and well-worn jeans over black boots. I catch another glimpse of his tat, the lines crawling up his neck. He looks like crap. His dark eyes are shadowed, the bags underneath telling me he hasn't slept well in days. Then again, he came over because Dad died, and yeah, I don't believe for a second he's come for me. And if he has, it's too late. I wait for him to get up and go, since he's said his goodbyes, but he doesn't. He presses his thumbs into his red-rimmed eyes. I was wrong, Ash. I realize that now. I really thought that if I left, you'd be okay. Stupid of me, I see that in retrospect, but I can't change the past. I get that you don't know me anymore, and you don't trust me. I deserve that. I listen to him talk, and anger flares again, heating my chest. If you're waiting for me to say it's okay, then you're wasting your time. He flinches. Running a hand through his dark hair, he grunts and shrugs. Yeah, I see. I'm going now. I just wanted to let you know that you're not going to be left on the streets again. Not on my watch. I've talked to Zane and I've opened an account in your name. I'm not rich, but you'll have a monthly allowance until you find your feet. For as long as that takes, Ash. He gets up quickly and gives me an uncertain smile. I never forgot you. I just thought you were better off without me. I'll see you at Dad's funeral. And he turns and goes before I can formulate a response. Groaning, I clutch the armrests of the wheelchair and scrunch my eyes shut. I don't know how I feel about Tyler anymore. It confuses the hell out of me. I was furious with him for leaving, and his sudden appearance hasn't done anything to appease that fury. If anything, it has laced it with renewed resentment, throwing me back into time to relive the moment he abandoned me, right before Mom died and Dad went off the rails. His concern, his regret, his offers, they leave me reeling. My fury's now tainted with curiosity and sympathy, even sorrow. It isn't pure, isn't sharp. It doesn't help me get over anything, only sinks me deeper into grief. Coming out of the hospital in the icy breeze and seeing Audrey in her blue coat is like seeing the sun after a polar night. Pressure lifts from my chest and the pain in my side and head eases. The panic begins to fade, especially when she smiles. She's standing next to Tessa's Jeep. She opens the car door and Zane rolls me over to her. Together, they pull me up and settle me inside. It's damn embarrassing, needing help to get into the Jeep. The doctor has assured me that the dizziness will pass, but with the world constantly sliding away from me and the pain in my side, even simple tasks like that defeat me. Zane is uncharacteristically silent during the ride, and I'm not in the mood to talk either. I wonder if he's talked to Tyler, or if something else is bothering him. All I want is to find myself alone with Audrey, wrap myself around her and forget about the world and the black hole that's currently my life. There's another frustrating moment when I have to be helped out of the parked Jeep and up to Audrey's apartment, and then another when I remember my duffel bag is lost and I don't even have a change of clothes. I admit as much to Zane as Audrey goes ahead and opens the apartment door. She smiles at me from the opening. "Let's get you inside," Zane says. He leads me to the couch and settles me down, then perches across from me in the armchair. "Ash, listen to me, fucker." I glance up, trying to get out of the dark fugue. "What?" "Stop sweating the small stuff, okay? The underwear, the t-shirts, the toothbrush. I'll get that for you. No, listen first," he says when I open my mouth to protest. "I let you down. It shouldn't have mattered that Aaron has a problem with your family and isn't happy when you crash at my place. I should have told you that. I should have made sure you had a place to stay. I'm the worst friend on the damn planet. Yeah, I have trouble in my life, but that's no excuse for not seeing how hard things were for you. And this, getting you the basic stuff, is the least I can do." I gape at him as his monologue winds to an end, and I lift my hand to stop him when he seems about to launch into another. "Z-Man, shut up. You've been the only real friend I've ever had. You save my sorry ass on a regular basis. You have nothing to apologize for." He shakes his head. "Yeah, whatever. One more thing. You don't have to stay here. I swear it'll be okay if you crash at my place. I'll talk to Aaron, no big deal. Seriously, fucker." So that's what eats at Zane. Guilt. That's wrong on so many levels I can't even... I'm fine here. And the truth is, I really feel fine. Cozy. Welcome. Audrey's puttering in the kitchenette and she turns to shoot me a smile. It makes me feel warm. "And you have nothing to feel bad about. You've done all you fucking could. It's my fault things have come to this. I already told Audrey what I'm telling you now. I should have told you guys what was happening. I shouldn't have tried to fix things on my own." Zane turns his face away, his jaw clenching. Then he nods, gets up and leaves. It's as if he's running away, and I can't help noticing his shoulders are shaking. Damn it. I've made my best friend cry, and I'm not even sure if it's in a good or a bad way. I should go after him, but my head's still swimming. Breaking my neck trying to reach him probably won't make him feel any better. I'll call him later. Audrey comes into the living room with a tray, trailing a scent of freshly brewed coffee and sugar. She places steaming cups and a plate of cake on the table and sits next to me. "Thank you," I say, figuring out I can start with her before I get on to Zane. For everything. For searching for me, believing me, staying with me. I catch her hand in mine and stroke my thumb over her soft skin. For taking me in. She ducks her head, her red hair streaming on her shoulders, and her green eyes sparkle. Leaning over, she kisses me, a chaste little touch of her lips that nevertheless burns like fire and sends lightning through my veins. And then she says the most amazing thing. "Welcome home."
Chapter 23. Audrey. Having Asher in my apartment, in my life, is overwhelming. Now I've stopped hiding behind my insecurities, old hurts, and the pain of losing Dad. Now I have Ash back from the dead. I can't stop touching him to make sure he's here, alive and well. Despite my excitement, I realize things won't be so easy, at least at first. Ash needs help moving about, and the doctor has warned me he still has dizzy spells. Plus, he's exhausted, and I decided to make him comfortable on the sofa, where he dozes for most of the day. Passes out, practically. I have a suspicion the painkillers the doctor prescribed knock him out. Zane comes by at some point to drop a few things for Ash. Some clothes that look brand new, the labels still attached, and an unopened toothbrush and toothpaste, shampoo, and a shaving kit. He also brings Ash's cell phone. I put everything away and return to find Zane standing by the door, watching Ash sleep. Ash half lies on his good side on the couch. His better side, since one was sliced and the other busted, one hand hanging off the sofa, the other flung over his head. The swelling in his face has barely begun to go down, and the bruises are still dark and stark against his pale skin. "Thanks for offering this to him," Zane says when he sees me. "It's the least I can do. I have the space and—" My cheeks heat. "I do care for him, Zane, so you can stop worrying I'll sucker punch him or kick him in the balls." Zane winces. "I wasn't worried about that." He snorts. "I was gonna say I wasn't worried at all, but I'd be lying." I chew on my lower lip. "Tell me what's on your mind." Zane is always straightforward and honest. I wonder what I'm about to hear. "It's just that—" He hesitates. "I told you before, Audrey. He's been in love with you for such a long time. And now he's with you. Look at him. He looks relaxed, at ease, happy." "He looks tired," I say. "He is tired. But he didn't think twice about coming here to stay. And now he's asleep on your couch." I don't share with Zane my theories about the kick-ass painkillers, because I think he has a point. "Aren't you glad for him that he's comfortable and happy here with me?" "Fuck yeah." He pinches the bridge of his nose. "But you hardly know him anymore. What if you're at each other's throats within days?" I shrug. "We'll cross that bridge when we get there." "That's it? Whatever, girl." Zane grimaces. "What is it, Zane?" "You know how it is hoping for something for so long, for years? Reaching for it even if you know you can't have it? Measuring everything and everyone around you against that perfect original, and having everything and everyone fall short? And then one day, bam, you get the original. You get what you'd hoped for." "And what?" Apprehension fills me. "What are you saying? That now he has me, he'll find me lacking? That I wasn't what he'd hoped for?"
No. Oh, fuck, I'm so bad at explaining myself. Zane sighs. What I meant was, what if it doesn't work out? What if you find he wasn't what you thought? He has you on a pedestal, Audrey. If you left him now, you'd break the fucker's heart.
Zane, shut up. His mouth falls open. I almost laugh aloud at his expression. I've loved Ash for so long I can hardly remember a time I didn't. Yes, he hurt me when he avoided me at school, but now I know what was going on in his life at the time, and I understand. Since I moved here, he's been nothing short of wonderful to me, and the more I know about him, the more I love him. So here's the thing. I can't guarantee that this will work out. I can't promise I won't break Ash's heart or he won't break mine. But I can tell you this. He's everything I've hoped for and more. Zane stares at me, his dark eyes wide. His pierced brow lifts.
Hell, all right then. I'll shut up now.
I smile and glance again at Ash. He always draws me, gaze and mind and body. A man-sized, gorgeous magnet. I'd love to draw him as he sleeps, to pencil in the shadow of his dark lashes against his cheekbones, the clear line of his jaw, his soft lips. As I watch him, his eyes begin to move rapidly under his lids, and his body tenses. Making my way to the couch, I say, "Want to stay and have coffee with us?"
I think I'd rather leave you, Zane mutters. Unless you need help moving Ash to the bed.
I'll manage, I say, sitting next to Ash and stroking his hair.
It's New Year's Eve. I guess I'll have to wish you Happy New Year right now.
New Year's Eve. I didn't even realize with everything going on. Are you guys doing something tonight?
You kidding me? He runs his hands over his face. After what happened to Ash, I don't feel like celebrating.
Maybe you should. It's going to be a great year. As Ash relaxes under my hand and wraps his arm around my waist, murmuring my name, I believe it. I wake up curled against Ash on the sofa. We never made it to bed after all, as he was out cold and I was too exhausted to even think about moving him. Ash is a tall, heavy guy, and I don't think I can lift him. Right now he has his arms around me and is gazing at me, his beautiful Arctic eyes hooded.
"Morning,"
he says, the rasp of his voice raising goosebumps all over my skin. "Happy New Year," I say, and see those bright eyes widen a fraction.
I think...
His arms around me tighten.
I missed a few days.
I almost laugh at that. Yeah, you did. He lowers his face toward me.
I want to make up for lost time.
And he kisses me, slow and teasing, opening my mouth with the tip of his tongue, invading me. My whole body quavers. He still smells of the hospital, and I should be worried about his wounds and bruises, but like always, my thoughts flee when he begins to touch me, his hand sliding down to cup my ass and knead it. He's still dressed in his jeans and t-shirt, but I stripped down to my flimsy pajama bottoms and a spaghetti-strap blouse last night. My breasts press against his chest and my nipples tighten. The friction sends frisons down my spine, and he moans into the kiss, pressing a very healthy and large erection against my thigh. Breaking the kiss, he tugs on my blouse, pulling it over my head, leaving my breasts exposed. In a flash, he has me on my back, leaning over me, and his gaze sparkles. His mouth tilts in the most beautiful smile, and he bends to suckle on my breasts, taking his time on each one, licking and sucking until I think I'll explode into a million tiny pieces. He draws back and pulls off my pajama bottoms and panties, leaving me bare to his scrutiny. He brushes his hands over my legs. Then he stops. I open my eyes that fell closed at some point and look up at him. He is sat back, his face pale and sweat beading on his forehead. Ash? He presses a hand to his ribs.
I'm all right. Give me a minute.
Shit. You're not all right. Just sit down. I scramble up and push on a solid, muscled shoulder until he relents and leans against the backrest, letting his head drop back.
Come here,
he says and reaches for me. Swallowing the knot of worry in my throat, I scoot closer and let him pull me to his side. You should take it easy. Does it hurt? He chuckles low. It's a nice, deep-throated sound that warms me up from the inside.
What hurts the most is how much I want you.
He shifts and lets go of his ribs to adjust himself through the pants, drawing my gaze to the still considerable bulge at the front. The sight of it makes me feel so hot I'm about to self-combust. I want to peel off his clothes, touch his strong body, his straining hardness. But he's hurt, and I shouldn't. My hand trails down his side to the front of his jeans to cup the hot package there. A groan leaves his lips, and his eyes slit.
Odds.
You don't have to move, I say, unable to hold back anymore. Only Ash can make me so bold, so desperate to touch him. Close your eyes. A dark brow lifts, and he gives me a crooked smile that lifts my heart.
Want to be in charge?
No, I lick my lips. I want to take care of you. You're really hot, Asher Devlin, and I want to unwrap you like a Christmas present. His expression softens. With a sigh, he leans his head back and closes his eyes, leaving me to unbutton his jeans and pull them down, tugging them off with his underwear and socks. I climb up beside him on the couch. Under the hem of his t-shirt, I see the bandage going around his back, and the bruises. I want to make him feel good. He shivers when I wrap my hand around his cock. His mouth falls open, a breath gusting past his lips when I move my fist up and down, stroking him the way he showed me.
I want you,
he rasps, his hands clenching at his sides. He grabs my wrist.
Odds. I need... Shit.
He lets go.
Sorry, you don't have to.
I bend over and draw the head of his cock into my mouth. I hear him groan as I play with my tongue underneath and then suck on his saltiness. Glancing up, I see his face twist in a grimace that looks so much like pain I have to stop. I wipe my mouth with the back of my hand. Is this hurting you?
No.
He hisses when I stroke him again.
No pain.
He reaches for me, wraps an arm around me, and drags me gently until I straddle him. His cock juts between us, wet and flushed dark.
Need to be inside you.
His eyes sear through me, his desire evident. Could this work? I want him inside me too. Want the connection, to believe he's right here with me. Taking a deep breath, I rise on my knees.
Fuck. I don't have a condom.
Ash is still holding my hips, and his grip is like a vice. His brow creases.
Shit. We can't.
No need. I put my hands over his. I'm on the pill. Something seems to snap in Ash then, because he lifts me and lowers me on top of his erection in one movement that has to hurt his ribs. He doesn't seem to notice, his laser-hot gaze on my face, cataloging every sensation mirrored there as I take him in, inch by inch, It's an amazing sensation, knowing that he's inside of me. When I'm seated in his lap, full of him, he lets out a sharp breath, his teeth gritting. "Shit odds, you're so tight." He blows out air and visibly tries to hold still. "Are you okay?" I want him to let go, not to worry about me. To let go and do what feels good for him. And he feels amazing in my core, stretching me, stroking me so deep. I shift and he groans, arching backward. His hips roll, lifting me up, and the slight push inside sends sparks up my back and makes my nipples harden more. I put my hands on his broad shoulders and lift myself, then again, setting a rhythm that has us both writhing and moaning. I can feel the pressure mounting, liquid fire running in my veins, the pleasure filling my head with white noise. Oh God, so hot, so good. Ash's body tenses, the muscles in his legs taut and quivering. His fingers dig into my hips, but he doesn't do anything, letting me take charge. Tendons stand out in his neck, and he's looking at me through his long lashes, his gaze burning. That look sends me over the edge. The pressure peaks, the pleasure sharpens, and fireworks go off in my sight. I shake and cry out as my body clenches around him. He swears then, and snaps his hips upward, slamming deeper into me than ever, so that my mouth opens in one more wordless cry of pleasure. A throaty moan leaves his lips as his cock swells inside me, and then jerks, rocking me with aftershocks. Sweat rolls down his temples, and his hips buck beneath me once, twice, then once more. He finally stills, panting harshly, his frame trembling. He lifts his hands to my ribs and pulls me so I rest on his chest, my head on his shoulder, his nose in my hair. We're still connected, and I know it's in so many ways more than just two bodies drawing out the last drops of pleasure. "Are you okay?" I whisper, suddenly remembering I'm pressed against cracked ribs and bruised flesh. "Never been better," he says. I turn my head to kiss the salty skin of his neck. "Sure?" He grins. "You're the best thing that ever happened to me. Of that I'm sure."
Chapter 24. Asher. New Year's Day is a quiet affair. After the mind-blowing sex, I managed to take a shower and dress on my own. The dizziness is driving me nuts, but it's slowly easing. I'm still plagued by headaches, though, and even if the doctor says it's normal and he expects them to fade in a few days, it's damn annoying. At midday, Zane swings by in the company of Rafe and Dylan, bringing food. Tessa comes by as well, and Audrey's spunky friend Dakota, and we all settle down around Audrey's small dining table to eat Chinese takeout. Everyone keeps shooting me covert glances, as if expecting me to faceplant my plate of chow mein. What's even more vexing, it might happen. My eyes keep closing. Taking my painkillers before lunch was a huge mistake. They do wonders for the headache and the pain in my back and ribs, but they hit like a kick to the head. Audrey, who's sitting right next to me, seems to realize my predicament. Without saying a word, she pushes her chair back and helps me to my feet. Like a damn child. It pisses me off that I'm still so weak, but I prefer crashing on a bed out of sight than on top of the food-laden table with everyone's concerned eyes on me. Zane comes around the table to help, as if I'm an invalid, damn it. But I can't complain, as my head becomes heavier and my legs weaker. Damn, those painkillers are strong. I decide then and there I'll ditch them and find something lighter. I wake up much later, a cry strangled in my throat. Damn nightmares. I was running again in the streets, a sense of danger in my bones. Audrey was in danger. But she isn't here. I lie alone on her double bed, on top of her purple comforter, my mouth dry and my head pounding. Someone has thrown a yellow blanket on top of me. It takes me a moment to remember I'm not suffering from a hangover, but from a beating and knockout painkillers. The noise makes me turn, and I find Zane leaning against the door jamb, arms folded over his chest. What the hell? Is he there to chew me out over something? I really can't remember doing anything, but my mind's still fuzzy. What? I grumble, pushing myself to a sitting position, wincing as aches flare just about everywhere, from my head to my sock-clad feet. What do you want? You were out, fucker, for like 4 hours. I stayed to make sure you woke up again. It's the damn painkillers. It's more than that, and you know it. You've pushed yourself too damn hard. Take it easy, okay? Back off, Z-Man. I throw the yellow blanket off me and swing my legs off the bed, hunching over. I don't need to take it easy. You. In 2 strides, he's in front of me and in my face. If your medication is not good, we'll see about changing it, but you will rest and take your time because I'm not losing another brother, fucker. He jabs a finger at me. You hear me? Fear is stark in his eyes, and I can only nod meekly. Yeah. Good. Where's Audrey? She went out with the others to get some ice cream. And you stayed behind to babysit me, huh? Damn right. Nothing wrong with that. It still irks me, but I understand why. I'm fine. Go have ice cream or whatever it is you want to do. I'll be okay on my own. He hesitates. You sure? Huh. For Zane to even consider my proposal, it means he's dying to go. Yeah, man. An idea hits me. That Dakota chick. You dig her, right? Zane shuffles his feet and his mouth tightens. None of your business. Seriously, man? I bet you're dying to see her licking ice cream off the cone, aren't you? Fuck you, Ash. I grin because I know I have him. Go. I said I'll be fine. Yeah, I can see that, motherfucker. Zane gives me the finger and turns to go, but not before I see the flash of relief in his eyes. Because I seem better, or because he'll go see Dakota do obscene things to her ice cream cone, I'm not sure. Knowing Zane, probably both. I hear the door click behind him and I frown. The sense of danger from the nightmare lingers. What am I missing? Then it hits me, knocking the air from my lungs. Not just a dream. The Fight Club. Will they come for me again once they realize I'm still alive? Will they come for Audrey? I've put her life in jeopardy. What can I do? I fist my hands in my short hair and groan. Going to the police about my attackers can only make things worse. They're mafia. They'll know, and any chance of making it out of this mess alive will be over. No, that would mean putting Audrey into even more danger. Audrey and Zane and everyone who cares about me. Okay, Ash, think. I have to talk to Johnny, ask what he wants to leave my friends alone. Go down on my knees if needed. In my mind, it's the least I can do in return for all they've done for me. New Year's Day. A brand new year, a brand new start. It all sounds sarcastic in my head, so I try to focus on the street I'm crossing. I felt as close to okay as possible when I left Audrey's apartment, but now I feel as if I've run a marathon. Sweat drips from my face despite the cold, and I have to stop and rest, braced on a building wall. My head spins. No matter, I have to do this. It's too important a task to fail because I feel like roadkill. Today's the fight tournament in the Bulldog. I count on that to find Johnny. Getting a chance to talk to him without a repeat of last time, that is, without him sending his goons to kill me, will be tricky, and my aching head isn't exactly a fountain of original ideas. By the time I approach the club, I've decided what to do. I lurk outside a cafe nearby, pretending to check messages on my cell, leaning on a gnarled tree trunk. God, it's cold. Minutes pass. I keep an eye out for anyone approaching the club and clench my jaw to keep my teeth from rattling. Then I see one of the fighters I met a few days ago. Has it been only a few days? And I step into the street to intercept him. Massimo. I wait until a faint light of recognition flashes in his gaze. Can you give a message to Johnny for me? It's urgent. Why don't you give it? Yeah, about that. I had a run-in with Carl. He'd better not know I'm here. He chews on that, seems to find it reasonable. Okay, what is it? Tell Johnny I'll be waiting here. I haven't come to fight, just to talk. He nods and goes into the club, leaving me with sweaty palms and a heart going into overdrive. Nothing can stop Johnny from sending Carl and his men against me once more, and I'm not in a shape to fight back this time. The minutes stretch. Shit, this is a crappy idea. I shouldn't have come, not so soon after getting beaten up. I should have waited until Johnny's anger fades. The heavy metal door of the club opens, and Johnny comes out. He climbs up the steps to the street, glances around, and spots me. He's alone. That seems as good a sign as any. I push off the building wall and wait for him to join me in the shadows. What's up, kid? He actually grins at me, and that throws me off. Then he takes a better look, squinting from under bushy brows, and his smile falls. What the hell happened to you? Are you kidding me? I realize my hands are clenching into fists and force them open. Carl and your men happened to me. Sliced me open. Said I set the cops on you when they came looking for me. He whistles. That wasn't a smart move, kid. I swear I didn't know about this, but always keep the cops out of here. The cops came looking because Dad was found dead and I was AWOL. Someone saw me enter the club and reported it. Damn, Ash. Told you to leave the club. That kind of life ain't for you. You're a good kid. Could be a great fighter, fighting legally. Jake, bless his soul, trained you well. Yeah, Johnny has said that before. I scratched the back of my head. So I guess you're not out to kill me then? Kill you? He sighs. I wanted to help you. You're Jake's boy, and no matter his faults, he was my friend. Look, I'll make sure Carl doesn't come after you again. I nod. Thanks. Ash, if you ever want to get into professional fighting, let me know. I've got connections. Think about it. I want to think about it, but my head's spinning. Besides, I don't know if I'll be able to go back to fighting again. The doctor wasn't too pleased when he found out I suffered quite a few concussions in the past years. Said it could cause permanent brain damage and that I should avoid violent sports, like fighting. I nevertheless thanked Johnny and turned to go. Options. For the first time, I have options. I'm free to select my own path. I only hope Audrey will walk it with me. I make it back to the apartment before Audrey and huddle on the couch, trying to warm myself up. My little outing has both shaken and exhausted me. I was so stressed out about talking to Johnny, my hands are still trembling, and walking there and back in the wet cold has leached out the last of my energy. Plus, Audrey smells all over the place, sweet and fruity. I swear it permeates the cushions of the couch. It makes me feel comfortable. Way too comfortable. My head drops back. My lids feel so heavy, which is ridiculous. I've slept most of the day away already, but I can't keep my eyes open. My body sinks into the sofa and I fall into snatches of dreams. Dark corridors, broken windows, and a voice repeating, "It's over. It's all over." And I can't decide if it's a good or a bad thing. And then I hear a woman's voice call my name. Asher? Asher Devlin? Audrey? No, that's not her voice. I roll my head and wince at the throb in my temples. I crack one eye open, but that cranks my headache up a notch, so I open both and take a look. Shock jerks me forward in the seat. Mrs. Morrison. Audrey's mom. What is she doing there? Oh, shit, of course. I'm in her apartment. She has to be asking herself what I am doing here. Mrs. Morrison, I swallow. My throat is so dry it clicks. Is Audrey here? She leans to the side to look into the bedroom. No, I don't think she's here right now. Fuck. Funny how I don't sweat so much when I face seasoned fighters in the cage, but Audrey's mom. Well, let's just say I want her to accept me. I don't want Audrey to clash with her mom because of me. Mrs. Morrison, I know you don't want me here. She's looking at me with those green eyes, so much like her daughter's. I forge on. And I respect that. Audrey said I could stay for a while, get back on my feet, but this is your place and I'll go if you want me to. I suck in a deep breath. Please don't blame her. I know my dad destroyed your lives and that I'm not who you wish your daughter to be with, but I'll work hard and finish school and what? I rub my eyes. They burn. I'd never hurt her. The thing is, I love your daughter. Audrey's mom is staring at me. Her gaze so intense I have to look away. Shit. That probably isn't what she wants to hear, but I'm not backing off this time. I'm done running away. If there's one thing I'd still fight for, that's Audrey. Her mom isn't saying anything, and that makes me nervous. Okay, more nervous. This is my girl's mom, for Christ's sakes. I don't care if she hates me, as long as she doesn't force her daughter to choose between us. Audrey loves her mom. I'm not sure about many things, but I'm positive Audrey won't give up on her mom to be with me. She shouldn't have to be asked to make that choice. Asher, she says, and reluctantly I turn back toward her. Audrey doesn't know I'm here, and I'm not staying. I was on my way to visiting friends in Milwaukee, where I have a business meeting in a few days' time. Why is she telling me this? My pulse is racing so fast I think I might have a heart attack. Do you know what I do in my spare time? I can only shake my head, more confused than ever. Is that her way of telling me she isn't going to let me be near her daughter? Not now, nor ever? I recently got involved with the National Runaway Switchboard at the headquarters in Chicago. Our mission is to keep runaway and at-risk young people off the streets and offer them help. I open my mouth and close it. What are you saying? There are programs to help you finish school and find a job. I can get you in touch with the right people. She folds her hands in her lap. See, I called Audrey but couldn't find her to tell her I was coming over, so I called Tessa, her friend, and Tessa told me what happened. And I want to help. I swallow, but the knot forming in my throat isn't going down. You want to help me? Her cheeks flush. I also wanted to say, I'm sorry, Asher, for the way I treated you. I really am. I just sit there, shocked, speechless for the second time in one day, and the only thought running in circles inside my head is, what a strange new year this is proving to be, though it's barely started.
Chapter 25. Audrey. I left the others when they decided to go out for drinks. Zane has left Ash alone, and I'm worried. Zane assured me Ash looked okay and is probably asleep again, but a weird feeling in my chest won't let me relax. I've tried to ignore bad premonitions before, and they turned out to be true. Okay, so this time I don't feel as though Ash is in mortal danger or anything, but still, I have to make sure he's all right. As I hurry through the streets, adjusting my scarf around my chilled neck, I tell myself he isn't a child, and that I should probably stop hovering over him the whole time. Heck, after the morning sex we had? Yeah, definitely not a child. God, I feel hot just remembering how he touched me, how he held me, how we rocked together. If it wasn't so cold outside, I'd be fanning myself at the memory. But he's still recovering from the beating from hell. Add to that his dizzy spells, and I think I'm perfectly justified in wanting to check on him. Yeah, okay. So I could admit to myself I have a protective streak when it comes to Ash. That boy needs someone to look after him. Whenever he smiles, he brings me to my knees and melts my heart. He needs to smile more. I climb up the stairs and unlock the apartment door. I close it behind me quietly, in case he's asleep, and creep inside, and stop in my tracks. Voices. They drift over from the living room. I lean back against the wall to listen. A woman's voice. I frown. Mom? I peer around the wall, and there she is, sitting on the couch, next to Ash? What's going on here? Please listen to me, Mom is saying, her voice quiet yet vibrating with emotion. I'm afraid I did something very stupid, something I told myself I'd never do. I judged without knowing. I judged you. It wasn't my place to do so. Mom is apologizing to Ash? That's so great I can't help but grin. Ash is hunched over, though, hands on his thighs, dark hair falling in his face, hiding his eyes. What's going on in his mind? I should have trusted Audrey's opinion of you, Mom tells me. I never actually thought about your dad beyond the accident. Didn't realize he made us both suffer. Ash doesn't lift his head. He was my dad. He's still my dad. Yes, of course. Mom gets up. I'm sorry. For everything. I'll leave you to rest. I'll talk to Audrey about the programs I mentioned. As for staying here, this is Audrey's apartment, and she should do with it as she pleases. My life is in Chicago now, and I have the impression she cares about you very much, Asher Devlin. Take good care of my daughter. When he doesn't answer, she hesitates. Asher. Then she sighs and turns to go. I step back into the bedroom as quietly as I can, hiding. I don't want to talk to Mom right now, no matter how glad I am she'll help Ash, and that she's sorry for how she treated him before. But I don't want to spend time on small talk and coffee. Not now. Something in Ash's posture, his bowed head, twists that odd feeling in my chest into something heavier. I wait until Mom leaves and I hear the click of the door closing before I step into the living room. It's only then I see how he's shaking. Now I think about it, I've never seen Ash cry. Not when his dad beat the crap out of him and he ran away. Not when my mom sent him off. Not even after he learned his dad died, and when he was beaten to a pulp and knifed. He's strong and tough, and I often forget he's my age. Barely 18. Barely an adult. Ash. I hurry around the sofa and sit, drawing him close. He wraps his arms around me and holds on like a man drowning. I wonder if Mom told him anything nasty before I arrived, but what I heard was positive. Mom's right, you know. I do care about you a lot. He clutches me harder, crushing my ribs. His head is heavy on my shoulder. Too much, he whispers. It can't last. This can't last. He's afraid, and I think I understand why. Good times in Ash's life seem few and fleeting compared to the bad ones. We'll make it last, I say, inhaling his familiar scent. You and me, together.
Chapter 26. Asher. Dad's funeral is a quiet affair. Tyler is there, as he said he'd be, but I avoid him afterward and he doesn't force the issue. He sends me a few sad looks, but drives away, and I don't hear from him again. He came through, though, keeping his word about the bank account. So now I have some money to my name, which is another of those weird new things in my life. Like having a home again. Clearing my stuff from Dad's house, going through his things and deciding what to keep and what to give away is tough. Audrey helped me with that. I don't think I could have done it alone. Awful as Dad was most of the time, he left a goddamn hole in my life. I'm angry at him for beating me, for dying, for losing the house, and I'm grieving too. Time passes. After the first awkward week, when I didn't know whether I should sleep on the couch or Audrey's bed, if I was supposed to cook or only wash and help clean, and who had the bathroom first in the morning, we settle into a sort of routine. We sleep in Audrey's bed. She's even cleared drawers and shelves for me in her bedroom. Going to sleep with her in my arms is one of the best perks of my new life. It keeps the nightmares at bay, the ones of me running in the streets looking for her. Her sweet smell seems to reach into my subconscious, reassuring me she's fine. And yeah, going to bed is fun. Mostly because the moment she starts to undress, I pounce and tackle her to the bed. She never stands a chance, and doesn't seem to want to fight it either. As for the bathroom, she has first dibs, and the cooking, well, I did try, but after a few disastrous attempts, we've decided I'll keep to the washing and cleaning. Best for everyone's health. The stitches came out, and my bruised body is starting to heal. The headaches are growing weaker and don't come on so often. By mid-January, when Audrey's classes at college begin, I'm slowly starting to find my old self. Less stressed, though. Easier in my skin. Not so afraid of the future. Audrey's mom sent me a few phone numbers and told me which people are in charge of funding and counseling programs and can help me. I might give them a call. As the month draws to a close, I return to my evening classes, trying to catch up with all I missed the past weeks. It feels weird not to worry about the basics, to have a safe place to come home to, and my girl waiting for me at the door. Believing it might all end suddenly is a fear I struggle with. Good thing Audrey seems to have enough faith for both of us. Tonight, I'm the one waiting for her. My lesson was canceled, and for the first time in ages, I feel good. I feel strong and, well, horny. Not my fault. She's addictive. I've never been so into a girl in my whole life. Everything about her turns me on. Her wild red curls, her lush lips, her curvy body, her scent, her taste. Oh, fuck. I'm hard just thinking about her. The lock turns and I walk to the door, waiting for her to come in. Then I grab her in my arms and lift her, whirling her around. She squeals and I laugh, letting her slide down. I can see the question in her bright eyes, the question that wants to spill out of her mouth, but I swallow it, pressing my lips to hers, letting her know all I feel for her and all I want. She smiles when I pull back and reach for the hem of my t-shirt. I tear it off, and she trails her hand on the dragon tat that curls over my pec and shoulder, up where it touches my neck. Hell, this girl can bring me to my knees just by a touch of her fingertips. Grinning, I walk her backward, running my hands down her body. I push her blue coat off her shoulders and let it fall to the floor as I steer her toward the bedroom. Her sweater comes off next, landing in a pile by the bed, followed by her long-sleeved blouse. God, her lacy underwear drives me crazy. It's half transparent. Today it's blue with tiny white flowers, and it reveals more than it hides, hugging her breasts, lifting them. I bend over and kiss the twin mounds, and I hear her breath catch. Then I press my mouth lower until she moans and buries her fingers in my short hair. I love how her hardening nipples stretch the thin fabric, begging me to lick and nuzzle them. When I do, her knees buckle and I lower her to the mattress, climbing between her legs to tug down her leggings. I hesitate with her lacy panties, the same color as her bra, looking at her for a long moment in her matching underwear. So damn hot. Then I rip the panties off and trace my fingers down the inside of her smooth thigh to the soft red curls down there. She's so pretty, from head to toe. I take in her scars, take in all of her. I inhale the scent of her arousal and have to still for a second, because my dick's dangerously close to bursting. Take it slow. That's the plan for tonight. Make sure she enjoys every moment. Her face is alight, her eyes dark with a desire. Her lashes lower when I run my thumb between her legs, spreading her open. Then I bend over and flick my tongue over her hard little knot, and she whimpers. She's delicious. I want to eat her up, and that's what I intend to do. But she has other ideas. I want you inside me, she whispers. Ash. I lift my head to tell her of my plan to draw the pleasure out, make her come until she sees stars, but her expression stops me. It's solemn. Too fucking serious. Shit, something isn't right. Hey. I place my hands on either side of her head and lean over her, staring into those brilliant green eyes. What's wrong? Ash. She threads her fingers through my hair, pulling me down. Show me. I blink down at her, meeting her clear gaze, about to ask what she means, when she draws me down and kisses me. It's slow, sweet, deep and hot. Her legs wrap around my hips, trapping my cock between our bodies, making me gasp and break the kiss. She rolls her hips in a long, endless movement. Damn. Slow doesn't seem possible anymore. Not when she presses on me like that, turning the tables. My plans for the evening fly out the window. All I want is to pin her to the bed and slam into her. Show you what? I manage, my throat tight. I want to see you letting go, she says, taking your pleasure. Let go. How can I let go? Raising myself on my arms, I lift my hips, pressing against her, desperately trying not to come in my pants, trying to restrain myself with all I have. What if I hurt you? You can't hurt me, she says, certainty in her voice. Her head drops back in the sight of her beneath me, only clad in her blue bra. Her red locks fanning around her head breaks my control. Fuck odds. I push down my pants and briefs, tow them off together with my socks, and grab my dick. Then I freeze. Because she's looking at me under her lashes, a faint smile playing on her lips. I can't hold back any longer. I push into her in one thrust, almost passing out from the pleasure. She grips me, clamps around me, silky heat and rippling strength that wring a cry from my throat. Panting, I shift up, looking down at her delicate face, her parted lips. I pull out of her all the way to the tip, then thrust back inside, growling deep in my throat as liquid fire shoots up my spine. Fuck, she squeezes me until I can hardly breathe. Fuck, going slow. As if reading my mind, she lifts her legs, digging her heels into my thighs and rocks her hips, somehow taking me deeper than before. Oh, fucking hell. My balls ache. My dick hardens more. I brace myself on my hands and let go, slamming in and out of her. Sweat rolls down my face, stinging my eyes, a counterpoint to the massive pressure rising in my gut, tightening my balls and swelling my junk. Holding back is near impossible. Damn it, I want to see her writhe in pleasure before I lose all control. Now it's too late, I'm too close. Odds, I hiss as the pressure rises higher, as my cock starts to twitch. Christ, odds. Her hips lift, pressing me one last millimeter deeper, and her mouth opens in a silent cry. My ears are ringing. My body strains, my ass clenches, and white-hot fire fills my dick. The pleasure bursts through every nerve ending in my body, forcing a strangled moan from my lips. Jesus. Fuck. I still then thrust again, my hips snapping. It's as if my body's trying to turn itself inside out. I come and come for what feels like forever. I fall on top of Audrey, all the strength going out of my arms. I pant, doing my best to suck air into my starved lungs and blink the dark spots from my vision. Oh, God. I can't remember ever coming so hard, ever feeling so good. I finally managed to roll to her side, a little bit of worry making its niggling way back into my head. What if she's wrong? What if I did hurt her? What if she hasn't had a good time? She presses her amazing naked body to mine and strokes the hair out of my eyes. That was great. I chuckle then, relieved, and draw her in for a kiss. You wanted to see me lose control? She blushes. I liked that. Oh, fuck, she's too much. Why? She gets that serious look again that makes me want to kiss her senseless. I don't want you afraid all the time that you'll hurt me. I wanted you to let go, to trust me, trust yourself. I swallow hard. This girl can see right through me. She takes everything bad in my life and makes it good. And she's mine.
This is the end of Book 1, but the story continues with Tyler, Book 2 of Inked Brotherhood. Keep listening after the credits for a free preview. You have been listening to Asher, Book 1 of Inked Brotherhood, produced by Greg Lawrence, associate producer Emily Durr. Text copyright 2014 by Joe Raven. Production copyright 2017 by Oh My Audiobooks. All rights reserved.
Part 1. 4 years earlier. Tyler. A heavy snowfall fell last night and blanketed the world in white. I trudged through it on my way to catch the school bus. Even though today is my 18th birthday, my steps drag. Things at home are iffy. Dad drinks. This is new. Since he gave up boxing 2 months ago, he's been unhappy. Then again, the unhappy part is old. He's always been unhappy. With me. He hates my guts. He always said I'm a bastard, but it's only now I realize he means it. He's convinced I'm not his son. I do my best to ignore it, swallow the anger and hurt and move on. Mom says not to mind him, that he has his moods and we should accept him as he is. But when he's drunk, he finds excuses to show me his displeasure in more tangible ways. The other day he shoved me into the wall so hard I hit my head and fell on top of Mom's favorite crystal figurines, cut my hand on the shards, and it's still bandaged today. Then yesterday he pushed me in the kitchen counter. Now I have a bruise the size of Texas in my side. I try to protect myself, fight back. But Dad's almost a head taller than me and twice as wide. I don't think I'll ever be a match for him. Thing is, I don't look like Dad. I look way too much like a boxing buddy of his. So Dad went and beat the shit out of the guy, and as a result the ring boss kicked Dad out, told him not to go back. So all this is my fault. For not being his. For being who I am. Rubbing my hand over my face, I adjust the straps of my backpack and turn the corner, keeping my head down against the icy wind. The bus is coming and I hurry to catch it. I climb inside and slide into my seat by the window, staring without seeing at the muted landscape, houses and trees. As long as Dad doesn't touch Ash or Mom, I don't care. Let him vent his anger on me. I'm strong. I can take it. The bus slows down as we reach the school and I see someone waving at me, a slight figure with long, dark hair. My mood lightens and I grin. Aaron. I've watched her for the past year as she's turned from a wisp of a girl into a woman. But I was invisible to her until a few months ago. A stolen kiss in the locker room, a night at the movies, and she's my girlfriend, the only bright spot in my life. She smiles widely when I get off the bus and throws herself into my arms. I grab her and spin her around. She's slight and pretty, funny and full of energy, like a spark. I love losing myself in her life, her arms, her body. "Happy birthday," she says breathlessly, and I take advantage to kiss her soft mouth. "Did you get many presents?" I shrug, not wanting to think about it. Mom gave me some money. Dad didn't even look my way when I crossed the kitchen to get some breakfast. Ash left home early with his friend Audrey to work on some project before school, and I'll probably see him later. Good. The more he keeps away from home, the less likely he is to see Dad roughing me up and ask why. Dad thinks I'm not his Ash, that we're only half-brothers. Maybe I should get out of here so Dad can be happy, so that I can keep you safe. "Tyler," Erin cups my face, her smile slipping. "Are you okay?" "Yeah." I shake my head to dispel the dark thoughts. "Yeah, I'm fine." "I got something for you," she whispers, her breath forming white clouds in the air. She lifts her fist and uncurls her fingers. Something metallic glimmers in her palm. It's a pendant. "What is it?" I ask, as she dangles it from its silver chain and passes it around my neck. "A tree of life." I touch it where it rests, cold against my collarbone. A smile tugs at my mouth. "Why?" A rosy blush tinges her cheeks. "It stands for the center of the world, and you are—" She bites her lip, and it's so sexy I kiss her again. "I just like it," she mutters. "But if you don't, it's great." I want to tell her how much it means to me, how much she means to me. "I'll wear it," I promise her. "Always. I'm never taking it off again, ever. She gave it to me, and I'll keep it close to my heart, forever." Chapter 1. Tyler. The building is old and ugly, a dirty gray, with paint peeling off its walls. Rust stains run down the drainage pipes. A splash of red catches my attention. Someone has placed a pot of flowers on the sill of the second floor. Incongruous, out of place. Like me. I park my bike in the street, a black Ducati 999, the only thing of value I've inherited from Uncle Jerry. And I sit back on the saddle and stare at the building entrance, a paper with the smudged-up address in my hand. I'm home. Well, in my hometown at least, Madison. After all these years away, with the rare visits to check on Mom, and then only on my brother Asher, I'm here to stay. For now. Until I get my shit together. Until I make sure my brother is okay. Until I can breathe again. I take a moment to shove the paper back into the pocket of my leather jacket and step out, inhaling the familiar smell of car exhaust in the cold, humid air. Out of my steel, military-style tail case, I pull my beaten-up rucksack and laptop and look up at the building once more. Fuck it. I lock the case, pat the key in my jeans pocket, make sure the disc lock on the front wheel of the bike is on, and pass the thick cable through the back wheel. Should be safe enough for now. That done, I let myself into the building. A faint smell of urine wafts from the stairwell, and I take the steps 2 at a time to the 3rd floor. My door, number 3A, has a dark stain in its center, as if someone's head was bashed into it at some point, blood and gore splashing. The thought stops me cold in my tracks. The rucksack drops to the floor, and a shudder goes through me. Don't go there, Tyler. Fucking don't. I tug on the neckline of my t-shirt, grab my pendant, and force a deep breath into my lungs. The key sticks a couple of times, but I manage to unlock the door and push it open. Lifting my beaten-up rucksack, I step into my brand-new, temporary home. A studio, a bed against one wall, a table and chairs in the middle, a kitchenette against the far wall. A bathroom. I glance inside. Basic. Shower stall, sink, toilet. I drop my rucksack on the bed and wander back to lock the door. Then I open the 2 windows and shiver at the blast of cold air. I lean outside. Scaling the walls to the 3rd floor would be a bitch, so I hope I'll be fine leaving them open. Not that I have much of a choice. Can't sleep in closed spaces. I unpack my stuff, take out sheets, and make the bed. I take out my clothes and set them neatly inside the dresser. I place the 3 books I brought with me on top, standing, their spines facing outward. Bradbury's The Illustrated Man, Dune, Neuromancer. I don't watch movies anymore, but I read sometimes, when I can't sleep. Then I open the drawer again and arrange my t-shirts by color, then my socks and briefs. Close the drawer again. Draw a deep breath. I sit on the bed and pull out my 2 pairs of shoes, running shoes, hiking boots, and place them against the wall, facing inward. My shaving kit, my shampoo, and other toiletries I place in the small cupboard above the bathroom sink. The shower curtain catches my eye, stained and tattered. I'll have to replace it. Just looking at it makes my chest tight. Rubbing the place under my heart, I turn away and force myself to finish unpacking. Not much to unpack. My whole life is there in that rucksack. A notebook, my jogging pants and hoodie, painkillers, bandages, my cell and my wallet, and the little box for her, with the gift I bought her years ago and never gave her. So fucked up. I stare at my few belongings. Of course, there's only my old stuff at Dad's house, which I need to go get before it's thrown out as the house is sold. The thought of going back to Dad's house raises my hackles. If I was an animal, I'd growl. Damn it. I run my hand through my shaggy hair. It's grown so long it tickles my jaw and falls into my eyes. Okay. I need a plan. I need a job, additional to the graphic design gigs I do for a few regular clients. I don't have much money, and I promised Asher some money every month until he gets back on his feet. I can't let him down. He's been abandoned and abused too much in his life already. I'm the only family he has left, and I won't fail him again. Only I left Chicago without a fallback plan, except for my online work. I quit from the gym where I worked, left the apartment I shared with a guy so lost in drugs and booze, I wonder if he'll notice anytime soon. And my cell rings, jerking me from my thoughts. I make a grab for it, wipe it on my pants 3 times, and swipe the screen to accept the call. I regret it instantly. "Tyler?" asks a strident and unfortunately familiar female voice. "Where are you? I've been trying to reach you all day." "Marlene." I roll my eyes. "Shall I come over? Are you at home? I can pass by your favorite Chinese place and grab your favorites, and then we can feed each other and—" "Marlene." I interrupt the flood of words. "I told you we were done." "You can't mean that." Her voice catches, and I sit heavily on the bed, tugging on my hair with my free hand. "I meant it." "How can you say that? How could you break up with me through text messaging, you bastard?" Yeah, I am a bastard on so many levels, literally and metaphorically, deeply and unashamedly. A snort escapes me, and she hears it, just my luck. "You think this is funny? You break up a relationship just like that?" "We never had a relationship," I say. "We just fucked." She sputters. "Well, it's the truth. No kissing, no cuddling, no going down on each other, no touching other than necessary. Fucking is all I have to offer. Take it or leave it." "Asshole," she mutters, and hangs up. Christ. I don't want to make her suffer, but she clings to me, and I can't be with her. Or anyone. I can barely take care of myself as it is. There's only one woman I want in the world. One I've always wanted. but I fucked that relationship up a long time ago. I throw the phone on the mattress, then pick it up again and wipe it 3 times on my pants. Has to be 3 times or something bad will happen. And although I know now that this isn't true, I can't help it. There's an itch between my shoulder blades, in the inside of my elbows, spreading to my wrists, making me shiver. A dark pressure fills me. I make myself stop and breathe out. Fuck, I was doing better. Can't slide back down. Can't let these rituals rule my life. I stopped the drugs more than a month ago, as soon as I was told Dad died. How long do the damn withdrawal symptoms last? With shaking hands, I grab my wallet and pull out a photo in its plastic pocket. I run my thumb over it, over the impish mouth, the large eyes, the long dark hair, and then lower, over her slim neck and her body. Another ritual, one I can't get rid of. I took the photo one day in the park by the water. It was summertime, and she wore a white bikini and cut-off shorts. I can almost smell the water and cut grass as I look at her. I can almost feel the warmth of her skin under my fingertips. I can almost taste her. She just turned 15. I was 17 going on 18, a time so close to the end of my life as I knew it. And I still had hope, not realizing it didn't matter what I believed or expected. I put the photo back into my wallet and bury my face in my hands. Can't stop thinking of my high school girlfriend. Can't stop wishing for drugs to take away the pain. Can't stop thinking I have no one left in the world. No friends. No family who wants to talk to me. Asher won't even look at me. Aaron doesn't even know I'm alive. I'm cut off from the world, Dad's side of that. Then Uncle Jerry. And then myself. It's late afternoon by the time I leave the apartment and walk around the block, trying to orient myself and get acquainted with the neighborhood. My plan is to look for a job like the one I had in Chicago, bouncer or waiter. The tattoo shop where Zane works isn't far. I spot it, the lights of the storefront beckoning in the encroaching darkness. Damage Control. The name of the shop flickers in neon blue over the door. I hesitate for a few seconds. Zane seems like a good guy, but I barely know him, and he's good friends with Ash. He must have heard the worst about me. And yet he didn't seem mad at me at the hospital where they'd taken Ash. He even pleaded my case with my brother, asking him to hear me out. And Ash refused. Shoving my hands into my jacket pockets, I stride into the shop and study the designs taped on the inside of the glass. Butterflies, faces, skulls, hearts, and swords. I've always been intrigued by tats, and sport a few of my own, but nothing on display draws my attention, so I turn away. Hey. The door opens, and a guy steps out. Wait. A tall, blue-tipped mohawk, slanted dark eyes, arms covered in complete, colorful tat sleeves. Speaking of the devil. Zane. I halt where I stand, waiting to see what he wants. He runs his hands over the shaved sides of his head. I didn't know you were back in town. Yeah. Does Ash know you're here? I grimace. No. I pause, in which we stare at each other awkwardly. The air is heavy, the clouds hanging low over our heads, dark, like bruises. I just arrived, I say, not sure why I feel the need to explain. Today. He nods, glances back inside the shop. The breeze is frigid. How long will you be staying this time? Depends. On what? Finding a job? And Ash, but I'm not discussing that with Zane. Another pause. Thinking of getting a tat? He asks. Maybe. Come in, have a look around. Not sure this is a good idea. I'm about to refuse when fat raindrops start pelting down. They splash on my head, and chilly water trickles down my neck. Damn it. It won't hurt to have a look at his designs, will it? He steps inside, and I follow as the clouds release an icy downpour that blurs the outlines of the street and buildings. Dripping, I enter the quiet of the tattoo shop. There's a tall desk manned by a pretty girl, her long dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. Her skin is like coffee and cream. Booths line the back of the shop, which is more spacious than I thought from its small street facade. The whirring of tat guns and soft music fills the air. A table stacked with magazines sits against one wall, flanked by a couple of bright orange 60s armchairs. Here. Zane tosses me a blue towel, and I grab it reflexively. He gestures at my dripping hair. Dry up. A puddle is forming around my scuffed black boots. I hesitate one more second before I rub the towel over my head. There was a time I wouldn't have touched a towel I didn't know was washed and bleached. But I'm better now. I just have to keep telling myself that, even though lately I seem to be slipping again. Something I can't afford. I'm supposed to be fine now, damn it. Have to be. Have a look at the catalogs. Zane waves a hand at some thick folders on the counter. Meg can show you specific designs if you have something in mind. The pretty girl, who must be Megan, shoots me a smile, a cautious tilt of her lips, and her dark eyes are curious. Towel in hand, I walk over to her and open the first folder randomly. I should be going. It's not like I have money for a tat right now, or that I'm even sure I want one. Sure, I've thought about it. Lots I want to hide under patterns and colors. But now is not the time. But before I can make my escape, Zane blocks my way and leans his hip against the counter, peering into the catalog. Got any ink on you already? He asks. And although his gaze is on the designs, I have a feeling he's studying me from the corner of his eye. Some. Tats and scars. A name, a word, a picture. I rub my stomach and then my chest. When it becomes obvious I'm not going to say anything more, Zane shrugs. Many guys go for comic figures lately. Of course, most people who come here have something specific in mind, something that has a special meaning to them, a person or symbol. I take a step back. There's a smell in the stuffy air of the shop that rubs on the edge of my nerves. Sweet, metallic. Blood. Of course, it's a tattoo shop. Lately all smells feel stronger, though. And suddenly I'm dizzy. I have to get out of here. I have to go. Sure, no problem, Zane is saying, and his voice seems to come from a distance. Fuck. Not now. I haven't had an attack in more than a year, but my skin is itchy. My lungs labor, and white noise fills my ears. Maybe I'm due for one. Time to get out, like right now. But my luck has always been shitty. Through the din in my ears, I dimly hear a woman's voice, vaguely familiar, calling Zane's name. I turn as if through water. The woman must have just come in because she's holding an umbrella that's dripping wet all over the floor. That's the only thing that registers apart from the heart-shaped face and large dark eyes with flecks of green and gold. Eyes that are widening, and a small mouth that is now hanging open. Oh my God, she breathes, taking a step forward and stopping. The umbrella falls from her hand and thuds to the floor. Tyler? Aaron. A face I used to know better than my own. A body I'd mapped with my hands and lips what feels like 1,000 years ago. She hasn't changed much, though I see her curves are fuller. Of course they are. She was 15 in my memory. Now she's 19, 3 years younger than me. Strangely, she also looks smaller. But I realize it's me. I've grown taller over the years. All blood drains from her face, but she doesn't ask me anything. Why I vanished from her life, and where I went. I'm dying to know how she's been, but the question freezes on my tongue when she claps a hand over her mouth and pushes past me, vanishing between the booths, leaving me breathless with the assault of memories. Her scent is all around me, sweet, just like so long ago. Has it really been 4 years? Holding her, kissing her, making love to her. And then leaving, being without her, feeling hollow and empty and barely alive. I did try to find her online over the years, just to make sure she's all right, but couldn't. Either she doesn't hang out on the social networks like most, or uses an alias I don't know. Any email I sent her bounced back, and calling her was out of the question for many reasons, not least because she wouldn't want me to. Hey, fucker, you okay? Zane waves a hand in front of my face, and I blink. Yeah, I'd better go. Without waiting for his reply, I toss the wet towel on the counter and head out, letting the door of the shop slam shut behind me. It's still raining outside, and I'm instantly drenched once more. I barely notice it as I turn and start walking down the street, not knowing where I'm heading. It isn't until much later, when night has fallen and I try to remember which way is to my new apartment, that I realize the panic attack never came. Just like her photo, her presence stopped it in its tracks. And although I have no clue what that means, I have a feeling it's something I ought to know. Something important.
If you enjoyed this audiobook, you'll love Kiss Me Goodbye, a free standalone novella in the Inked Brotherhood series, available exclusively on oddfans.com. That's AUDfans.com. Sign up today for free and start listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.